Welcome, dear friends, to a tranquil corner where you can leave your worries behind and embrace the gentle embrace of the moment. As the day draws to a close, we hope it has been kind to you, and now we invite you to unwind with our soothing sounds. This is your time to relax and drift into the world of dreams, where bedtime stories offer comfort and peace. With the changing seasons, it's the perfect time to cozy up and let calming tales wrap you in warmth. Story 1. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled deep within the embrace of an ancient forest, there lived a young girl named Willow. Her home, a modest cottage with ivy-clad walls and a garden teeming with vibrant wildflowers, echoed with the symphonies of nature. The air was perfumed with the earthy scent of damp leaves and the sweet fragrance of blooming jasmine. Although her life appeared ordinary, Willow harbored a secret. She possessed the extraordinary ability to communicate with the trees and the creatures that dwelled within their branches. From a tender age, Willow felt a profound connection to the natural world. The rustling leaves whispered secrets to her, and the chirping birds sang songs of wisdom and wonder. It was as if the forest itself had chosen her as its confidant, entrusting her with its most sacred mysteries. The villagers often noticed Willow wandering through the woods, her eyes closed, listening intently to the stories carried by the wind. Her peculiar affinity for nature set her apart, yet endeared her to those who understood the quiet strength of the forest. One warm summer evening, as the sky blazed with the hues of a setting sun, Willow sat beneath the boughs of her favorite oak tree, feeling the rough bark against her back. A soft breeze carried the scent of pine and distant rain, caressing her face as she noticed a peculiar glimmer in the distance. Curiosity piqued, she followed the ethereal light, her feet padding silently over the moss-covered ground, weaving through the undergrowth until she stumbled upon a clearing unlike any she had ever seen before. In the center of the glade stood a towering willow tree, its branches heavy with leaves that shimmered like 1,000 tiny lanterns. The air was thick with a sense of timelessness, as if the tree had witnessed the rise and fall of countless ages. Willow's breath caught in her throat as she realized that this was no ordinary tree. It radiated an ancient magic, a power that resonated deep within her soul. As if drawn by an unseen force, Willow approached the willow tree, her heart pounding with a mix of fear and exhilaration. She tentatively reached out to touch its bark, feeling the cool, smooth texture beneath her fingertips. The moment her fingers made contact, a surge of energy coursed through her veins, and the world around her seemed to shift and transform. Suddenly, Willow found herself standing in a realm unlike any she had ever imagined. The trees were alive, their branches swaying in a dance of celebration, and the very air hummed with the melodies of nature's symphony. This was the hidden world within the forest, a place where magic and wonder intertwined in perfect harmony. The sky was a swirling canvas of colors, shifting from deep indigo to vibrant emerald, and the ground sparkled with dewdrops that glistened like diamonds. Willow's eyes widened in awe as she beheld the wonders of this ethereal realm. Tiny sprites danced among the glowing mushrooms, their laughter tinkling like bells in the breeze. Majestic creatures she had only heard whispers of roamed freely, their fur and feathers adorned with the colors of the rainbow. As she wandered deeper into this enchanted world, she noticed the air carried a faint melodic hum, as if the forest itself was singing a lullaby of peace and unity. Amidst her exploration, Willow discovered a secluded grove, where the gentle flow of a crystalline stream created a soothing melody as it wound its way through the stones. The water glistened under the ethereal light, reflecting the myriad colors of the realm. It was here she met an enigmatic being, a water nymph named Serafina, whose eyes shimmered with the deep blue of the ocean, and whose voice was as calming as the stream itself. Serafina spoke of the delicate balance that held the magic of the forest in harmony, and the threats that loomed should that balance falter. Their conversation unveiled a deeper layer to the forest's mystery. Serafina revealed that the ancient magic was not just a force to be protected, but a living entity that responded to the emotions and actions of those within its bounds. Any disturbance, any act of greed or malice would ripple through the realm, threatening to unravel its harmony. Willow listened intently, understanding now that her role was not just as a protector, but as a custodian of the forest's very soul. As she explored this enchanted world, Willow encountered a wise old oak tree, its ancient bark etched with the stories of centuries past. The oak tree welcomed her with a warm, resonant voice, explaining that she had been chosen as the guardian of the forest, tasked with protecting its magic from those who sought to exploit it for selfish gain. The oak's voice was soothing, each word resonating with the wisdom of ages, offering comfort and guidance. Willow's heart swelled with pride and purpose, for she knew that this was the destiny she had been born to fulfill. With the guidance of the oak tree and the unwavering support of her newfound friends, a mischievous fox named Rusty, whose eyes sparkled with mischief, and a majestic stag named Oakheart, whose antlers seemed to crown him with the very essence of the forest, she embarked on a journey to unravel the mysteries of the forest and safeguard its secrets. Their path was not without challenges, for there were those who sought to harness the forest's power for their own nefarious ends. A sinister sorcerer, driven by greed and a thirst for dominion, had set his sights on the hidden realm, determined to bend its magic to his will. His presence was felt in the shadows that crept along the forest floor and the chilling wind that whispered of his dark intentions. In a series of thrilling encounters, Willow and her companions faced trials that tested their courage, their wit, and their unwavering friendship. They navigated treacherous landscapes, solved ancient riddles that required them to delve into the depths of their own understanding, and forged unexpected alliances with creatures both whimsical and formidable. Each step brought new revelations, as Willow learned to trust in her instincts, and her bond with Rusty and Oakheart deepened. Through it all, Willow grew in strength and wisdom, learning to harness the extraordinary power that flowed through her veins. She discovered that the true magic lay not in the ability to wield supernatural forces, but in the bonds of friendship and the courage to stand up for what was right. The forest, in its infinite wisdom, taught her that true strength was found not in power, but in compassion and understanding. As the final confrontation with the sorcerer loomed, Willow and her companions found themselves faced with a choice: to surrender the forest's secrets or risk the destruction of the very realm they had sworn to protect. In that pivotal moment, the true strength of their friendship shone through, as they stood united, resolute in their determination to defend the magic that had brought them together. The air crackled with tension, and the ground beneath them seemed to pulse with the heartbeats of countless creatures standing with them. With a brilliant display of courage and selflessness, Willow and her companions defeated the sorcerer, banishing his darkness from the forest forever. The hidden realm was safe, and its magic preserved for generations to come. The forest celebrated their victory, the trees swaying in joyous rhythm, and the sprite's laughter filled the air like a triumphant chorus. In the aftermath of their triumph, Willow found herself forever changed. Her journey had not only strengthened her connection to the natural world, but had also taught her invaluable lessons about the power of friendship, the importance of standing up for what is right, and the transformative nature of personal growth. Each encounter, each challenge, had woven itself into the tapestry of who she had become, a guardian not just of the forest, but of the values she held dear. As she stood beneath the willow tree, its glowing branches a testament to the magic she had helped to protect, Willow realized that her adventure had only just begun. The forest had entrusted her with a sacred duty: to share its wonders and wisdom with those who had lost touch with the natural world, and to inspire others to embrace the magic that lay within their own hearts. And so, with a heart full of wonder and a spirit brimming with determination, Willow embarked on a new journey, one that would take her far beyond the boundaries of the forest she called home. For she knew that the true magic lay not in the extraordinary realms she had discovered, but in the ordinary moments of everyday life, where friendship, courage, and personal growth could transform the world, one heart at a time. As she ventured into the unknown, the whispers of the forest echoed in her heart, guiding her path and reminding her that she would never walk alone. Story 2. Nestled between the rolling hills of a land that seemed to shimmer under the gentle caress of twilight, lay the quaint village of Windwhistle. The village was known for its verdant meadows and the twinkling brook that wound its way through the heart of the settlement like a ribbon of silver. The brook sang a soft, tinkling melody that always seemed to guide the villagers home, a melody echoing the whispers of stories passed down through generations. In Windwhistle lived a young girl named Miriam. She was a gentle soul with eyes that mirrored the tranquil waters of the brook and hair that danced like the leaves in a breeze. Miriam's insatiable curiosity about the world, particularly the mysterious forest bordering Windwhistle, often set her apart. While the villagers spoke of the forest in hushed tones, claiming it was enchanted and filled with wonders beyond imagination, Miriam found her imagination alight with possibilities. The tales of the forest wove a tapestry of dreams that called to her, beckoning her beyond the safety of her home. Miriam's days were filled with small moments that fueled her dreams. She often helped her grandmother, a wise woman with stories of her own, weave baskets from the reeds by the brook. Her grandmother spoke of a time when the forest and the village were one, a time when people and nature danced in harmonious unity. These tales, told in the warm glow of the hearth, planted seeds of longing in Miriam's heart. Her grandmother would often pause, her eyes misty with memories, and whisper, "The forest holds secrets of old, child, waiting for the right soul to listen." One crisp autumn morning, when the air was filled with the sweet scent of fallen leaves and the sky was a canvas of soft pastels, Miriam decided it was time to embark on her own adventure. She packed a small satchel with essentials, a loaf of fresh bread, a flask of honeyed tea, and her beloved notebook where she penned her thoughts and dreams. With a heart full of excitement and a spirit eager for discovery, she set off toward the edge of the forest, the world around her humming with possibilities. As she walked, the village slowly faded behind her, but not without leaving its mark. A cluster of children playing by the brook waved at her, their laughter a symphony that mingled with the sound of the water. Elderly villagers, knitting on their porches, nodded knowingly, recognizing the spark of discovery in her eyes. These little moments grounded her, offering a reminder of where she came from, even as she stepped into the unknown. As Miriam entered the forest, the world seemed to transform around her. The trees, towering like ancient sentinels, whispered secrets of old as their branches interwoven to create a canopy of gold and green. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. The air was alive with the chirping of birds and the rustle of small creatures scurrying through the underbrush. It was as if the forest itself was welcoming her into its embrace, inviting her to discover its hidden mysteries. As she wandered deeper, Miriam came upon a small clearing bathed in a soft, ethereal light. At the center of the clearing stood an old gnarled tree, its bark twisted and knotted like the wise face of an elder. Intrigued, she approached the tree and noticed something unusual, a hollow at its base, just large enough to fit her hand. Her heart fluttered with curiosity as she reached inside and felt something smooth and cool. She pulled out a small, intricately carved wooden box. The box was adorned with delicate patterns of leaves and vines, and it seemed to hum with a gentle energy. Miriam's fingers traced the carvings, and as she did, the lid of the box began to glow faintly. She carefully opened it to find a shimmering, iridescent feather nestled inside. It was unlike any feather she had ever seen, shifting colors with the slightest movement, as though capturing the hues of the entire forest in its delicate strands. Miriam's heart leapt with wonder. She knew this feather was special, a magical object that held the key to the secrets of the forest. As she held the feather aloft, a soft breeze swirled around her, carrying with it a whisper, a voice as gentle as the rustling leaves. "Seek the heart of the forest," it murmured, "and you shall find what you seek." Determined to uncover the meaning behind the whisper, Miriam set off once again, the feather safely tucked into her satchel. The forest seemed to guide her, the path unfolding like a story being told. Along the way, she encountered a myriad of creatures, each more fascinating than the last. A family of rabbits peeked out from their burrow to greet her, and a curious fox trotted alongside her for a while, its eyes twinkling with mischief. Each creature seemed to recognize her as a kindred spirit, a visitor who sought not to disrupt but to understand. In a moment of rest, Miriam sat beside a babbling brook, letting her fingers trail through the cool, clear water. It was here, in this tranquil spot, that she allowed herself a moment of reflection. She pondered the stories her grandmother had shared, realizing they were not just tales of wonder, but lessons in understanding and respecting the world around her. The forest, much like her grandmother's stories, was a tapestry of life, each thread connected to the other, weaving a narrative greater than its individual parts. As dusk began to settle over the forest, painting the sky in shades of violet and indigo, Miriam found herself at the edge of a tranquil pond. The water was as smooth as glass, reflecting the glow of the crescent moon like a mirror. At the center of the pond stood a small island, its only inhabitant a single, magnificent tree. The tree's branches stretched outward, adorned with blossoms that seemed to glow with an inner light. Miriam felt a pull toward the island, a sense that this was the heart of the forest the whisper had spoken of. She took a deep breath, her heart filled with both anticipation and a touch of apprehension, and waded into the pond. The water was cool against her skin, and with each step, the world seemed to grow quieter, as if holding its breath in anticipation. Reaching the island, Miriam approached the tree, and to her amazement, saw that its trunk was carved with ancient symbols, similar to those on the box. As she gently placed the feather at the base of the tree, a soft, golden light emanated from the carvings, enveloping her in warmth. The tree seemed to whisper to her, its voice a gentle melody that resonated deep within her soul. In that moment, Miriam understood the true magic of the forest. It was not just a place of enchantment, but a world woven together by the bonds of nature, friendship, and wisdom. The feather was a gift, a reminder of the interconnectedness of all living things. The forest had shared its heart with her, and in doing so, had transformed her journey into one of understanding and growth. As the light faded, Miriam felt a deep sense of peace and fulfillment. She knew that she had discovered something far greater than she had ever imagined. With a heart full of gratitude, she made her way back to the village, the moonlight guiding her path through the forest. The journey had changed her, not through the discovery of magic alone, but through the realization that the world held wonders beyond measure, waiting to be embraced with an open heart and a curious mind. From that day forward, Miriam became the storyteller of Wind Whistle, sharing her tale of the enchanted forest and the magic of the feather with all who would listen. Her stories wove a tapestry of wonder and wisdom, reminding everyone that the world was a place of endless possibilities, where friendship and understanding would always light the way. Under the twinkling stars and the watchful eyes of the forest, the village of Wind Whistle thrived, its people forever inspired by the magic that lay both within and beyond their beloved home. In time, Miriam's tales became a bridge between the village and the forest. The villagers, once wary, began to venture into the woods with Miriam as their guide. Together they discovered the forest's wonders, forging a bond that rekindled an ancient connection. Miriam's stories became Wind Whistle's heartbeat, echoing through the generations, a legacy of adventure and enlightenment. One evening, as the village gathered around the communal fire for a storytelling session, an elder approached Miriam. His eyes held the weight of the years, but also a twinkle of youthful delight. "You have given us the courage to remember and the wisdom to dream," he said, his voice thick with emotion. Miriam realized then that her journey had come full circle, not just transforming her own life, but breathing new life into the village's soul. This, she understood, was the true gift of the forest, a gift of connection, renewal, and the unending dance of discovery. A few seasons later, as the village flourished under the newfound partnership with the forest, Miriam decided to venture back to the clearing where she had found the feather. She was joined by a small group of villagers, eager to learn more from the forest's ancient wisdom. Among them was young Thomas, a boy with an adventurous spirit and a notebook of his own. Miriam saw a reflection of herself in his eyes and felt a deep sense of purpose. As they reached the old tree, now more vibrant than ever, Miriam watched as Thomas placed his hand within the hollow. His face lit up with the discovery of a similar box, carved with symbols unique to his own journey. The forest had chosen him as its next storyteller, ready to weave his own tales and pass on the legacy Miriam had begun. In that moment, Miriam understood that the forest's magic was a continuous cycle, a gift that would keep giving as long as there were hearts open to its wonders. She smiled, knowing that Wind Whistle's future was bright and filled with stories yet to be told. And so, with each new dawn, the village thrived, its people forever connected to the forest and its timeless secrets. Yet Miriam knew that the heart of the forest held more than just stories. It held lessons waiting to be learned. As she and the villagers continued to explore, they unearthed ancient artifacts and remnants of past civilizations that had lived in harmony with the forest. These discoveries revealed that the bond between the village and the forest had existed for centuries, a partnership based on mutual respect and understanding. One particular find, a stone tablet etched with symbols and drawings, depicted a time when the forest creatures and humans shared knowledge and resources, ensuring the prosperity of all. This revelation deepened the villagers' appreciation for the forest, inspiring them to seek ways to restore this balance in their own lives. Miriam, ever the guide and mentor, encouraged the villagers to cultivate gardens that mirrored the natural ecosystem of the forest, fostering a sustainable relationship with the land. Workshops were held under the canopy of trees, where villagers learned traditional crafts and practices that honored the past while nurturing the future. As seasons changed, so did Wind Whistle. The villagers planted orchards that bore fruit in harmony with the forest's schedule, and children played among the trees, their laughter mingling with the songs of birds. The forest became not just a place of wonder, but a vital part of the village's identity, a testament to the power of unity and shared purpose. And so, as the sun set over the rolling hills, casting a golden glow upon the village, Miriam stood at the edge of the forest, watching as life continued to weave its intricate tapestry. She knew that the stories she had shared, the friendships she had fostered, and the lessons she had learned had created a legacy that would endure through time. In the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft murmur of the brook, Miriam heard the forest's promise, a promise of endless possibilities, waiting to be discovered by those with open hearts and curious minds. With a smile, she turned back toward the village, knowing that the magic of the forest would forever guide and inspire the people of Wind Whistle, lighting their path with the glow of dreams yet to be dreamed. As time passed, Miriam realized that the bond with the forest had not only transformed Wind Whistle, but had started to attract visitors from distant lands, drawn by the tales of harmony and wonder. These travelers brought new stories and perspectives, enriching the village's tapestry of life. With each new friendship formed, Miriam saw the boundaries of Wind Whistle expand beyond its hills and meadows, creating a network of stories and connections that spanned far and wide. One day, as she sat by the brook, Miriam reflected on how the village had become a beacon of light, where people from all walks of life gathered to share their experiences and learn from one another. She understood that the true magic of the forest lay not just in its secrets, but in its ability to bring people together, to teach them to listen and to grow. And so, under the watchful eyes of the forest, Wind Whistle continued to thrive. Its people, forever guided by the wisdom of the trees, embraced each new day with open hearts, forever inspired by the enchanting world that lay both within and beyond their beloved home. Story 3. Title: The Whispering Lantern. In the heart of the ancient forest, where towering trees whispered secrets to the wind and the moon wove silver paths across the canopy, there lay a small village named Alder Hollow. Its quaint, timber-framed cottages were nestled amid the lush greenery, their chimneys curling smoke into the cool evening air. The villagers lived in harmony with the forest, tending to their gardens by day and gathering by the fireside at night to share stories of old. One such evening, as the embers crackled softly in the hearth and the scent of burning pine mingled with the crisp night air, an old storyteller spun a tale that would set the hearts of the listeners alight with wonder. His voice, deep and mellow like the rumble of distant thunder, spoke of the whispering lantern, an enchanted object said to glow with the light of the stars and reveal hidden truths to those pure of heart. It was rumored to reside within the heart of the forest, guarded by the ancient spirits of the wood. Among the listeners was a young girl named Marin, her eyes wide with curiosity and wonder. Marin was known throughout Alder Hollow for her kind heart and adventurous spirit. Her auburn hair caught the firelight, casting a halo around her as she listened intently, her mind weaving dreams and possibilities. The tale of the Whispering Lantern ignited a spark within her, a yearning to seek out the magic and wisdom it promised. As the villagers retired to their beds, the forest outside sighed with the night breeze, and the stars blinked down like guardians watching over the world. Marin lay awake, her mind racing with thoughts of adventure and discovery. She knew she had to find the lantern. Perhaps it held answers to questions she had not yet dared to ask. The next morning dawned crisp and clear, the air filled with the sweet scent of pine and the songs of birds greeting the sun. Marin set off into the forest, her heart beating in time with the rhythm of the land. She wore a cloak of deep green that blended with the foliage, and in her satchel she carried a small loaf of bread, a flask of water, and a journal to record her journey. The forest was alive with the sound of rustling leaves and the gentle babbling of brooks. Sunlight filtered through the branches, painting the ground with dappled gold. Marin walked with a sense of purpose, her steps light and sure. She had always felt a connection to the forest, as if it were a friend sharing its secrets just with her. As she ventured deeper into the woods, the path became less defined, and the trees stood closer together, their trunks thick with age. The air grew cooler, and a sense of mystery hung like mist. Marin paused to listen to the whispers of the forest, letting her instincts guide her forward. Each rustle and chirp felt like a note in a symphony composed by unseen hands, leading her ever onward. With each step, Marin recalled the words of her grandmother, a wise woman of the village known for her deep understanding of nature's rhythms. Her grandmother had often spoken of a time when the forest and its ancient spirits lived in perfect harmony with the village, a time when the Whispering Lantern was a beacon of that unity. Marin's heart swelled with a desire to uncover this forgotten connection, not just for herself, but for Alder Hollow. Hours passed, and as the sun began its descent, casting long shadows across her path, Marin stumbled upon a clearing. The light softened, casting a golden hue over the scene. At its center stood an ancient oak, its branches spread wide, embracing the sky. Nestled within its roots lay a small stone altar, covered in a soft carpet of moss and wildflowers. It was here, Marin felt with certainty, that the Whispering Lantern lay hidden. With reverence she approached the altar, her fingers brushing against the smooth stone. As if responding to her touch, the altar began to glow with a soft, ethereal light. Marin watched in awe as a shimmering lantern appeared, its surface etched with intricate patterns that seemed to dance in the glow. The light it cast was warm and inviting, and Marin felt a sense of peace wash over her. Gently she reached out and lifted the lantern from the altar. It was surprisingly light, and as she held it, the patterns shifted, forming images that spoke directly to her heart. She saw visions of the village, of the people she loved, and of herself, not as she was, but as she could be, strong, wise, and filled with a deep understanding of the world. As the lantern's light brightened, Marin felt a whispering in her mind, as if the spirits of the forest were speaking to her. They told her of the balance between nature and humanity, of the importance of kindness and courage, and of the strength that lay within a heart open to love and friendship. Each word seemed to echo with a truth she had always known but never fully understood, resonating deep within her soul. While Marin stood in the clearing, a gentle voice, like the rustling of leaves, emerged from the shadows. It was Elowin, the spirit of the oak, who had watched over the lantern for centuries. Her form was woven from light and shadow, her eyes deep pools of ancient wisdom. "You, Marin, have awakened the spirit of the forest," Elowin said, her voice a soothing melody. "The lantern has chosen you to carry its light back to your people, to remind them of the harmony that once was." Marin, filled with gratitude and awe, promised Elowin to honor the gift she had received. She realized now that the journey was not just about finding the lantern, but about rekindling the connection between her people and the forest. Her heart brimmed with the knowledge and courage needed to fulfill this promise. As the lantern's light dimmed, Marin knew she had been given a gift far greater than she had imagined. She understood now that the journey she had embarked upon was not just one of discovery, but of transformation. The lantern had revealed to her the power of her own spirit and the beauty of the world around her. As Maren began her journey back to Alder Hollow, she walked with a newfound awareness of the forest. The trees seemed to bow gently in acknowledgement, the leaves whispering their approval. She could feel the age-old spirits watching over her, a silent promise of their continued guidance. The forest, once a backdrop to her adventure, had become a living, breathing entity, a tapestry woven with the threads of her own story. On her way back, Maren paused by a crystal-clear brook, its waters shimmering in the fading light. She knelt beside it and watched as her reflection danced upon the surface, her eyes now filled with a wisdom beyond her years. In that moment, she understood that the true magic of the Whispering Lantern was not in the light it cast, but in the light it had kindled within her. As she continued, the forest seemed to come alive with newfound energy. Birds sang in harmonious choruses, and deer watched her with gentle curiosity from the shadows. Maren felt as though she had become a part of this world, her spirit intertwined with the ancient rhythms of the land. When Maren returned to Alder Hollow, the villagers gathered around, eager to hear of her adventure. She spoke of the enchanted forest, the ancient oak, and the whispering spirits. But most importantly, she shared the lessons she had learned, of friendship, courage, and the magic that lies within every heart. The villagers listened with rapt attention, their eyes reflecting the glow of the hearth. And as Maren's voice wove tales of wonder and wisdom, the spirit of the Whispering Lantern shone brightly in each of them, a reminder of the magic that exists in the world and the power of a kind and open heart. The village, nestled within its verdant embrace, felt forever changed, its bonds with the forest strengthened by the tales of one brave girl's journey. In the days that followed, Maren noticed a subtle transformation in Alder Hollow. Villagers began to spend more time in the forest, planting trees and tending to the land with newfound reverence. Children played beneath the canopy, their laughter blending with the songs of the birds. The bond between the village and the forest grew stronger, a testament to the enduring legacy of the Whispering Lantern. Maren continued to carry the lantern, its light a constant companion and source of inspiration. She understood that her journey was far from over, and that the lessons she had learned were meant to guide her throughout her life. As she walked the paths of the forest, she felt the spirits watching over her, their presence a comforting reminder of the magic that lay within and around her. And so, in the heart of the ancient forest, the village of Alder Hollow thrived, its people living in harmony with the land and each other, guided by the light of the Whispering Lantern and the courage of one young girl who dared to seek its truth. As time passed, Maren's story became legend, passed down through generations of Alder Hollow's inhabitants. The Whispering Lantern was no longer just a tale of magic, but a symbol of hope and unity. The villagers held an annual festival in its honor, gathering beneath the moonlit canopy to celebrate their bond with the forest and each other. Maren, now a wise elder, watched over these festivities with a heart full of pride and love, knowing that the lantern's light would continue to shine brightly in the hearts of her people for generations to come. On the eve of each festival, Maren would sit by the fireside, her hands wrapped around a steaming cup of herbal tea, surrounded by the young and old alike. Her stories were no longer just about her journey, but about the many adventures of those who had followed in her footsteps. Each tale was a thread in the tapestry of Alder Hollow, woven with the colors of courage, wisdom, and love. This tradition, like the lantern's light, would endure, a beacon of hope in a world often shrouded in shadows. Story 4. In the little village nestled between the rolling hills and the shimmering expanse of Silver Lake, where every morning began with the sweet melody of bird song, and the air was rich with the scent of dew-kissed grass, lived a young girl named Marigold. Her heart was as tender as the petals of the flower she was named after, and her spirit brimmed with curiosity and kindness, a feature that endeared her to everyone in the village. She had a natural affinity for exploring the fields and woods that cradled her home, always seeking the hidden marvels of nature and the stories they whispered to her. Marigold's mother often watched her daughter with a mixture of pride and wistfulness, recalling her own adventures in the same fields years ago. She was a gentle woman with eyes like the warm earth, always encouraging Marigold to seek her own path and learn from the world around her. Her father, a skilled craftsman, often shared his tales of the village's past, instilling in her a deep respect for history and the stories of those who came before. One crisp autumn morning, when the air was perfumed with the earthy scent of fallen leaves and the sky stretched above like a vast canvas of gentle blues and soft whites, Marigold set out on one of her adventures. The village was alive with the vibrant hues of autumn, each leaf a small masterpiece painted in shades of gold and crimson. The ground beneath her feet crunched with the dry leaves that carpeted the path, and the gentle rustling of the canopy above created a symphony that accompanied her journey. As she wandered down a sunlit trail, her eyes caught a peculiar glint among the roots of an ancient oak, its branches sprawling like the wise arms of a guardian. Bending down, she brushed away the dry leaves to reveal a small, intricately carved wooden box. The box was no larger than her hand, adorned with delicate swirls and patterns etched into its surface, which seemed to shimmer with an inner light. Each line and curve told a story of craftsmanship and time, inviting Marigold to uncover its secrets. Marigold's fingers tingled with anticipation as she gently opened the lid. Inside, she found a simple, unassuming button. It was round and smooth, crafted from a material that appeared to change color like the iridescent wings of a dragonfly. An unexpected warmth pulsed softly in her palm, and at that very moment, the world around her seemed to hold its breath. The leaves paused mid-rustle, the birds suspended their songs, and even the gentle lapping of the lake ceased its rhythmic dance. Then, with a gentle sigh, the button revealed its magic. Marigold felt a soft breeze encircle her, whispering secrets only she could hear. The voice of the breeze was gentle and ancient, like the comforting murmur of a grandmother telling bedtime stories. "Dear Marigold," it said, "you have found the button of whimsy. It holds the power to show the beauty hidden in the ordinary, to uncover wonders with a simple twist. But remember, true magic lies not in what is revealed, but in the heart that perceives it." With the button snug in her pocket, Marigold set off on a journey through her familiar village, now tinged with the promise of discovery. Her first stop was the old stone bridge that arched gracefully over the babbling brook. As she stood in its shadow, she gave the button a gentle twist. Suddenly, the water below sparkled with silvery fish that danced and leapt as if performing for her alone. Their scales caught the sunlight, casting a rainbow of colors that painted her cheeks with delight. As Marigold continued her walk, she met a pair of elderly twins who lived in the village, known for their playful banter and endless stories. They were called the Willow sisters, named so because they were always seen together, swaying and laughing like the willow trees by the lake. Their laughter was a melody that could lift even the heaviest of hearts. "Ah, Marigold," cried one sister, her voice a lilting song. "Do join us for tea. We've brewed a new blend today," added the other, her eyes twinkling with mischief. Marigold accepted their invitation, eager to share her magical find. As they sipped their fragrant tea, which tasted of honey and wildflowers, she showed them the button and explained its wondrous ability. In return, the sisters shared with her the story of the button's origin. It was said to have been crafted by a wise old toy maker, who believed that the greatest magic was the ability to see joy and wonder in the world around us. Enriched by their stories and laughter, Marigold took her leave and continued her journey. She wandered into the village square, where she found Mr. Pippin, the kindly old bookseller, arranging his collection of tomes and scrolls. The scent of aged paper and ink hung in the air, a comforting aroma that spoke of countless adventures and tales waiting to be discovered. Mr. Pippin had eyes that danced with the joy of 1,000 untold stories. "Ah, Marigold, my curious friend, come and see what new adventures I have for you today," he called out, his voice warm and inviting. Marigold approached, and as she did, she felt the button in her pocket pulse with warmth. With a slight twist, the books around her began to whisper their secrets, their pages fluttering gently as if stroked by an invisible breeze. Each book offered a snippet of its story, a tantalizing glimpse into the worlds they contained. Marigold listened, enraptured, losing herself in the tapestry of stories that swirled around her. The village was not just her home, but a canvas of endless stories waiting to be discovered, each corner holding a whisper of the past and a promise of the future. One afternoon, as the golden light of the setting sun spilled into the village, Marigold decided to venture beyond the familiar paths. Her feet led her to the edge of the enchanted grove, a place where villagers spoke of ancient magic lingering in the air like a soft melody. The grove was a sanctuary of towering trees, their leaves whispering secrets as old as the land itself. Here, Marigold felt the button hum with energy, inviting her to uncover more of its mysteries. She found a secluded spot by a gentle stream, its water flowing with a quiet rhythm that mirrored her own heart. Marigold sat, the button nestled in her hand, and closed her eyes. As if sensing her openness, the button's magic flowed through her, weaving images of the past, of a young toymaker crafting the button with love and hope, and of villagers whose hearts had been touched by its gentle power. Yet, as the days passed, Marigold realized something profound. While the button revealed hidden wonders, the true magic was the way her heart now perceived the world. She learned that each moment held its own beauty, waiting to be discovered with or without the button's aid. Her heart, once tender and curious, now brimmed with a deeper understanding and appreciation for the world around her. Her newfound insight was tested one day in an unexpected encounter. As she wandered through the village square, she came across a young boy named Oliver, who was known for his mischievous antics and boundless energy. He was sitting alone on a bench, looking unusually somber. Marigold approached him, her curiosity piqued. "Oliver, is everything all right?" she asked gently, sitting beside him. Oliver sighed, his eyes clouded with a hint of sadness. "I broke my sister's favorite toy," he confessed. "I didn't mean to, but now she's upset, and I don't know how to fix it." Marigold's heart softened at his plight. She reached into her pocket, feeling the comforting warmth of the button. But instead of using its magic, she chose to share a story, a tale of forgiveness and understanding from a book Mr. Pippin had recommended. As she spoke, Oliver's eyes began to brighten, and a small smile tugged at his lips. "Thank you, Marigold," he said, his voice filled with gratitude. "I think I know how to make it right now." Marigold realized then that her ability to connect and empathize was a magic all its own, one that required no enchanted button to work wonders. This encounter deepened her understanding of the magic within her, a magic that could touch hearts and heal wounds. In the days that followed, Marigold became more attuned to the subtleties of her village. She noticed the way the baker's hands moved like a dance as he kneaded dough, the way the blacksmith's forge glowed like a dragon's belly, and the way the children's laughter echoed through the cobblestone streets like a cherished tune. She recognized that these were the threads of everyday magic, woven into the fabric of life around her. One evening, as she stood by the shore of Silver Lake, watching the sun dip below the horizon in a blaze of pink and gold, Marigold found herself contemplating her journey. The lake mirrored the sky's brilliance, creating a breathtaking tapestry of color and light. She reached into her pocket, feeling the smooth surface of the button. With a grateful heart, she decided it was time to return it to the place where she had found it, so that another might one day experience its gentle magic. As she placed the button back in its box beneath the ancient oak, a warm breeze enveloped her once more. It was the same voice, gentle and wise, whispering its farewell. "You have learned well, dear Marigold. Remember, the greatest magic of all is the love and wonder you carry within your heart." With a smile as serene as the lake at twilight, Marigold made her way home, the path lit by the soft glow of the evening stars. She knew that her village was filled with magic, not because of the button, but because she had learned to see with eyes of wonder and a heart full of gratitude. The following morning, Marigold awoke to the familiar sounds of the village coming to life, the distant clatter of hooves on cobblestone, the gentle murmur of the wind through the trees, and the harmonious symphony of birds greeting the dawn. She decided to visit the local schoolhouse, a quaint building with ivy clinging to its walls and a bell that chimed with a melody that resonated through the village. Inside, she found Mrs. Thistle, the beloved village teacher, preparing for the day ahead. Her presence was calming, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. "Good morning, Marigold," she greeted warmly. "What brings you here today?" Marigold shared her recent experiences and the lessons she had learned. Mrs. Thistle listened intently, her eyes shining with understanding. "The greatest lessons are those we learn through experience and reflection," she said, placing a gentle hand on Marigold's shoulder. "Your journey is just beginning, and the wisdom you've gained will guide you." Feeling inspired, Marigold offered to help teach the younger children about the wonders of nature and the importance of seeing beauty in the everyday. Together, they embarked on a mini-adventure through the village, exploring the vibrant colors of autumn leaves, the intricate patterns of spider webs glistening with morning dew, and the soothing sounds of nature that surrounded them. As the day drew to a close, Marigold returned home, her heart full of gratitude for the village that had nurtured her spirit and the people who had shaped her understanding of the world. She knew that she had found her own kind of magic, one that was timeless and infinite, woven into the very fabric of her being. And so Marigold's story continued, a testament to the enduring power of curiosity, empathy, and wonder. The village remained a haven of peace and beauty, a place where stories were born and dreams took flight, and where a young girl named Marigold had discovered the true magic of seeing with a heart full of love and gratitude. Story 5. In a remote corner of the galaxy, away from bustling trade routes and the opulent glow of sprawling star cities, lay a planet of serene beauty and untold secrets. Its skies were a gentle lilac hue, a color that seemed to wrap the world in a soft embrace. Fields of whispering grass stretched towards the horizon, their delicate blades swaying gently in the breeze, creating a sound akin to a soft murmur that seemed to speak directly to the soul. The air was infused with the heady aroma of blooming starflowers, their fragrance a delicate harmony of citrus and floral notes that lingered, painting the atmosphere with a symphony of scent. The planet was a mosaic of tranquility, yet beneath its calm exterior lay mysteries waiting to be uncovered, stories whispered only to those with the patience to truly listen. It was here, on this seemingly peaceful planet, that two disparate beings were destined to meet, their paths intricately woven together by the threads of fate. Lumo was the first, a vibrant, wisp-like creature hailing from the gaseous world of Zinthara. His form was an ever-changing dance of rainbow-hued flames, a spectacle of light and energy that seemed to pulse with the rhythm of an unseen cosmic heart. His eyes, two luminous orbs, reflected the wonders he sought, each gaze filled with a curiosity as boundless as the universe itself. Lumo's voice was a gentle chime, a melody resonating with the eagerness that filled his spirit. Although his kind were celebrated for their wisdom, Lumo's youthful exuberance often led him into situations where wisdom alone proved insufficient. Driven by an insatiable desire to understand the universe and his place within it, his adventures were fueled by a deep longing for connection and meaning. Then there was Mera, a sturdy, earthy being from the rocky realm of Terragal. Her people were akin to living stones, their skin glistening like polished granite under the sun, with eyes as deep and ancient as the caverns they called home. Mera's presence exuded quiet strength, her movements deliberate and purposeful, each step a testament to her unyielding resolve. Her voice, a low, comforting rumble, carried the wisdom of ages, echoing the authority of one who understood the Earth's secrets. Mera's journey to the Lilac Planet was motivated by a quest for rare minerals, particularly a crystal believed to contain the warmth of 1,000 sunsets. This mission was not for personal gain, but driven by a profound purpose. The crystal was said to possess the power to heal the fractured lands of her home, a responsibility that weighed heavily on her determined spirit. Their meeting was no mere coincidence, though neither was aware of the true significance of their encounter at first. Lumo, driven by tales of the planet's tranquility, had drifted down to explore its wonders. Mera, equipped with her geological scanner, meticulously searched a field of starflowers when she noticed Lumo's glimmering presence. The field was alive with the soft rustling of grass, the flowers swaying gently, their luminescent petals casting ethereal glows in the fading light. The soft illumination painted the landscape in hues of violet and silver, a dreamscape whispered into existence by the setting sun. Startled by a sudden flash of light, Mara's instinct was to shield her eyes, fearing Lumo might be a fire that could consume the delicate flowers. "Stay back," she called in her deep, resonant voice, hands raised protectively. The air crackled with tension, the scent of starflowers mingling with the earthy aroma of the soil beneath her feet. Her senses were heightened, attuned to the subtle shifts in the environment, a skill honed by years of navigating the treacherous terrains of Terragol. Lumo, surprised by the solid creature's reaction, dimmed his glow, his voice a gentle chime in the air. "I mean no harm, traveler. I am merely a wanderer, like you." His voice was soothing, a melody that wove seamlessly into the harmony of the planet's natural song. His form flickered softly, colors melding into a warm golden hue, a gesture of peace and understanding. Their initial misunderstanding was soon dissolved by a shared curiosity. Mara, with her practical mind, found herself intrigued by Lumo's ethereal nature, while Lumo was captivated by Mara's grounded presence. As they began to converse, it became clear they had much to learn from each other. Mara's hands, accustomed to the solid feel of rock and mineral, reached out to touch the intangible, while Lumo's light traced patterns on Mara's stone-like skin, discovering textures and warmth previously unknown to him. Their burgeoning friendship was tested by an unexpected event. A sudden storm swept across the planet, an anomaly in this peaceful world. The winds howled, and the sky turned a tempestuous gray, the lilac skies obscured by dark, swirling clouds. Mara, used to the stability of her rocky home, felt uneasy in the face of such chaos. She could feel the vibration of the storm in her very core, a dissonance that unsettled her normally solid resolve. Lumo, however, was in his element, his form darting through the storm with ease, feeling the freedom of the wind's embrace. "Hold fast to me," Lumo called, weaving a protective cocoon of light around Mara. "I will guide us to shelter." His light was a beacon in the tempest, a promise of safety amidst the swirling chaos. The storm's fury lashed around them, but within Lumo's embrace they found solace, the tumult a distant roar. Together they found refuge in a small cave, its entrance hidden behind a curtain of vines. Inside, the air was cool and dry, the walls adorned with tiny luminescent fungi that cast a gentle glow, their light a soft echo of Lumo's own. As the storm raged outside, they sat together, sharing stories of their worlds. The cave was a sanctuary, its quiet echoing with the soft cadence of their voices, the storm outside a distant roar. Mara spoke of the deep caverns of Terragol, where the heart of the planet thrummed like a great sleeping beast. She described the crystal cities, carved with care and precision, where her people lived in harmony with the earth. Her voice carried the weight of longing and duty, the responsibilities she held for her homeland. The tales of her people's resilience and ingenuity painted a vivid picture of a world both harsh and beautiful, a place where life was forged from stone. Lumo, in turn, shared tales of Zinthara's vibrant skies, where colors danced in endless patterns and the wind carried songs of the cosmos. His stories were woven with the wonder of discovery, the endless possibilities that lay beyond the stars. He spoke of the celestial symphonies that filled the skies, a testament to the universe's boundless creativity. His words danced with excitement, a reflection of the unquenchable thirst for knowledge that drove him. Their conversations were filled with laughter and wonder, each discovering the beauty in the other's world. And in that cave, amidst the glow of fungi and the distant rumble of thunder, a friendship began to blossom. They discovered a shared understanding, a recognition of the strengths and vulnerabilities that lay beneath their surfaces. The days that followed were filled with adventure and learning. Mara taught Lumo the art of patience, showing him how to listen to the earth and feel its pulse. She led him to a hidden glade, where the planet's energy converged, a place where time seemed to slow and the whispers of the world grew louder. In return, Lumo shared his knowledge of the stars, teaching Mara to read the cosmic patterns that foretold changes in the weather and the arrival of celestial events. He showed her how to dance with the light, to see the unseen, and trust in the unknown. Their bond deepened as they faced challenges together. Once they encountered a vast chasm that seemed impassable. Mara, with her strength, carved steps into the stone, while Lumo illuminated their path, ensuring each step was safe. The chasm became a bridge, a testament to their combined ingenuity and perseverance. Another time, they found themselves lost in a dense forest where the trees whispered secrets and shadows danced. Mara's grounded intuition and Lumo's radiant light guided them through, their trust in each other unshakable. Through these experiences, they learned that true friendship meant embracing differences and finding strength in unity. Lumo came to appreciate the solidity and reliability of Mara's nature, while Mara found comfort in Lumo's lightness and joy. They discovered that together they could overcome any obstacle, their bond a force greater than the sum of its parts. As their time on the lilac planet drew to a close, they stood together on a hill, watching the twin moons rise above the horizon. The sky was a tapestry of colors, the air filled with the scent of starflowers, and a gentle breeze carried the song of the world. It was a moment of perfect harmony, the culmination of their shared journey. "It seems our journey together is at its end," Mara murmured, her voice tinged with a touch of sadness. She felt the weight of their impending separation, the pull of her responsibilities calling her home. "But our friendship is only beginning," Lumo replied, his form glowing warmly beside her. "Distance cannot diminish what we have found here." His words were a promise, a testament to the enduring bond they had forged. They stood in silence for a moment, the beauty of the moment wrapping around them like a comforting embrace. Then, with a promise to meet again, they parted ways, each returning to their own worlds, their hearts forever touched by the bond they had forged. Their connection transcended the physical, a light that would guide them through the darkest of times. And so, in the vastness of the universe, two unlikely companions discovered the true meaning of friendship. They learned that misunderstandings could be bridges to understanding, that shared challenges could strengthen bonds, and that the light of companionship could illuminate even the darkest of paths. Their story, carried on the winds of the lilac planet, became a gentle reminder to all who heard it, that in the boundless tapestry of the cosmos, it is the connections we weave that bring warmth to our hearts and light to our journeys. It was a testament to the power of friendship, a beacon of hope in an ever-expanding universe. As the years passed, the tale of Lumo and Mara was immortalized in the songs of travelers who visited the lilac planet. Pilgrims from distant worlds would gather in the fields of starflowers, seeking inspiration from the legend of the two friends who had turned an unlikely meeting into a beacon of unity. The planet, with its lilac skies and whispering grass, became a place of pilgrimage, a symbol of hope and harmony in the vast expanse of space. Mara's people, upon receiving the rare crystal she had found, were able to heal their lands, the warmth of 1,000 sunsets bringing new life and prosperity to Terragol. The crystal, embedded in the heart of their capital, became a source of energy and peace, a tribute to Mara's courage and the friendship that had made it possible. Lumo, meanwhile, shared the story of his journey with the wisest of his kind, his adventures becoming a celebrated tale among the stars. He spoke of Mara's strength and wisdom, of how the solid earth could teach even the lightest spirit to pause and listen. In his heart, he held the memory of their friendship, a guiding light that continued to inspire his wanderings. Though separated by the vastness of space, Lumo and Mara remained forever connected, their friendship a testament to the power of unity and understanding. In the gentle lullabies of the lilac planet, their story endured, a reminder that even the most unlikely of companions could change the course of stars and stones. And so the lilac planet, with its secrets and serenity, continued to whisper its stories to those who truly listened, a silent guardian of a friendship that had transcended worlds and woven its light into the very fabric of the cosmos. As the planet's legends grew, a new generation of explorers and dreamers arrived, drawn by the tales of Lumo and Mara's enduring bond. Among them was a young scholar named Ilara, a descendant of Lumo's kind, whose heart beat with the same restless curiosity that had once driven her ancestor. She ventured to the lilac planet, eager to walk in the footsteps of those who had come before her. Ilara's arrival marked the beginning of a new chapter, for she carried with her a message entrusted by Lumo himself, a map of stars, a guide to the hidden places where the threads of their friendship had been woven. The map led her to the cave that had sheltered Lumo and Mara during the storm, its entrance now overgrown but still whispering with the echoes of their laughter. Inside, Alara discovered a series of carvings etched into the stone by Mara's own hand. They depicted the journey she and Lumo had taken, their adventures immortalized in the language of stars and stone. As Alara traced the lines of the carvings, she felt a profound sense of connection, a bridge spanning generations and worlds. With newfound inspiration, Alara set out to explore the hidden glades and secret paths described in the map. She retraced the steps of Lumo and Mara, uncovering forgotten secrets and forging connections of her own. Her journey became a testament to the enduring power of friendship, a continuation of the legacy left behind by the unlikely companions who had once discovered the meaning of unity amidst the lilac skies. And so, the story of Lumo and Mara continued to inspire, their friendship a guiding light for those who dared to dream and explore. In the vast expanse of the universe, their tale became a beacon of hope, a reminder that even the most distant worlds could be united by the enduring bonds of understanding and compassion. Story 6. In a forest older than memory itself, where time seemed to pause under the thick canopy of emerald leaves, there existed a secret world of harmony and wonder. The forest was nestled in a valley surrounded by mist-clad hills, where the sun's first light graced the dew-drenched ferns, making them shimmer like a tapestry of jewels. Here, the air was perpetually infused with the scent of pine and the gentle murmur of a babbling brook that wound its way through the ancient trees. In this enchanted realm, creatures lived in a symphony of cooperation. The squirrels, with their bushy tails and bright eyes, gathered acorns from the mighty oaks, ensuring the seeds were spread far and wide, while the bees danced among wildflowers, whispering secrets to each bloom. High above, the birds wove intricate melodies that mingled with the rustling leaves, a song of life that echoed through the forest. At the heart of this woodland stood the great elder tree, its trunk gnarled and wide, with roots that delved deep into the earth. It was said to be as old as the stars, a guardian of wisdom and the keeper of balance. The creatures of the forest revered the elder tree, often gathering beneath its sprawling branches to share stories and seek counsel. Among the forest dwellers was a gentle fox named Nara. Her fur was the color of autumn leaves, and her eyes sparkled with the curiosity of 1,000 questions. Nara was known for her kind heart and quick wit, and she often aided her friends in times of need. Her closest companions were a family of hedgehogs who lived in a cozy burrow near the roots of the elder tree, and a wise old owl named Oswin, whose feathers were as soft as moonlight. One crisp morning, as the forest awoke to the soft glow of dawn, Nara noticed something unusual. The leaves, which should have been turning a golden hue with the approach of autumn, remained stubbornly green. The air, instead of carrying the rich smoky scent of falling leaves, was still filled with the summer's warmth. Concerned, Nara sought out Oswin, hoping the sage owl might have some answers. Perched on a low branch of the elder tree, Oswin listened patiently as Nara explained her worries. His eyes, deep and knowing, blinked slowly as he pondered the situation. "The seasons are the forest's way of breathing," Oswin finally said, his voice as smooth as the night breeze. "If they do not change, it means something is amiss." Together, they decided to consult the elder tree, whose wisdom had guided the forest for generations. As they approached, the air grew still, and a gentle hum resonated from the tree, a soft melodic vibration that seemed to speak directly to them. "Dear Elder," Nara began, her voice respectful and earnest, "the seasons seem to have lost their rhythm. Can you tell us why this is happening?" The great elder tree, with its deep voice that rumbled like distant thunder, responded gently, "There is a disturbance in the balance, a forgotten promise made long ago. The change of seasons is tethered to the harmony of all things living here. When one element is out of tune, it affects the whole." Oswin nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. "We must find the source of this discord and restore it," he advised. Nara agreed, feeling a sense of purpose swell within her. Their journey to restore balance began with visiting the wisest and most ancient inhabitants of the forest, the tortoises of the misty glade. These creatures moved slowly, their shells adorned with patterns resembling the night sky. They were known to hold the oldest memories of the forest, etched into their very being. As Nara and Oswin reached the glade, the mist swirled around their feet, and the gentle croak of frogs echoed like a lullaby. The tortoises, with their deliberate grace, welcomed them, offering a place by a small, tranquil pond. "We sense a disruption," Nara explained, "and seek to know what has been forgotten." The eldest tortoise, his voice a whisper of ancient winds, replied, "In the time before time, the creatures of the forest made a pact with the seasons. Each would play their part in the cycle of life. But as memories fade, so do promises." Nara pondered this revelation. "How can we remind the forest of its promise?" she asked, her voice filled with determination. Oswin suggested, "Perhaps, if we gather all the creatures and rekindle their connection with the seasons, the balance will be restored." And so they embarked on a journey across the forest, calling upon every creature to join in a gathering beneath the elder tree. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow over the land, the forest came alive with the rustling of feet, wings, and paws. The rabbits and deer, foxes and hedgehogs, birds and insects all assembled, their eyes reflecting the flickering stars above. Oswin, perched high on the elder tree, began to weave a tale of the seasons, reminding each creature of their role in the grand tapestry of life. As his story unfolded, the wind began to stir, carrying with it the crisp scent of autumn leaves. The forest seemed to exhale a sigh of relief, and the creatures remembered the old ways. They danced and celebrated, each contributing to the symphony of life that resonated through the woods. Nara, standing beside the elder tree, felt a warmth spread through her heart. She realized that wisdom was not only in knowing the past, but in acting to preserve the future. The balance was not just a state of being, but a continuous dance that required every creature's participation. As the celebration drew to a close, the first leaves of autumn began to fall, painting the ground with hues of amber and gold. The air grew cool, and a gentle breeze whispered through the forest, carrying with it the promise of change. Nara looked up at the elder tree, whose branches swayed gently, as if nodding in approval. The forest was once again in harmony, a testament to the power of unity and the wisdom passed down through generations. Under the canopy of stars, as the forest settled into a peaceful slumber, Nara and Oswin knew that they had not only restored the balance, but had also strengthened the bonds of friendship and understanding among the forest's inhabitants. And so, they returned to their homes, hearts full of gratitude and dreams woven with the threads of the past and future. The forest, cradled by the gentle embrace of night, continued its timeless dance, a living testament to the beauty of harmony and the enduring wisdom of nature. In this magical place where reality and dreams entwined, the whispers of the wind carried an eternal promise, that as long as there were those who cared, the seasons would always find their way home. Story 7. Once upon a time, in a cozy little village nestled at the foot of the Whispering Woods, there lived a young girl named Willow. She was an inquisitive child, always seeking the extraordinary in the seemingly ordinary things around her. One crisp autumn evening, Willow sat by the crackling fire, her eyes wide with wonder as her grandmother regaled her with tales of enchanted objects hidden deep within the forest. These treasures, her grandmother whispered, held the power to unlock remarkable abilities in those who possessed them. Willow's heart raced with excitement at the thought of discovering such wonders. That very night, she dreamed of a gleaming golden acorn, shimmering with an otherworldly light. As the first rays of dawn peeked through her window, Willow knew she had to embark on a journey into the Whispering Woods. She packed a small satchel with some bread and a warm cloak and set off, her feet crunching on the fallen leaves that carpeted the forest floor. The trees seemed to lean in, whispering secrets as Willow wandered deeper into their embrace. Suddenly, a rustling in the bushes caught her attention, and out popped a curious little creature, a squirrel with the most extraordinary purple fur. "Hello, little one," Willow said softly. "My name is Willow. What's yours?" The squirrel chittered in response, and Willow could have sworn she heard the name Nutkin. From that moment on, Nutkin became Willow's constant companion, scampering alongside her and chattering excitedly as they explored the wonders of the Whispering Woods together. As they delved further into the forest, they encountered a wise old owl perched on a gnarled branch. "Greetings, travelers," the owl hooted. "I am Owlwyn, keeper of the woodland lore." Willow listened, entranced, as Alwyn recounted tales of the enchanted acorn she sought, a treasure that would grant the ability to communicate with all living things. However, the path to the acorn was guarded by a cunning riddle that required wisdom and patience to solve. Undeterred, Willow and her newfound friends pressed on, their journey leading them through sunlit glades and over babbling brooks. At last, they came upon a towering oak tree, its branches twisted into a puzzling maze. Nutkin scampered up the twisting limbs, while Alwyn studied the riddle etched into the bark. Willow listened intently as the owl's wise voice echoed the ancient words. In the heart of the oak, where shadows entwine, lies a treasure more precious than gold or gemstones fine. Untangle the knot, and the acorn shall be yours, a gift from the forest, nature's truest dowry. Willow furrowed her brow, considering the riddle's meaning. Suddenly, her eyes lit up with understanding. Gently, she wove her way through the tangled branches, her fingers tracing the intricate patterns until she found the heart of the tree, a perfect, gleaming acorn nestled within. As Willow cradled the acorn in her palms, a warm glow enveloped her, and she felt a profound connection to the world around her. The rustling of leaves became a whispered greeting, the songs of birds a joyful melody, and even the gentle sway of the grass seemed to speak of life's wonders. With Nutkin perched on her shoulder and Alwyn soaring overhead, Willow made her way back home, her heart filled with gratitude for the extraordinary journey she had undertaken. And from that day forward, she carried the gift of the enchanted acorn, forever able to hear the voices of nature and share in their wisdom. In the crackling flames of the evening fire, Willow would recount her adventures to her grandmother, her eyes sparkling with the knowledge that even the most ordinary of things could harbor extraordinary magic, if one only had the courage to seek it out. Story 8. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled at the foot of misty emerald hills, there lived a gentle young woman named Alina. Her days were filled with tending to her grandmother's lush garden, where lavender and rosemary danced in the breeze, and golden sunflowers stretched towards the heavens. The village was a tapestry of cobblestone paths and charming cottages, each with its own tale whispered through the ivy-clad walls. Alina had always felt a deep yearning within her, a soft murmur of something ancient calling to her soul. Her grandmother, wise and warm, often spoke of their ancestors, weaving stories like threads in a tapestry that reached back through time. But Alina knew there was more to these tales, a legacy waiting to be uncovered. One serene autumn morning, as the sun cast a honeyed glow over the hills, Alina's grandmother beckoned her with a twinkle in her eye. "Alina, my dear, it is time for you to discover the truth of our heritage," she said, placing a small, intricately carved wooden box in Alina's hands. It was adorned with symbols that seemed to shimmer with a life of their own, whispering secrets of the past. Curiosity sparked within her. Alina gently opened the box to reveal an exquisite pendant, shaped like a crescent moon entwined with vines of silver. As her fingers traced its delicate curves, warmth spread through her, as if the very essence of the pendant resonated with her heart. "Long ago," her grandmother began, her voice soft as the rustle of leaves, "our family was entrusted with the guardianship of this pendant. It holds the power to connect us with the wisdom and strength of our ancestors. To unlock its magic, one must embark on a journey to the sacred grove, where the heart of our legacy beats." Determined to honor her heritage, Alina set off the next morning, the pendant nestled safely against her heart. Her path wound through fields of golden wheat, whispering secrets as they swayed in the gentle breeze. Birds sang melodies of encouragement from the canopy above, and the scent of pine mingled with the crisp, invigorating air. As she ventured deeper into the forest, the world seemed to transform around her. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor, while the babbling brook beside her sang a soothing lullaby. Every step was filled with a sense of belonging, as if the very earth welcomed her home. After a day's journey, Alina arrived at the sacred grove, a circle of ancient oaks that stood as sentinels of time. Their gnarled branches reached skyward, whispering tales of ages past. In the center of the grove lay a stone altar, covered in moss and lichen, cradling the wisdom of generations. As she approached, the pendant around her neck began to glow with a gentle silvery light. Closing her eyes, Alina placed her hand upon the stone, feeling its cool surface pulse with a rhythm that matched her own heartbeat. In that moment, visions flooded her mind. Stories of her ancestors, their triumphs and trials, their love and dreams. She saw them standing tall, united in harmony with nature, their spirits woven into the fabric of the land. Through these visions, Alina realized that the true legacy of her family was not the pendant itself, but the values it symbolized: unity, wisdom, and a deep connection to the world around them. Her ancestors' lessons were clear: to live in harmony with nature, to cherish the bonds of family and community, and to nurture the earth that sustained them. With newfound understanding, Alina returned to her village, her heart alight with the strength and wisdom of those who came before her. She shared the stories and lessons with her fellow villagers, sparking a renewed sense of community and respect for the natural world. As the seasons turned and the village flourished, Alina felt the gentle pull of her ancestors' legacy guiding her every step. In the evenings, she would sit beside the crackling fireplace, weaving tales of the past for the children of the village, ensuring that the stories of her lineage would never be forgotten. Thus, Alina found her place within the tapestry of life, her heart forever connected to the ancient legacy that had guided her journey. And in the quiet moments beneath the starlit sky, she felt the warm embrace of belonging, knowing that she was a cherished part of a story that would continue to unfold through the ages. Story 9. Title: The Whispering Woods and the Locket of Dreams. Once upon a time, nestled at the edge of an ancient forest, was the quaint village of Everwood. The village was surrounded by rolling hills that danced with wildflowers, and the air was perpetually filled with the sweet scent of honeysuckle and pine. The villagers knew each other by name, and the sound of laughter was as common as birdsong. Yet beyond the farthest hill of Everwood lay the Whispering Woods, a forest so dense and mysterious that it was cloaked in both wonder and cautionary tales. It was said that the Whispering Woods held secrets older than time itself, secrets guarded by the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft murmur of the creek that wound its way through the forest's heart. Few dared to venture into its depths, save for a young girl named Leora. Leora was a dreamer, with eyes the color of polished amber and hair that cascaded like a waterfall of autumn leaves. She was known for her kind heart and insatiable curiosity, often seen with her nose in a book or exploring the edges of the village with her faithful companion, a wise old owl named Orin. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun painted the sky in shades of gold and crimson, Leora felt an irresistible pull towards the Whispering Woods. With a small satchel slung over her shoulder, filled with a flask of herbal tea and a loaf of freshly baked bread, she set off with Orin perched on her shoulder. As they stepped beneath the canopy of the forest, the world seemed to change. The air was cooler, filled with the earthy scent of moss and the gentle hum of life unseen. As they journeyed deeper, the trees stood taller, their branches forming a cathedral of emerald and sunlight. Leora marveled at the beauty around her, the way the light danced through the leaves, casting playful shadows on the forest floor. They soon arrived at a small clearing, where the creek gurgled merrily over smooth stones. It was here that Leora noticed something glinting in the sunlight, half buried in the moss. She knelt down and gently unearthed a delicate silver locket, intricately carved with swirling patterns and embedded with a single, shimmering opal. The locket felt warm in her hand, as if it were alive. Orin hooted softly, his round eyes reflecting the locket's glow. As Leora examined it, the locket suddenly clicked open to reveal a tiny, folded piece of parchment. Curiosity piqued. Leora unfolded the parchment to find a map, not of the forest, but of a world hidden within its depths, a world she had only heard of in whispers and dreams. The map was marked with shimmering lines that seemed to pulse with a life of their own, leading to a place called the Heart of the Woods. "This is no ordinary locket," Orin murmured, his voice a gentle breeze that tickled Leora's ear. "It seems to hold the path to a hidden realm." Leora's heart raced with excitement and a touch of trepidation. She knew this was a journey she must take, a journey that promised mystery and the unknown. Together, she and Orin began to follow the map, guided by the whisper of the forest and the warmth of the locket against her skin. As they ventured deeper, the forest began to change. The trees grew even more majestic, their trunks entwined with vines that glowed faintly in the dim light. The air shimmered with a magical essence, and the sound of the creek blended with the soft, melodious hum of a song only the forest could sing. Leora felt a sense of wonder and belonging, as if the forest itself was welcoming her home. They followed the map through winding paths and over moss-covered bridges, each step bringing them closer to the heart of the woods. Along the way, they encountered creatures both wondrous and wise, a family of foxes with eyes like sapphires, a gentle deer whose antlers were woven with twinkling lights, and a chorus of birds that sang in harmony. Each creature greeted them with warmth and kindness, sharing tales of the forest and its hidden world. The sun was beginning to set, casting a golden glow that bathed the forest in warmth when they finally arrived at the heart of the woods. It was a glen unlike any other, where the trees formed a perfect circle around a crystal-clear pond. At the center of the pond stood a small island, and on the island was a magnificent tree, its branches laden with blossoms that sparkled like stars. Leora felt the locket grow warm once more, guiding her towards the tree. As she stepped onto the island, the tree began to shimmer, and its blossoms opened to reveal tiny, glowing creatures that danced in the air. They were the keepers of dreams, gentle spirits who tended to the heart of the forest and the dreams it held. "You have found the locket of dreams," one of the keepers spoke, its voice a soft melody. "With it, you hold the power to unlock the dreams of the forest and share them with the world." Leora's heart swelled with awe and gratitude. She understood now that the journey had been more than just an adventure. It was a journey of discovery and understanding, of learning to listen to the whispers of the world around her. The Keepers of Dreams taught her how to use the locket, to open it and release the dreams it held, dreams that could inspire hope and kindness, dreams that could heal and unite. With Orin by her side, Leora spent many days in the heart of the woods, learning the ways of the keepers and the secrets of the forest. As the seasons passed, Leora returned to her village, her heart and mind forever changed by her journey. She shared the dreams of the forest with her friends and family, bringing peace and joy to Everwood. The village flourished, and the Whispering Woods became a place of wonder and understanding, its mysteries embraced rather than feared. And so, the Locket of Dreams remained with Leora, a symbol of her journey and the power of friendship, wisdom, and the gentle magic of the world. With Orin perched on her shoulder, she would often return to the heart of the woods, guided by the whispers of the trees and the dreams of the forest, forever enchanted by the world hidden within the Whispering Woods. Thus, the tale of Leora and the Locket of Dreams became a cherished story in Everwood, a reminder that within each of us lies the power to listen to the whispers of the world and to dream with an open heart. And as the fire crackled softly and the stars twinkled above, the village of Everwood slept peacefully, cradled in the gentle embrace of the Whispering Woods and the dreams that danced upon its leaves. Story 10. Once upon a time, in the heart of an ancient forest where the dappled sunlight danced upon the emerald canopy, there lay a hidden world alive with enchantment and harmony. This forest, known as Verdantwood, was a place where the whispering leaves and murmuring brooks held secrets of ages past, and where the creatures of the earth lived in a delicate balance, guided by the wisdom of the natural world. As the first blush of dawn painted the sky with hues of rose and gold, a soft rustle echoed through the underbrush, heralding the gentle awakening of the forest creatures. Among them was a wise old tortoise named Gaius, whose shell bore the intricate patterns of countless seasons. Gaius was the guardian of the forest's wisdom, a role passed down through generations of his kind. His eyes, deep and knowing, reflected the serenity of the world around him. One crisp morning, as autumn's chill began to creep into the air, Gaius set out on his daily journey to the forest glade, a sacred place where the magic of the seasons was palpable. The path to the glade was a mosaic of fallen leaves, each a brilliant shade of amber, crimson, and gold. As Gaius slowly made his way, he could hear the soft crunch beneath his feet, a comforting sound that spoke of nature's perpetual cycles. Upon reaching the glade, Gaius was greeted by a gentle breeze that carried the sweet scent of pine and earth. In the center of the clearing, a grand oak tree stood, its branches reaching out like welcoming arms. This oak, ancient and wise, was known as elderwood, and it was said that the tree's roots stretched deep into the earth, connecting the world above with the mysteries below. Gathered beneath the oak were the creatures of verdant wood, each eager to hear the stories carried on the wind and to share in the wisdom passed down through the ages. There was Celestia, the nimble deer whose coat shimmered like silver in the early morning light, and beside her was Leora, the playful squirrel, with eyes as bright as polished acorns. They were joined by a chorus of birds, their feathers a dazzling array of blues, reds, and greens, flitting from branch to branch, ready to listen and learn. As Gaius settled into the soft moss beneath elderwood, he began to speak, his voice a gentle rumble that resonated with the rhythm of the forest. "My dear friends," he began, "we gather here today to honor the turning of the seasons, for with each change comes new lessons and the opportunity to grow." The creatures listened intently, their eyes wide with anticipation. Gaius continued, "As autumn embraces us, we are reminded of the beauty in letting go. The trees shed their leaves, not in sorrow but in preparation for the renewal that spring will bring. In this, we see the wisdom of balance and the importance of understanding when to hold on and when to release." Celestia, her voice soft and melodic, spoke up. "But Gaius," she asked, "how do we know what to let go of and what to keep?" Gaius smiled kindly, the corners of his mouth curling in gentle amusement. "Ah, Celestia, that is the essence of wisdom. It is not something learned in a single moment, but rather through the experiences of life. We must listen to the whispers of the wind and the stories of the stars, for they guide us in ways unseen." As the morning sun climbed higher, casting a warm glow over the glade, the creatures shared their own tales, of challenges faced and triumphs won, of kindness given and received. Each story was a thread in the rich tapestry of their community, weaving them closer together. Then, as the sun dipped lower in the sky, casting long shadows through the trees, a new voice joined the circle. It was a gentle rustling, like the sound of leaves stirred by a soft breeze. From the shadows emerged a fox, her fur a fiery blaze against the muted tones of the forest floor. Her name was Ember, and she was known for her keen insight and quiet wisdom. Ember bowed her head in greeting, her eyes meeting Gaius's with a shared understanding. "I bring news from the edge of the forest," she said, her voice as smooth as flowing water. "There is a disturbance in the balance. A drought has plagued the northern grove, and the creatures there are in need of our help." Concern rippled through the gathering, like a pebble cast into a still pond. Gaius nodded, his gaze thoughtful. "This is a time for unity," he declared. "We must come together, drawing upon the strength of our community to restore harmony." Inspired by Gaius's words, the creatures of verdant wood set to work, each contributing their unique talents to the task at hand. The birds, swift and sure, took to the skies to scout the area, their keen eyes searching for signs of water. Celestia and Leora, with their speed and agility, raced to gather supplies, while Ember used her cunning to devise a plan. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of lavender and indigo, the creatures gathered once more beneath elderwood. Gaius, with a gentle authority, shared the plan they had crafted together. "We will dig a channel from the river to the northern grove, guiding the water back to the land that thirsts for it." With determination and a shared purpose, they set to work under the soft glow of the moon. The forest hummed with quiet activity, the creatures moving in harmony, their actions a testament to the power of unity and friendship. The earth, cool and yielding, gave way to their efforts, and soon the gentle trickle of water began to flow, a soothing lullaby in the quiet night. As dawn broke, the northern grove awoke to the sound of water once more. The parched earth drank deeply, and the trees, their leaves unfurling, seemed to sigh with relief. The creatures who called the grove home, rabbits, hedgehogs, and owls, emerged to see the transformation, their hearts full of gratitude for the kindness of their neighbors. Back in the forest glade, Gaius and the others gathered to celebrate their success. The air was filled with the sweet fragrance of blooming flowers, a promise of renewal and hope. As they sat together, basking in the warmth of friendship and shared accomplishment, Gaius spoke once more. Today we have learned that true strength lies not in the might of one, but in the unity of many. By coming together, we have restored balance and ensured the well-being of our forest home. The creatures nodded, their hearts swelling with pride and contentment. They knew that the wisdom of the forest would continue to guide them, whispering its secrets through the rustling leaves and the songs of the wind. And so, as the sun set on another day in Verdantwood, the forest was at peace, its creatures nestled together in the comforting embrace of nature's harmony. The stories of their deeds would be told for generations, a testament to the power of wisdom, friendship, and the enduring beauty of the natural world. As the last rays of sunlight faded, a gentle hush fell over the forest, wrapping it in a serene quietude. The creatures of Verdantwood, lulled by the rhythm of the earth and the gentle sway of the trees, drifted into a restful slumber, their dreams filled with the promise of tomorrow and the enduring magic of their woodland home. Story 11. In the vast expanse of the galaxy, where stars twinkled like scattered diamonds on an indigo sea, lay a small, humble planet known as Thalassia. It was a world of endless oceans, where the gentle lapping of waves whispered secrets to the moon, and the air smelled perpetually of salt and sweet seaweed. Here, on a particularly calm stretch of azure, lived Nerea, a being of the sea, with skin that shimmered like mother of pearl and hair that flowed like liquid silver. Nerea spent her days tending to the coral gardens beneath the waves, where vibrant fishes danced in the sunlight that filtered through the water. Her heart was as vast and deep as the ocean itself, and she was beloved by all the creatures of her world. Yet there was a longing in her heart for something more, something beyond the horizon she had never crossed. One day, as a tempest gathered on the distant edge of the sea, a spacecraft from the planet Ardonia descended through the stormy skies. It was a sleek vessel, crafted from metals unknown to Thalassia, its surface reflecting the lightning that crackled through the clouds. The ship carried a lone traveler, a small, furry creature named Dax, whose species was renowned for their mechanical prowess and boundless curiosity. Dax had set out on a journey to explore the wonders of the universe, his eyes bright with the hunger for discovery. However, the storm had caught him unawares, tossing his ship like a seashell upon the waves until it crashed upon the rocky shore of Thalassia. As the storm subsided, Nerea emerged from the depths, drawn by the strange object that lay half submerged in the shallows. She approached cautiously, her heart thrumming with a mix of fear and excitement. When she saw Dax, bedraggled and shivering beside his damaged ship, her instinct was to retreat into the safety of the waves. But something in Dax's eyes, a mixture of vulnerability and hope, held her in place. With a kind smile, she extended her hand, a gesture of peace and hospitality. Dax, though initially wary, recognized the warmth in her gesture and accepted it with a nod of gratitude. Thus began an unlikely companionship between the sea dweller and the star traveler. At first, their differences seemed insurmountable. Nerea could not understand Dax's fascination with machines and technology, while Dax found it difficult to comprehend the mysteries of the ocean that Nerea cherished so deeply. Their attempts to communicate were often fraught with misunderstanding, each unable to fully grasp the other's world. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with shades of pink and gold, Nerea and Dax sat side by side on the shore. The gentle waves lapped at their feet, and a cool breeze whispered through the air. Nerea spoke of the coral gardens, of the intricate patterns of life that thrived beneath the waves, and the harmony that existed in her world. Her voice was soft and melodic, like the song of the sea itself. Dax listened intently, his eyes wide with wonder, as he began to see the ocean through her eyes. In return, Dax shared tales of the stars, of distant galaxies, where vibrant nebulae spread like cosmic tapestries across the sky. He spoke of the thrill of exploration, the joy of discovering the unknown. Nerea listened, her heart swelling with a new understanding of the vastness of the universe. As they shared their stories, a bond began to form, a bridge between their worlds. They realized that, despite their differences, they both cherished the beauty and wonder of existence, each in their own way. Their friendship deepened as they faced challenges together. When another storm threatened the coast, Nerea guided Dax to a safe cove, her knowledge of the tides and currents, ensuring their safety. In turn, Dax used his mechanical skills to repair his ship, adapting it to withstand the unpredictable weather of Thalassia. Through these shared experiences, they learned to trust and rely on each other. Neria found joy in the mechanical intricacies Dax delighted in, while Dax discovered a new appreciation for the natural world that Neria loved so dearly. One day, as they walked along the moonlit shore, Dax paused and looked up at the sky, his eyes reflecting the starlight. "I've traveled far and seen many wonders," he said softly, "but I never knew the true beauty of friendship until I met you." Neria smiled, her heart full of warmth. "And I never knew how vast and beautiful the universe was until you showed me your world," she replied. Their journey together had taught them that friendship was not about erasing differences, but embracing them, finding strength and beauty in the unique perspectives each brought to the other. They had learned that true understanding came not from words alone, but from the willingness to see the world through another's eyes. As the stars shimmered above and the waves sang their eternal lullaby, Neria and Dax sat together, side by side, knowing that they had found something truly precious, a friendship that transcended the boundaries of space and sea, a bond that would endure across the stars. And so, on the shores of Thalassia, beneath the vast canopy of the universe, two unlikely companions discovered the true meaning of friendship, their hearts forever intertwined like the gentle waves upon the sand. Story 12. In a quaint village, nestled between the whispering woods and the gentle curve of a silver river, there lived a young girl named Lila. Her days were filled with the simple pleasures of life in the countryside, rolling through meadows, gathering wildflowers, and listening to the stories the wind would carry from the trees. Lila had a particular affinity for the natural world, feeling a deep connection to the rustling leaves and the soft hum of the river as it wound its way through the valley. One summer evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Lila's grandmother called her into the cozy warmth of their little cottage. The air inside was filled with the comforting scent of freshly baked bread and the earthy aroma of herbal tea simmering on the stove. Her grandmother, a wise woman with eyes that twinkled like stars, beckoned Lila to her side. "My dear," she said, her voice as soothing as the gentle flow of the river, "there is a secret I have been meaning to share with you, one that has been passed down through our family for generations." Lila's curiosity piqued, her eyes wide with wonder. "What is it, Grandma?" she asked. Her grandmother reached into the folds of her apron and pulled out a small, intricately carved wooden box. It was polished to a soft sheen and adorned with delicate engravings of vines and flowers. With a careful hand, she opened the box to reveal a shimmering object nestled within a bed of soft moss. "This," her grandmother whispered, "is the Stone of Whispers. It's a magical object that grants the ability to hear the secret voices of the natural world. But remember, with great magic comes great responsibility. The stone chooses only those with pure hearts and kind spirits." Lila gazed at the stone, its surface shimmering like 1,000 tiny stars. She felt its gentle warmth as she held it in her hands, a tingle of excitement running through her. "Can I try it, Grandma?" Lila asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Her grandmother nodded with a tender smile. "Close your eyes, my dear, and listen with your heart." Lila closed her eyes, cradling the stone in her palms. As she took a deep breath, the world around her seemed to shift. The soft murmur of the river grew louder, and she could hear the gentle rustle of the leaves, as if they were speaking to her. "Welcome, Lila," a voice echoed in her mind, warm and welcoming like the summer sun. "We have been waiting for you." Startled, Lila opened her eyes to find herself standing in a world that was both familiar and wondrously new. The trees towered above her, their leaves shimmering with an ethereal glow. The river sparkled with 1,000 shades of blue, its waters dancing in time with the wind. "Where am I?" Lila wondered aloud, feeling a sense of awe and wonder. "You are in the Heartwood," the voice replied, "a hidden realm within the natural world. It is a place known only to those who can hear the whispers of nature." As Lila explored this magical world, she met creatures beyond her wildest imagination. There were the gentle deer with golden antlers that sang the sweetest melodies, and the wise old owl who shared stories of the forest's ancient history. She made friends with a playful fox with fur as bright as the sunset, and a family of rabbits who showed her the secret paths through the woods. Each encounter taught Lila something new about the world around her and about herself. She learned to listen not just with her ears, but with her heart, understanding the delicate balance of nature and the importance of every living thing within it. One day, while wandering through a grove of whispering willows, Lila stumbled upon a young sapling struggling to grow. Its leaves were wilted, and its branches drooped sadly towards the ground. Lila could hear its faint whispers, a song of longing and hope. Moved by compassion, Lila knelt by the sapling and gently touched its slender trunk. "What is wrong, little one?" she asked softly. "I am thirsty," the sapling whispered, its voice as fragile as a summer breeze. "The sun is too strong, and I cannot reach the river." Determined to help, Lila remembered the words of the wise owl she had met. "You must use what you have learned, young one, and find a way to bring life back to the forest." Taking a deep breath, Lila closed her eyes and concentrated, feeling the warmth of the stone of whispers in her hand. She focused on the river's song, the strength of the trees, and the gentle caress of the wind. Slowly she felt a surge of energy flowing through her, a connection to the very heart of nature itself. As she opened her eyes, she saw the ground around the sapling transform, rich and moist. A small stream bubbled up from the earth, winding its way around the roots of the young tree. With each passing moment, the sapling seemed to grow stronger, its leaves unfurling towards the sky with renewed vigor. "Thank you," the sapling whispered, its voice now filled with gratitude and joy. Lila smiled, her heart swelling with happiness. She realized that she had the power not only to hear the whispers of the world, but to help heal and nurture it. The Stone of Whispers had given her a gift, a deeper understanding of her place within the natural world and the importance of caring for it. As the weeks turned into months, Lila continued to explore the Heartwood, learning from its inhabitants and helping wherever she could. She discovered hidden groves filled with flowers that bloomed in the moonlight and secret clearings where the stars seemed to dance upon the earth. Through her adventures, Lila grew wiser and kinder, her heart filled with a love for the world around her. She forged deep friendships with the creatures of the Heartwood, each one teaching her valuable lessons about courage, kindness, and the power of unity. But as the seasons changed, Lila began to feel a growing longing in her heart, a pull back to her own world. She knew she could not stay in the Heartwood forever, that her time there was a gift meant to be cherished and shared. One evening, as the sun set over the horizon, casting a warm glow over the enchanted forest, Lila gathered her friends together. The fox, the owl, the deer, and the rabbits all listened intently as she spoke. "My dear friends," Lila began, her voice filled with love and gratitude, "my time here has been magical, and I have learned so much from each of you. But I feel it is time for me to return to my world, to share the wisdom and kindness you have taught me." The creatures nodded, understanding her decision. The wise old owl spoke first, his voice gentle and wise. "The Heartwood will always be here, Lila, and you will always be welcome. Remember what you have learned, and let it guide you on your journey." Moved by their support and love, Lila hugged each of her friends, promising to carry their lessons in her heart always. With a final glance at the shimmering forest, Lila closed her eyes and held the Stone of Whispers tightly in her hand. When she opened her eyes, she found herself back in her grandmother's cozy cottage. The scent of herbs and freshly baked bread filled the air, and her grandmother's warm smile greeted her. "Welcome back, my dear," her grandmother said, gently taking the stone from Lila's hands. "I can see that your journey has changed you." Lila nodded, her heart still full of the wonder and magic of the Heartwood. "It has, Grandma. I learned so much about the world and about myself. I want to help care for our village, just as I did in the Heartwood." Her grandmother smiled, her eyes twinkling with pride. "Then let us work together, my dear. The world outside may not be as magical as the Heartwood, but it is still filled with beauty and wonder. And with your kind heart and gentle spirit, I know you will make a difference." And so, Lila set out on a new journey, one that would take her through the fields and forests of her own world. She shared the lessons of the heartwood with her village, teaching others to listen to the whispers of nature and to care for the world around them. With the Stone of Whispers safely tucked away, Lila knew that she carried its magic within her, a magic that came from understanding and love. And as she walked through the meadows and along the river's edge, she could still hear the gentle voices of the heartwood guiding her with every step. In time, the village flourished, its fields vibrant with life and its people united in friendship and kindness. Lila's journey had transformed not only her but the world around her, creating a legacy of love and understanding that would last for generations. And so, as the stars twinkled in the night sky and the gentle breeze whispered through the trees, Lila's heart was at peace, knowing that she was exactly where she was meant to be. Story 13. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the canopy of verdant leaves swayed gently to the rhythm of the wind, there existed a world unseen by most. This forest, cradled by time and nurtured by the whispers of the earth, was home to creatures of both the natural and the magical kind, living in harmony under the watchful gaze of the eternal stars. Among the moss-carpeted grounds and whispering brooks, there resided a family of foxes who were known for their wisdom and gentle spirits. The mother, with her russet fur glistening like autumn leaves in sunlight, was named Sorrel. Her eyes, deep and knowing, held the secrets of the forest, passed down through countless generations. Her young kits, curious and bright-eyed, often frolicked among the ferns, their laughter mingling with the songs of the woodland birds. One morning, as the first rays of dawn filtered through the leaves, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor, Sorrel gathered her kits around her. There was a tale she needed to share, a tale of balance and harmony, one that had been told to her by her own mother and her mother before that. "Listen closely, little ones," Sorrel began, her voice as soft as the breeze that rustled the leaves above. "Long ago, when the world was young and the trees were but saplings, the seasons were wild and untamed. The summer sun would burn too hot, and the winter frost would linger too long. The creatures of the forest were troubled, for they could not find balance in their lives." The kits huddled closer, their ears perked and eyes wide, as Sorrel continued. "It was then that the spirits of the forest came together, weaving a spell that would bind the seasons in harmony. They created the cycle of balance, a magical phenomenon that tied the essence of each season to the forest itself. Spring would breathe life anew, summer would nurture, autumn would prepare for rest, and winter would cleanse and renew." Her words painted vivid pictures in the young ones' minds, of flowers blooming beneath spring rains, of warm summer days filled with the hum of bees, of autumn leaves dancing in the breeze, and of winter's quiet, gentle snowfall blanketing the world in peace. "But," Sorrel spoke with a note of caution, "this balance is delicate. It is up to us, the creatures who call this forest home, to maintain it. We must live in harmony with the land, taking only what we need and giving back in turn." As the kits pondered their mother's story, a gentle rain began to fall, each drop a soft patter on the leaves above. It was as if the forest itself was singing a lullaby, reaffirming the truth of Sorrel's words. The symphony of rain and the rustling of leaves wrapped the kits in a cocoon of soothing sounds, their eyes growing heavy with the approach of sleep. Later, as twilight painted the sky in hues of violet and gold, Sorrel led her kits to a clearing where the ancient oak stood, its branches twisted and strong. Beneath its vast canopy, the forest had gathered. Deer with soft eyes, rabbits with twitching noses, and birds with feathers that shimmered like jewels, all had come to witness the changing of the seasons, an event celebrated with quiet reverence. The air was filled with a gentle hum, a sound that seemed to emanate from the very earth itself. It was a reminder of the magic that lay beneath the surface, a magic that connected every living being to the rhythm of the world. And as the sun dipped below the horizon, a soft glow enveloped the clearing, casting a serene light that embraced all in its warmth. In that moment, the kits understood the depth of their mother's story. They saw the interconnectedness of all things, the intricate dance of life that depended on the balance of nature. And as they lay curled together under the watchful gaze of the ancient oak, they knew that they were part of something much greater, a legacy of wisdom and harmony that would one day be theirs to uphold. With the forest at peace and the night sky sparkling with stars, the creatures settled into their slumber, each breath a gentle promise to protect the sacred balance of their world. For in the heart of the ancient forest, where the boundaries between reality and magic blurred, life continued its eternal dance, guided by the wisdom of those who had come before. Story 14. In the heart of the galaxy, where stars twinkled like scattered jewels upon a velvet sky, there lay a small, unassuming planet named Luminara. Known for its breathtaking auroras that danced across its skies, Luminara was a place of tranquility and gentle beauty. Its inhabitants, the Luminites, were beings of light, whose very presence shimmered with warmth and kindness. On the opposite side of the galaxy, orbiting a red giant star, was the rugged planet of Greeton. The Greitons, with their rocky exteriors and earthy tones, were sturdy and resilient. Their home was one of harsh landscapes and fierce storms, yet beneath their rugged surfaces beat hearts of gold. It was on a crisp evening under Luminara's auroral glow that a peculiar event unfolded. A small silvery spacecraft descended from the sky, its sleek surface reflecting the vibrant colors above. The ship belonged to Kira, a Luminician explorer whose curiosity knew no bounds. Her mission was to learn about other worlds and the beings that called them home. As Kira landed, a soft hum resonated through the air, and the ship's door gently opened. She stepped out, her form casting a warm light in the twilight. Her eyes sparkled with excitement and a hint of apprehension, for she was about to meet someone from a world vastly different from her own. On that very same evening, a Gretonian named Thorn had embarked on his own journey. He was a traveler at heart, eager to see beyond the rocky crags of his home. His ship, though sturdy and well-worn, had seen many adventures across the cosmos. Thorn's journey had brought him to Luminara, drawn by tales of its celestial beauty. As Thorn's ship landed nearby, he emerged, his frame strong and solid, silhouetted against the vibrant sky. The ground beneath him felt strange, soft, and yielding, unlike the firm terrain of Greeton. Yet he found it soothing, almost comforting. The two explorers found themselves facing one another, the soft light of Luminara enveloping them in a gentle glow. Kira's eyes widened in curiosity as she took in Thorn's rugged appearance. Thorn, in turn, was intrigued by Kira's luminescent form, a living embodiment of light. "Hello," Kira began, her voice a melodious whisper that seemed to blend with the gentle rustle of the auroras. "I am Kira of Luminara." Thorn nodded, his voice deep and resonant like a distant rumble of thunder. "I am Thorn of Greton. Your world is different, beautiful." Their initial meeting was filled with wonder, yet a quiet tension lingered, each unsure of how to bridge the vast differences between them. They spoke of their worlds, their homes, and their dreams. Yet, despite their friendly tone, there were moments of misunderstanding. Kira, used to the warmth of her world, found Thorn's rocky demeanor a bit intimidating. Thorn, accustomed to the forthright ways of his people, struggled to understand Kira's gentle subtleties. As the evening wore on, a sudden gust of wind swept across the landscape, carrying with it a chill that even the warm light of the auroras could not dispel. The weather on Luminara was known for its unpredictability, a trait that had caught many an unwary traveler off guard. Kira and Thorn sought shelter within a nearby grove, where the trees stood tall and protective. Nestled within the hollow of one ancient tree, they shared stories to pass the time as the wind howled outside. Kira spoke of the luminescent gardens of her world, where flowers bloomed with the colors of the rainbow. Thorn recounted tales of the mighty stone formations of Greeton, shaped by eons of wind and time. In the warmth of their shared refuge, they began to see beyond appearances. Kira realized that Thorn's ruggedness was not a barrier, but a testament to his strength. Thorn, in turn, saw that Kira's light was not just a gentle glow, but a beacon of resilience. As the storm raged on, they faced a challenge that required both their strengths. The wind had dislodged a tree branch, which threatened to block the entrance of their shelter. Together they worked, Kira using her light to guide Thorn as he used his strength to move the branch aside. In that moment, they understood the value of their differences, seeing how they complemented one another. With the storm subsiding, the stars once more adorned the sky, and the auroras resumed their celestial dance. Kira and Thorn stood side by side, gazing into the vastness of the universe. They had overcome their initial misunderstandings, finding friendship in the most unlikely of companions. As the night deepened, Kira extended an invitation to Thorn. "Would you like to see more of our luminescent gardens? The night blooms are especially beautiful." Thorn accepted, and together they wandered through the gardens, the air filled with a sweet, floral fragrance. Kira showed him the night blooms, their petals aglow in the moonlight, each one a masterpiece of nature's artistry. Thorn marveled at the delicate beauty, his heart warmed by the companionship they had found. In return, Thorn invited Kira to visit Gryton, to experience the majesty of his rugged world. He spoke of the towering stone arches and the hidden caverns that held secrets of the past. Kira eagerly agreed, her heart alight with the promise of new adventures. As dawn approached, they returned to their ships, the bond between them strengthened by shared challenges and newfound understanding. They knew that their friendship would endure, a testament to the power of open hearts and the beauty of embracing differences. With a final wave, Thorn boarded his ship, setting course for Gryton, while Kira prepared to continue her journey of exploration. The stars bore witness to their parting, a reminder that the universe was vast, yet filled with opportunities for connection and friendship. And so, under the twinkling canopy of the cosmos, two explorers from different worlds found a friendship that transcended the stars, discovering that true companionship was found not in similarity, but in the harmony of differences, embraced with kindness and an open heart. Story 15. The Whispering Glade. In the heart of the dense, verdant forest of Elder Grove, where sunlight danced in playful patterns through the towering trees, there lay a hidden world, a glade where time seemed to stand still. The air was thick with the sweet scent of wild honeysuckle, and the gentle rustling of leaves whispered secrets to those who dared to listen. Here, tucked away from the eyes of the ordinary world, magic thrived in its purest form, breathing life into the forest and its mysterious inhabitants. The story begins with a young girl named Lyra, who possessed an insatiable curiosity and a heart as open as the endless sky. Lyra lived in a quaint cottage on the outskirts of Eldergrove with her grandmother, a wise woman known for her knowledge of herbs and ancient tales. The cottage's garden brimmed with chamomile, lavender, and mint, scents that mingled with the earthy aroma of the forest, creating a comforting embrace around their home. Lyra's days were filled with the simple joys of gathering wildflowers and listening to her grandmother's stories by the fireside. But it was her grandmother's tales of the Whispering Glade that captured her imagination most of all. Legends spoke of a place where the boundaries between the ordinary and the magical blurred, where creatures of light and shadow danced in harmony, and where wishes, if whispered with a pure heart, could come true. One crisp autumn morning, as a gentle mist rolled over the forest floor, Lyra set out on a journey that would forever change her life. Clad in a cloak of deep emerald, she followed a path lined with golden leaves, her breath mingling with the cool, crisp air. Her heart beat with a mixture of excitement and trepidation, for she had decided to find the Whispering Glade herself. As Lyra ventured deeper into the forest, the sounds of chirping birds and rustling branches created a symphony of nature's own making. She walked for what felt like hours, her footsteps soft against the carpet of leaves, until she reached a small, bubbling brook. The water glistened like a ribbon of silver, and Lyra knelt to take a sip, the coolness refreshing her spirit as much as her thirst. Just as she rose to continue her journey, Lyra noticed a peculiar sight, a small, luminous orb of light hovering above the brook. It shimmered with a gentle radiance, casting a warm glow on the surrounding foliage. Intrigued, Lyra reached out, and as her fingers brushed the orb, it pulsed with a soft hum, as if acknowledging her presence. "Who are you?" Lyra whispered, her voice barely louder than the rustling leaves. The orb flickered in response, then drifted away, beckoning her to follow. Lyra's heart leaped with anticipation. Could this be a guide to the Whispering Glade? With unwavering resolve, she followed the orb, which led her along the brook and into the depths of Eldergrove. The forest grew denser, the tall trees forming a cathedral-like canopy above, their trunks twisted with age and wisdom. The air was rich with the scent of pine and damp earth, and the soft carpet of moss underfoot muffled Lyra's footsteps as she ventured further into the unknown. As she walked, the orb danced ahead, weaving through the trees with a grace that seemed both playful and purposeful. Lyra felt a sense of kinship with the mysterious light, as if it understood her longing for discovery and the yearning in her heart. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the forest opened into a breathtaking clearing. Lyra gasped, her eyes wide with wonder. She had found it, the whispering glade. The air here was different, charged with an otherworldly energy that vibrated with possibility. In the center of the glade stood a magnificent tree, its bark a mosaic of silver and gold, its branches stretching towards the heavens. The leaves rustled softly, creating a melody that seemed to echo the dreams and wishes of those who had come before. Lyra approached the tree, drawn by an invisible force. As she reached out to touch the bark, a gentle voice rippled through the air, like the softest of breezes. "Welcome, seeker of dreams," it murmured. Startled, Lyra glanced around, but saw no one. "Who speaks?" she asked, her voice trembling with awe. "We are the spirits of the glade," the voice replied, a chorus of whispers blending into one. "We have watched over this place for centuries, nurturing the magic that dwells within." Lyra took a deep breath, her heart swelling with gratitude and wonder. "I've heard stories about this place," she said. "I came to see if they were true." "They are as true as the heart that believes in them," the spirits answered. "What is it you seek, dear one?" Lyra hesitated, her thoughts swirling like the leaves caught in an autumn breeze. She had always longed for adventure, for a purpose beyond the ordinary. But now, standing in the presence of such magic, she found herself drawn to something deeper, a desire to understand the world and her place within it. "I want to learn," she said finally, her voice steady and clear. "I want to understand the magic that connects us all." The spirits hummed with approval, their voices weaving a tapestry of warmth and acceptance. "Then you shall learn, dear one. But to understand magic, you must first understand yourself." With those words, the glade seemed to come alive. The leaves rustled with a newfound vigor, and the air shimmered with possibilities. Lyra felt a shift within her, as if the glade had unlocked a door to her soul, revealing truths she had yet to discover. For the next few days, Lyra remained in the whispering glade, guided by the spirits and the luminous orb that had first led her there. She learned to listen with her heart, to see with her soul, and to feel the magic that pulsed through the world like a heartbeat. One afternoon, as the sun dipped low in the sky, casting the glade in a golden glow, the spirits spoke to her once more. "You have learned much, dear one," they said, "but now you must return to the world beyond and share what you have discovered." Lyra nodded, understanding the truth in their words. The magic of the whispering glade was not meant to be hidden away, but to be shared, to inspire others to seek their own paths and dreams. With a heart full of gratitude and a spirit alight with newfound wisdom, Lyra bid farewell to the glade and its mystical inhabitants. The luminous orb hovered beside her as she retraced her steps through the forest, guiding her back to the world she knew. When she emerged from the forest, the sun was setting, painting the sky in hues of crimson and gold. Her grandmother awaited her at the cottage, a knowing smile on her lips as she embraced Lyra warmly. "Did you find what you were looking for?" her grandmother asked, her voice a gentle caress. Lyra nodded, her eyes shining with the light of the glade. "I found more than I ever imagined," she replied, her heart full of stories yet to be shared. In the days that followed, Lyra spoke of the whispering glade and the magic she had discovered, sharing her journey with those who would listen. Her words, woven with the wisdom of the forest and the spirits, touched the hearts of many, inspiring them to seek their own adventures and to listen to the whispers of their souls. And so, the magic of the whispering glade continued to thrive, carried on the wings of dreams and the hearts of those who believed. For in the end, it was not the place itself, but the journey and the lessons learned that held the true magic, a magic that lived within each of us, waiting to be discovered. As the fire crackled softly in the hearth, Lyra's grandmother tucked her into bed, her voice a soothing lullaby that carried Lyra into the world of dreams. The scent of lavender and chamomile filled the room, a gentle reminder of the forest and the magic that lay beyond. And as Lyra drifted into sleep, she knew that she was not alone. For the spirits of the whispering glade, with their gentle whispers and luminous presence, would always be with her, guiding her on her journey, wherever it might lead. The end. Story 16. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the leaves rustled like soft whispers and the sunlight danced through the canopy in golden dapples, there nestled a quaint little village named Glimmer Hollow. The cottages were woven of vine and stone, their roofs blanketed in moss, and tiny chimneys puffed wisps of smoke that smelled of sage and lavender. Here, time seemed to flow as gently as the brook that meandered through the village, its waters singing a soothing melody. One crisp autumn morning, as the village awoke to the aroma of freshly baked honey cakes, a peculiar occurrence began to unravel. The villagers, known for their gentle ways and harmonious lives, discovered that their cherished moonstones, which glowed with a soft, silvery light, had lost their luminescence. These stones, said to be gifts from the moon herself, were treasured for their calming glow that lulled everyone to sleep each night. The village elder, a wise and gentle soul named Elder Thistle, called upon the villagers to gather at the great oak in the village square. With her silver hair cascading like a waterfall and eyes as deep as the night sky, she spoke in a voice that was both soothing and commanding. Dear ones, our moonstones have dimmed, and with them our nights have grown silent. We must discover the cause of this mystery and restore their light. Among the villagers was a young boy named Finn. His heart was as warm as the hearth, and his curiosity was as boundless as the stars above. He had a knack for noticing things others might overlook, and often wandered the woods, befriending its creatures and learning their ways. As the villagers murmured amongst themselves, Finn felt a gentle tug of excitement, a chance to solve a mystery, and perhaps weave a new story to tell by the fireside. Determined to help, Finn decided to seek the advice of an old friend who lived deeper in the woods. This friend was none other than Wren, a tiny and wise creature known as a forest spriggan. Her home was a hollowed-out log adorned with mushrooms and wildflowers, and she was known for her vast knowledge of the forest and its secrets. Upon reaching Wren's abode, Finn found her sipping dew from a delicate leaf cup. Her eyes twinkled with mischief and wisdom as she greeted him. "Ah, Finn, the winds have carried whispers of a mystery to my ears. The moonstones, yes?" Finn nodded, explaining the village's plight and his quest to uncover the truth. Wren listened intently, her tiny wings fluttering thoughtfully. "The stones are tied to the moon's light, young Finn. But their dimming is not merely a matter of the moon's absence. Something more is at play." With Wren's guidance, Finn learned that the moonstones were connected to the harmony of the forest itself. If the balance was disturbed, so too would the stones lose their glow. Wren suggested they seek out the keeper of the glade, an ancient owl named Sage, who nested high in the branches of the great elm. Sage was known to be a repository of wisdom, having seen many seasons come and go. Finn set off, the path winding like a ribbon through the forest. Along the way, he marveled at the vibrant tapestry of autumn. Leaves of amber and crimson fluttered to the ground, creating a soft, rustling carpet. The air was crisp, carrying the earthy scent of fallen leaves and the distant hint of pine. Reaching the great elm, Finn called out softly, "Sage, keeper of the glade, I seek your wisdom." From above, Sage's eyes, like twin lanterns of amber, opened slowly. His voice was a deep, melodious rumble that resonated through the forest. "Young Finn, what brings you to my boughs?" Finn explained the mystery of the moonstones, and Sage listened with a thoughtful nod. "Ah, the forest speaks in whispers, and it is in these whispers that the truth resides. The stones, dear child, are mirrors of the forest's heart. If they have dimmed, we must listen closely to what the forest wishes to tell us." Sage spread his wings and led Finn to a secluded glade, where the air was thick with the scent of jasmine, and the ground was dotted with luminescent fungi. Here the forest's heartbeat was strongest, and Finn could feel a gentle pulse beneath his feet. "Close your eyes, Finn," Sage advised, "and listen with more than your ears." Finn closed his eyes, allowing the sounds of the forest to wash over him, the rustle of leaves, the distant call of a nightingale, and the gentle hum of life all around. In the stillness, he felt a faint tremor, a discordant note in the symphony of the woods. "The stream!" Finn exclaimed, opening his eyes. Something is wrong with the stream that flows through the village. Sage nodded approvingly. Indeed, the stream is the lifeblood of these woods, and its song must remain pure. Returning to the village, Finn shared his discovery with Elder Thistle. Together they followed the stream, its waters now murkier and slower than before. The villagers joined them, their concern mirrored in the gentle ripples of the stream. As they ventured upstream, Finn noticed something curious, a fallen tree, its roots tangled and blocking the flow of water. It seemed the tree had fallen naturally, but its presence had caused the stream to divert, muddling its once clear waters. With the help of the villagers, Finn and Elder Thistle worked to gently clear the blockage, ensuring the tree was repurposed as a bridge across the stream rather than a hindrance. As the water began to flow freely once more, it sparkled under the sun, its song restored to its former clarity. That evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, the villagers gathered once more in the square. To their delight, the moonstones began to glow once again, their silvery light casting a gentle glow over Glimmer Hollow. The forest, in its harmonious state, had restored the moonstone's magic. Elder Thistle smiled, her heart full of pride for the young boy who had listened so well. Tonight we celebrate not just the return of our moonstone's light, but the wisdom and courage of young Finn, who reminded us to listen to the whispers of the world around us. As the villagers shared tales and laughter around the fire, Finn felt a warmth in his heart, knowing he had helped restore the balance to their beloved woods. The night was filled with the gentle glow of moonstones, and the forest sang a lullaby that wrapped the village in a comforting embrace. And so, in the cozy heart of the whispering woods, the mystery of the dimmed moonstones had been solved, and Glimmer Hollow slept peacefully once more, under the watchful eye of the moon and the gentle rustle of the leaves. Story 17. Once upon a time, in a cozy village nestled deep within an enchanted forest, peculiar things began to happen. It started with the disappearance of old Mr. Quillberry's knitting needles. He'd been working diligently on a sweater for his grandniece when, poof, the needles vanished into thin air. "How odd," murmured Mr. Quillberry, peering over his half-moon spectacles. But this was just the beginning. The next day, young Pippin the baker noticed all her rolling pins had gone missing. She searched high and low, but not a single one could be found in the warm, fragrant kitchen. Pippin's eyes grew wide with bewilderment. Over the following days, more and more objects seemed to evaporate without a trace. Mrs. Burroway's gardening tools vanished from her shed. Tobias the carpenter's hammers and saws went missing right off his workbench. Even the schoolhouse's chalkboard erasers had disappeared, much to the consternation of old Professor Plumworth. The villagers were perplexed. What sort of mystery was afoot? Whispers of mischievous sprites or forgetful brownies rippled through the streets. But wise old Grandmother Willow, knitting peacefully on her porch, simply smiled and said, "All will be revealed in due time, dears. Let's have a spot of chamomile tea and some patience." Little did the villagers know their missing belongings had migrated to the most unexpected of places. You see, deep in the heart of the forest lived a community of adorable wee folk known as the Twillypaws. Mischievous but kind-hearted, these tiny creatures had discovered the villagers' items and mistaken them for the most delightful playthings. Mr. Quillberry's knitting needles had become jousting poles in a grand tournament. Pippin's rolling pins served as the winding pathways of a makeshift racetrack. The chalkboard erasers? Why, they made perfect bouncy balls for a rousing game of catch, and Tobias's tools had been repurposed into the most magnificent sculpture imaginable, an homage to the Twillypaw's beloved elder pine tree. As the mystery deepened in the village, Hazelnut the field mouse couldn't help but overhear the commotion. Fortunately, she was well acquainted with the forest's secrets, and the Twillypaws were dear friends. Wasting no time, the plucky little mouse scampered off to seek their help. After a merry chase through fern-lined paths and beneath toadstool arches, Hazelnut found the Twillypaw village abuzz with energetic activity. She explained the situation to the diminutive Mayor Twiggles, who promptly called a town meeting. Oh dear, fretted Mayor Twiggles, wringing his tiny hands. "We've simply misunderstood. Those weren't playthings at all. The nice villagers must be so terribly worried." The Twillypaws immediately set to work. carefully gathering every last stolen item and preparing them for return. But how to get them back to the village? That's when wise old grandmother Mosscap, the eldest Twillypaw, had a brilliant idea. With a wave of her tiny oak twig wand, she summoned the help of the forest's most reliable creatures, the industrious trail of leafcutter ants. Steadily and surely, the ants formed a long line, each grasping part of the misplaced treasures in their mandibles. Led by Hazelnut, the humble parade made its way back to the cozy village. As the sun began to set over the forest canopy, the villagers gasped in delight at the approaching parade of ants, each bearing a lost treasure. One by one, the belongings were returned to their rightful owners amidst cheers of gratitude. Grandmother Willow, having suspected the Twillypaw's innocent involvement all along, smiled warmly. You see, all it took was a little patience and an open heart. The forest has its own way of keeping balance. From that day forward, the villagers made sure to cherish their belongings even more, and they vowed to extend kindness to all the forest's inhabitants, no matter how big or small. As for the mischievous Twillypaws, they learned a valuable lesson about respecting others' property. Though their antics continued, delighting the wee ones of the village with whispers of their hijinks for years to come. On quiet nights, if you listen closely to the gentle breeze whispering through the enchanted trees, you just might hear the faint sound of tiny laughter and the pitter-patter of Twillypaw feet scampering about. But have no fear. They're simply playing their games, celebrating the joy of friendship and the magic of understanding that blossoms in the heart of a cozy, welcoming forest. Story 18. In the heart of an ancient forest, where emerald leaves whispered secrets to the wind, lived creatures whose lives intertwined with the rhythm of nature. This forest, known as Sylvan Glade, was a place where sunlight danced through the canopy, casting dapples of golden light upon the soft moss carpet that blanketed the earth. The air was sweet with the scent of pine and blooming wildflowers, while the gentle murmur of a nearby brook provided a soothing symphony. Among the gentle inhabitants of this forest was Finn, a wise old turtle with a shell as intricately patterned as the stars. Finn was the keeper of the glade's lore, a storyteller who carried tales as ancient as the forest itself. He spent his days wandering the winding paths, his movements slow and deliberate, much like the passage of time. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves turned shades of amber and crimson, Finn gathered the creatures of the forest for a meeting. The squirrels with their bushy tails fluffed against the chill, the shy deer with their soft brown eyes, and an array of birds, each adorned with feathers of every conceivable hue, all gathered in a clearing where sunlight pooled like liquid gold. "Friends," Finn began, his voice as warm and steady as the sun's embrace, "the winds whisper of a change, a season of great transformation. We must prepare to welcome the dance of winter, ensuring our home remains in harmony." The creatures nodded, for they understood the delicate balance that held their world together. The forest thrived on cooperation and care, and each being had a role to play. Amidst them was a young fox named Luna, her fur a striking blend of fiery reds and soft whites, mirroring the autumn leaves. Luna was curious and eager to learn, often following Finn on his walks, soaking in the stories and wisdom he shared. She had a keen sense of adventure, and her heart brimmed with a desire to understand the magic that flowed through their woods. As Finn spoke of the importance of gathering and storing food, of insulating their homes against the cold winds, Luna's mind wandered to a tale she had heard, a story of the Northern Lights, a magical phenomenon that painted the sky with ribbons of color, said to be the spirits of the ancients dancing across the heavens. That night, as the creatures nestled into their burrows, Luna lay awake beneath the sprawling arms of an old oak, gazing up at the star-speckled sky. Her breath mingled with the crisp air, forming tiny clouds that floated away like whispers. Would she ever see the legendary lights? Would she understand the magic that bound her world? The next day, Luna decided to seek answers. She approached Finn, her eyes bright and earnest. "Finn," she said, "tell me more about the lights in the sky. How do they come to be?" Finn chuckled softly, his eyes twinkling like the night sky. "Ah, the aurora borealis," he mused. "They are a gift from the stars, a reminder of the beauty that lies beyond our reach, yet within our hearts. The ancients believed that by living in harmony with the world around us, we could glimpse such wonders. But how do we achieve this harmony? Luna asked, her voice a blend of wonder and determination. It begins with understanding, Finn replied, with seeing ourselves not as separate from the forest, but as a part of it. Each season, each change, is a note in the symphony of life. By listening and learning, by respecting and cherishing, we find our place. Inspired, Luna set off on a journey through the forest, determined to see the balance Finn spoke of. She watched as the beavers worked tirelessly to reinforce their dam, the sound of water gurgling through their construction, a testament to their skill and diligence. She marveled at the way the trees shed their leaves, creating a blanket to nourish the earth, their bare branches reaching for the sky like arms in prayer. As days turned to weeks, Luna's understanding deepened. She learned from the industrious ants how to work together, from the migrating birds how to navigate by the stars, and from the patient stones how to endure and adapt. One evening, as the first snowflakes began to fall like whispers from the sky, Finn called the creatures together once more. The forest was hushed beneath the weight of snow, the air crisp and clear. Luna, now wiser and more attuned to the world around her, stood beside Finn, ready to share what she had learned. "Friends," she began, her voice carrying the warmth of a crackling fire, "we are woven into the tapestry of this forest. Each of us plays a part in the song of the seasons. By living with kindness and care, we ensure our world remains a place of wonder." As Luna spoke, the sky began to shimmer with an ethereal light. Ribbons of green, pink, and purple unfurled across the heavens, a celestial dance that held the creatures spellbound. It was the aurora borealis, the northern lights, a testament to the harmony they had nurtured. In that moment, beneath the luminous sky, Luna understood the true magic of their world. It was a magic born not of spells or incantations, but of love, respect, and the timeless wisdom shared by generations. And so in the heart of the ancient forest, the creatures of Sylvan Glade continued to thrive, their lives a testament to the power of friendship and the beauty of living in balance with the world around them. As Luna watched the lights fade into the night, she knew that she too was a part of this endless, enchanting story. And in the warmth of the forest, under the gentle gaze of the stars, all was well. Story 19. In the gentle embrace of a valley nestled between rolling hills and whispering forests, there lay a quaint village named Willow Grove. The village was known far and wide for its enchanting charm, and the peculiar way the setting sun would cast a golden glow over the cobblestone paths, giving the impression that the entire village was kissed by magic. One crisp autumn evening, as the villagers prepared their homes for the approaching winter, something curious began to happen. The lanterns that lined the streets of Willow Grove, known for their warm, inviting glow, started flickering in the most unusual pattern. First, they would dim to near darkness, then burst into a radiant brilliance, only to settle into a soft twinkle. This curious dance continued for several nights, leaving the villagers puzzled and murmuring with intrigue. Among the villagers was a young girl named Marin, who had a heart as gentle as the autumn breeze and a mind as keen as a fox on the trail. Marin had always been fascinated by the mysteries of the world, especially those that shimmered just beneath the surface of the ordinary. She lived with her grandmother, a wise woman who often spoke in hushed tones of the ancient magic that lingered in the land. Determined to uncover the mystery of the flickering lanterns, Marin decided to seek the counsel of her grandmother. As the two sat by the hearth, the fire casting playful shadows on the walls, Marin shared her observations. Her grandmother listened intently, nodding thoughtfully with each detail. "My dear Marin," her grandmother finally spoke, her voice as soothing as a lullaby, "the world often whispers its secrets in ways that are not immediately clear. You must learn to listen not just with your ears, but with your heart." Encouraged by her grandmother's words, Marin decided to investigate further. She wrapped herself in a warm cloak and set out into the village with her faithful companion, a small, wise owl named Pip. Pip had been her steadfast friend, and his keen eyes and gentle wisdom often helped Marin see things she might have otherwise missed. As they wandered the cobblestone streets, they noticed something peculiar about the flickering lanterns. Each time they pulsed with light, a soft, melodic hum filled the air, a sound that seemed to tug at the edges of Marin's memory. It was as if the lanterns were trying to communicate, to share a story written in light and sound. Pip fluttered to Marin's shoulder and whispered in her ear, "Perhaps we should visit the old willow by the river. There are tales of it being a sentinel of the village, watching over us for centuries." Marin nodded, feeling a pull towards the ancient tree, its branches draped like a wise old sage's robes. As they approached the willow, the moonlight bathed it in a silver glow, and there, nestled among its roots, they found a small gathering of woodland creatures. Rabbits, squirrels, and even a fox, all huddled together as if in conference. To Marin's surprise, a tiny, shimmering creature emerged from the gathering. It was a Lumina fairy, a rare and gentle spirit known for its ability to weave light into stories. The fairy flitted towards Marin, its wings casting iridescent patterns on the ground. "Dear child," the fairy began, its voice like the tinkling of the clearest bell, "we have been trying to reach you. The lanterns flicker because they hold a message from the past, a tale of unity and harmony that the village has forgotten." Marin listened intently as the fairy explained that long ago, the villagers and the magical creatures of the forest lived in harmony, celebrating the changing of the seasons with a festival of lights. But as time passed, the tradition was forgotten, and the bonds between the two worlds had grown faint. "The lanterns," continued the fairy, "are enchanted with the magic of that festival. They flicker now to remind the villagers of the joy and unity that once was." Determined to restore this forgotten tradition, Marin and Pip, with the help of their new fairy friend, set about preparing a festival to rekindle the bonds between the villagers and the magical creatures. They crafted lanterns from colorful paper and filled them with tiny glowing charms gifted by the Lumina fairies. As the evening of the festival arrived, the village was transformed into a tapestry of light and color. The villagers, guided by Marin's gentle enthusiasm, gathered in the town square, their faces alight with anticipation. The magical creatures, once timid and hidden, emerged from the shadows to join the celebration. As the lanterns were lit, a warm glow spread through Willow Grove, and with it, a sense of peace and connection enveloped the village. The lanterns no longer flickered in confusion. Instead, they shone with a steady, comforting light, a beacon of unity and friendship. Marin's heart swelled with joy as she watched the villagers and creatures dance together under the starlit sky. Her grandmother, watching from the edge of the crowd, gave her a nod of approval, her eyes twinkling with pride. That night, as Marin lay in bed with Pip nestled beside her, she felt a deep sense of contentment. The mystery of the flickering lanterns had not only been solved, but had also brought her community closer than ever before. And as she drifted into a peaceful sleep, she knew that the bonds of friendship and understanding would forever light the paths of Willow Grove, guiding its people through whatever mysteries the future might hold. Story 20. Title: The Whispering Grove. In the serene village of Eldergrove, where the air was perpetually sweetened by the scent of blooming wildflowers and the songs of cheerful birds, there lived a young girl named Marin. Eldergrove was nestled at the foot of the Whispering Woods, a forest so ancient that its trees seemed to hum with the knowledge of centuries. The villagers often spoke of the magic hidden within the forest, a place where the ordinary world and the mystical one intertwined seamlessly. Marin was a curious soul, her days often spent exploring the edges of the woods, gathering wild berries, and crafting delicate crowns from daisies and ivy. Her heart was as boundless as the sky above, filled with dreams of adventure and stories of wonder that her grandmother would weave by the hearth on chilly evenings. One particular evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm, golden glow over the village, Marin's grandmother, with her gentle eyes sparkling with mischief, shared a tale about the Heartstone, a magical crystal said to possess the ability to reveal the hidden world within the natural environment. The Heartstone, she said, lay at the center of the Whispering Woods, waiting for a worthy soul to uncover its secrets. Inspired by the tale, Marin felt a pull, an undeniable urge to find this Heartstone. As she lay in bed that night, the soft rustle of the trees outside her window seemed to whisper encouragement, and she decided that the very next day she would embark on a journey into the woods. The morning dawned bright and crisp, with the scent of dew-kissed grass and the gentle caress of a cool breeze. Marin donned her sturdiest boots and her favorite cloak, its deep green hue blending perfectly with the forest. She packed a small satchel with essentials, a loaf of bread, a wedge of cheese, and a flask of sweet apple cider. As she stepped into the forest, the world around her transformed. The air was alive with the hum of insects and the distant calls of woodland creatures. Shafts of sunlight pierced through the canopy, creating dappled patterns on the forest floor. Marin felt a thrill of anticipation, her heart beating in time with the rhythmic rustle of leaves underfoot. Guided by intuition and the stories she held dear, Marin ventured deeper into the woods. The further she went, the more the forest seemed to welcome her, its paths winding like an intricate dance, leading her ever onward. After hours of wandering, Marin reached a clearing where the trees stood like silent sentinels, their branches entwined in an embrace that formed an archway into another world. As she crossed the threshold, the air shimmered, and Marin found herself in a hidden grove, its beauty unlike anything she had ever seen. In the heart of the grove stood the Heartstone, a crystal of purest brilliance. It pulsed gently with a light that seemed to echo the rhythm of Marin's own heart. Entranced, she approached the stone, her fingers tingling as she reached out to touch it. The moment her skin met the cool surface, a warmth spread through her, and the world around her shifted. Marin was no longer in Eldergrove. She was in a realm where magic flowed as freely as the river that wound through it. The trees whispered secrets in a language only the heart could understand, and the flowers sang in melodious harmony. In this hidden world, Marin discovered creatures she had only read about, fairies with wings that glimmered like morning dew, and gentle giants whose laughter rumbled like distant thunder. But the most extraordinary encounter was with a creature named Thistle, a small furry being with eyes as bright as stars and a heart as kind as any Marin had ever known. Thistle became her guide and friend, teaching her about the delicate balance of this magical realm and the importance of harmony between the two worlds. Together, they explored the wonders of the grove, each discovery more breathtaking than the last. As days turned into weeks, Marin learned that the Heartstone was not just a magical object, but a symbol of unity, a bridge between the worlds of magic and reality. She realized that her journey was not just about finding the Heartstone, but understanding the responsibility that came with its power. Through her time in the hidden world, Marin grew wiser, her heart expanding to embrace the beauty and wisdom of the forest. She understood that the true magic lay not in the Heartstone itself, but in the connection it fostered between all living things. With this newfound understanding, Marin knew it was time to return to her village, to share the lessons she had learned, and to preserve the balance between the worlds. As she bid farewell to Thistle and the magical realm, the Heartstone glowed warmly in her hand, a promise of the bond they had forged. Stepping back into Eldergrove, Marin felt the gentle tug of the familiar, the comforting embrace of home. The villagers welcomed her with open arms, eager to hear of her adventures. By the hearth's glow, Marin shared her tale, her words weaving a tapestry of wonder that captivated all who listened. In the years that followed, Marin became a guardian of the Whispering Woods, ensuring that the harmony between the worlds remained unbroken. The Heartstone, now a cherished village relic, served as a reminder of the magic that lay within the woods and the power of friendship and understanding. And so, under the watchful eyes of the ancient trees, Marin's story became part of the forest's whispers, a tale of friendship that defied expectations, a journey of personal transformation, and a reminder that the greatest magic of all is the love and wisdom we share with one another. As the night deepened and the fire crackled gently, the villagers drifted into dreams, their hearts warmed by the knowledge that magic truly existed, both within the forest and within themselves. Story 21. In the heart of the Whispering Woods, where the leaves danced to the songs of the wind and the sunlight filtered through the canopy like scattered gold dust, there lay a quaint little village named Star Hollow. Nestled amidst towering trees and babbling brooks, Star Hollow was a peaceful place known for its friendly folks and snug cottages with their chimneys puffing gentle curls of smoke. The villagers of Star Hollow were accustomed to the gentle magic that wove through their everyday lives. It was the kind of magic that made gardens bloom with vibrant flowers all year round and ensured that the village lanterns glowed with a soft, steady light even during the darkest nights. Yet, as comforting as this magic was, it was also mysterious, and sometimes it played tricks. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves crunched underfoot and the air was filled with the scent of apple pies cooling on windowsills, a peculiar thing happened. All across the village, the clocks began to chime at odd hours. The baker's clock struck 12, while the sun barely peeked over the horizon, and the clock at the schoolhouse rang in the middle of the afternoon, as if declaring it midnight. The villagers scratched their heads in confusion and shared puzzled glances as they went about their day. At the heart of the village stood a great oak tree, its branches reaching out like welcoming arms. Beneath its shade lived the wise and kind-hearted owl, Sir Thistledown. Sir Thistledown was known for his vast knowledge and his gentle guidance, often helping the villagers with their troubles. It was to him that the villagers turned whenever a mystery needed unraveling. A small group gathered beneath the oak. Among them was young Alistair, a curious boy with a head full of questions and a heart eager for adventure. His friend, Millicent, a bright girl with eyes the color of a summer sky, stood by his side, clutching a small notebook in which she jotted down everything she deemed interesting. Together, they approached Sir Thistledown, who blinked his wise, amber eyes and listened patiently as they explained the strange happenings. "Ah, the whimsical nature of the whispering woods," Sir Thistledown mused, his feathers ruffling in thought. "It seems there is a little mischief afoot. Fear not, young ones, for with a wee bit of patience and observation, we shall uncover the root of this mystery." With Sir Thistledown's encouragement, Alistair and Millicent decided to investigate. They started by visiting the village clockmaker, Mr. Half Pendleton, whose shop was filled with the soothing tick-tock of clocks of all shapes and sizes. Mr. Pendleton was a kindly old man with spectacles perched on the end of his nose and a pocket full of peppermints for the village children. "Ah, yes," Mr. Pendleton said, adjusting his spectacles as he listened to the children's tale. "I too have noticed my clocks behaving rather strangely. Perhaps there's a new spell in the air, or maybe the magical creatures of the woods are having a bit of fun." Intrigued by the mention of magical creatures, Alistair and Millicent decided to visit the edge of the woods, where they often played and where the magical creatures were known to dwell. As they ventured under the canopy, they greeted the gentle breeze and the rustling leaves, feeling the magic of the woods embrace them like an old friend. It wasn't long before they found Pip, the mischievous pixie, flitting about with his tiny wings shimmering like dewdrops in the sun. Pip was known for his playful antics, and the children suspected he might have a hand in the clock conundrum. "Hello, Pip," Millicent called, waving her hand in greeting. "Have you been playing with the clocks in the village?" Pip twinkled with laughter, his tiny form darting to and fro. "Oh, just a little," he admitted with a grin. "It's all in good fun, but I didn't mean to cause such a fuss." Alistair chuckled. "Well, it's certainly got everyone puzzled. Do you think you could help us set things right?" Pip nodded enthusiastically. "Of course, I have just the thing." With a quick flick of his wings, he produced a small pouch of sparkling dust. "This here is time's tinsel. A sprinkle of this will align the clocks with the natural rhythm of the woods." The children thanked Pip and watched as he flitted from clock to clock, sprinkling the magical dust with a flourish. Slowly but surely, the clocks began to tick in harmony once more, their chimes resonating with the gentle pulse of the forest. As the village settled back into its usual rhythm, Alistair and Millicent returned to Sir Thistledown to share their adventure. The wise owl listened with a twinkle in his eye, nodding approvingly. "You see," Sir Thistledown said, "sometimes mysteries are not meant to be feared but embraced with curiosity and kindness. And with friends like Pip, there's always a way to bring about a happy ending." With the clocks now chiming in perfect time, the villagers of Star Hollow returned to their cozy routines, grateful for the gentle magic that surrounded them. And as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow over the village, Alistair and Millicent sat beneath the great oak tree, their hearts full of wonder and the promise of more adventures to come. And so, in the tranquil embrace of the whispering woods, the mystery of the misbehaving clocks was solved, leaving behind a story to be cherished and told by the fireside on crisp autumn nights. And as the gentle night unfolded its starry blanket over Star Hollow, the village drifted into a peaceful slumber, cradled by the soft whisper of the woods and the tender glow of the moon. Story 22. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees seemed to hum gentle lullabies as the wind rustled through their leaves, lay a quaint little village known as Willowmere. This village was unlike any other, for it nestled within a magical world where the ordinary and the extraordinary danced together like old friends. The cottages of Willowmere were built from warm, honey-colored wood, their roofs covered in moss, so soft it seemed to cradle the houses like a protective blanket. Chimneys puffed tendrils of smoke that spiraled up into the crisp, starry night, carrying with them the comforting scent of burning pine and the promise of warmth. One such evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in shades of lavender and gold, a peculiar event began to unfold. The village was known for its serenity, yet a strange occurrence had begun to stir whispers among the townsfolk. Each morning, as the first light of dawn crept over the hills, the villagers would find their gardens mysteriously rearranged. The flowers, usually standing tall and proud in their neat rows, were now artfully scattered, forming intricate patterns in the soil. These patterns seemed to tell stories of old, with spirals that hinted at ancient tales and circles that spoke of unity and harmony. Though the sight was undeniably beautiful, it left the villagers puzzled and curious about who or what was behind this nightly transformation. In the heart of the village lived a gentle-hearted boy named Finn. With eyes as blue as the summer sky and a heart open to the wonders of the world, Finn was known for his keen sense of observation and endless curiosity. He loved the village and its people dearly, and he felt a stirring in his heart to uncover the mystery that had wrapped itself around Willowmere like a mist. One evening, as the village settled into the peaceful embrace of night, Finn decided to investigate. With a soft woolen cloak wrapped around his shoulders to shield against the chill, he made his way to the center of the village, where the gardens lay in wait like canvases ready for an artist's touch. The moon hung high in the sky, casting a silvery glow over the landscape, and as Finn crouched low among the dew-kissed grass, he felt a tingle of excitement. He knew he wasn't alone in his quest. His companion, a wise old owl named Sage, perched silently on a nearby branch, ever watchful and ready to offer guidance. Sage had been Finn's mentor and friend for as long as he could remember. With feathers that shimmered like silver in the moonlight and eyes that glowed with ancient wisdom, Sage was a creature of profound insight and gentle humor. "Patience, young Finn," Sage cooed softly, his voice a soothing melody in the night air. "The answers often come to those who wait and watch with an open heart." Heeding Sage's advice, Finn settled himself comfortably among the ferns, his breath mingling with the cool night air. Hours seemed to pass, the silence broken only by the soft rustle of leaves and the occasional call of a nightingale. Just as Finn felt his eyelids growing heavy with the weight of sleep, a soft melodic hum began to fill the air. Startled but intrigued, Finn sat up, his senses alert. The hum was gentle and inviting, like the lullaby of the forest itself. And then he saw them. Tiny, ethereal creatures flitting between the flowers, their wings aglow with a light that shimmered like 1,000 stars. They were the woodland sprites, creatures of pure magic who rarely showed themselves to humans. Their presence in Willowmere was a blessing, and Finn watched in wonder as they moved among the blooms, their delicate hands guiding the flowers into new patterns with grace and ease. "Do you see now, young Finn?" Sage whispered, his eyes twinkling with delight. "The sprites are artists of the forest, painting stories with petals and whispering tales through the leaves." Finn nodded, a smile spreading across his face as he understood the gentle magic at play. The sprites weren't causing mischief, but rather sharing their art, their stories, woven into the very fabric of the village. The next morning, as the villagers gathered to marvel at the new patterns in their gardens, Finn stepped forward to share what he had learned. With Sage perched proudly on his shoulder, Finn explained the sprites' gentle artistry and their intent to bring beauty and magic into their lives. The villagers listened with rapt attention, their eyes widening in wonder and appreciation. They decided to welcome the sprites' creations, seeing them as gifts rather than mysteries to be solved. From that day forward, Willowmere embraced the nightly transformations, each pattern a reminder of the unseen magic that dwelled among them. Finn often found himself in the gardens at night, watching the sprites at work, his heart full of joy and gratitude. And so, under the watchful eyes of the moon and stars, the village of Willowmere thrived, its people united by the stories written in petals and the gentle wisdom of a boy named Finn and his wise friend Sage. As the sprites continued their nightly dance, the village remained a place of warmth, wonder, and endless possibility, tucked away in the heart of the Whispering Woods. Story 23. In a small village nestled between rolling green hills, there lived a young girl named Amara. Amara had always been captivated by stories of adventure, her eyes growing wide as her grandmother recounted tales of distant lands and forgotten realms. Each night, Amara would snuggle under her patchwork quilt, dreaming of the day she might discover a story of her own. One golden morning, as the first rays of sun peeked over the horizon and the air was filled with the sweet scent of blooming honeysuckle, Amara set out for a walk. She followed a narrow, winding path that led away from the village, her heart brimming with excitement. The path meandered through fields of wildflowers, where the gentle hum of bees and the flutter of butterfly wings whispered promises of unseen wonders. The path eventually brought Amara to the edge of an ancient, whispering forest. The trees towered majestically, their leaves shimmering in shades of emerald and jade. Intrigued, she stepped into the cool shade beneath the canopy, where the air was rich with the earthy aroma of moss and damp earth. With each careful step, the soft crunch of leaves underfoot echoed like a gentle invitation deeper into the woods. As Amara ventured further, the forest began to reveal its secrets. She encountered a clearing bathed in dappled sunlight, where a gentle stream babbled over smooth stones. Here the air was filled with the delicate music of water, mingling with the laughter of the wind as it danced through the branches. Amara knelt by the stream, tracing the cool water with her fingertips, and noticed small, luminous fish that glimmered like tiny stars beneath the surface. Curiosity guiding her, Amara followed the stream until it led her to a hidden glen. The glen was alive with color and sound, a place where reality seemed to weave with the threads of a dream. She gasped in delight as she watched a family of rabbits with silken fur of silver and gold frolic in the tall grass. Above, a kaleidoscope of butterflies swirled, their wings painted in hues of sapphire and amber. In the heart of the glen, Amara encountered a peculiar creature unlike any she had imagined. It was a small, round creature covered in soft, velvety blue fur, with eyes that sparkled like polished opals. It was perched atop a large, flat stone, humming a tune that was both strange and familiar. The creature introduced itself as Lumio, the guardian of the glen, and Amara felt an instant bond of friendship form between them. Lumio explained that the glen was a magical place, a sanctuary for creatures who thrived on kindness and joy. However, the glen had been growing dimmer, and the creatures were losing their sparkle. Amara listened intently, her heart swelling with a desire to help. Lumio revealed that the source of the glen's magic lay in a hidden grove at its center, where a magnificent tree with leaves of crystal grew. The tree's light had faded, and only someone pure of heart could restore it. Amara, with a newfound sense of purpose, offered her help. Lumio guided her through the glen, sharing riddles and songs that helped her navigate the enchanted landscape. Along the way, they encountered gentle challenges that tested Amara's courage and wit. She solved puzzles set by the wise owls that roosted in the ancient oaks, and navigated a maze of singing flowers whose melodies changed with each step. Each challenge revealed something new about Amara, her patience, her kindness, and her unyielding spirit. With Lumio by her side, she finally reached the hidden grove, where the crystal leaf tree stood, its branches drooping with the weight of lost light. Amara approached the tree, her heart beating with a mix of fear and hope. With a deep breath, she closed her eyes and placed her hands on the tree's trunk, feeling its cool, smooth surface beneath her palms. She whispered words of love and gratitude for all that she had seen and learned. As she spoke, a warmth spread from her heart, flowing through her fingers and into the tree. Slowly, the tree began to glow, its leaves catching the light and refracting it into a dazzling array of colors. The grove brightened, and as it did, so too did the entire glen. The creatures of the glen rejoiced, their colors more vibrant than ever, their joy a tangible thing that filled the air like the sweetest melody. Lumio beamed with pride and gratitude, thanking Amara for her courage and her heart. With the glen restored, Amara knew it was time to return home. She bid farewell to Lumio and the magical creatures, feeling their warmth and kindness wrap around her like a comforting embrace. As she retraced her steps through the forest, the path seemed more familiar, each tree and stone a cherished friend. When Amara finally emerged from the forest, the sun was dipping below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of gold and lavender. She walked back to her village, her heart light and full, knowing she had found her own adventure, one that would remain a cherished story in her heart. That night, as Amara lay beneath her patchwork quilt, she didn't need to dream of far-off lands and magical tales. She had learned that adventure was everywhere, waiting in the whisper of the trees, the laughter of the stream, and the glow of courage and friendship in her own heart. And as she drifted off to sleep, the world seemed a little brighter, a little more wondrous, and endlessly full of possibilities. Story 24. In a forest where the whisper of leaves was as ancient as time itself, there lay a realm untouched by the harsh hand of modernity. This was a place where the dance of sunlight and shadow played across the forest floor, and the air was infused with the scent of earth and pine, tinged with a hint of wildflowers. Here the natural world was alive with secrets, and every creature, from the tiniest ant to the grandest stag, had its place in the grand tapestry of life. As dawn's first light stretched its golden fingers over the canopy, a gentle breeze stirred the branches, carrying with it the songs of birds greeting the new day. Among them was a wise old owl named Orin, whose feathers were as soft as the whispers of the night. Orin had lived in the forest for many seasons and had learned the language of the wind and the stories of the stars. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves fell like amber rain, Orin perched upon his favorite oak tree, his keen eyes scanning the forest below. He was not alone. Nearby, a young squirrel named Pip scurried across the branches, her tail flicking with excitement. Pip was known for her adventurous spirit and boundless curiosity. "Good morning, Orin," Pip chirped, her voice as bright as the morning sun. "Have you heard the news? The river sprites are gathering at the waterfall. They say something magical is about to happen." Orin ruffled his feathers thoughtfully. "Ah, the sprites. They are indeed wise in the ways of magic and nature. Perhaps it is the time of the Great Balance." "The Great Balance?" Pip's eyes widened with wonder. "What is that?" "Come, little one," Orin said with a nod of his head. "Let us go to the waterfall, and I shall tell you the tale as we journey." Together, the unlikely pair set off through the forest, the ground beneath them soft and yielding, covered in a carpet of fallen leaves. As they walked, Orin shared the story of the Great Balance, a time when the forest itself celebrated harmony and renewal. "Long ago," Orin began, "the forest was much like it is now, a symphony of life and energy. But there was a time when the harmony was disrupted. A great storm had passed, leaving the land weary and the creatures troubled. It was then that the Great Balance was born, a magical phenomenon that restored peace and equilibrium to the forest." Pip listened intently, her little heart thumping with excitement. "And how does it work?" she asked. Orin chuckled softly, the sound like the rustling of leaves. "The Great Balance is guided by the seasons and the wisdom of the ancients. It is said that when the sprites gather, they weave magic into the very fabric of the forest, renewing its spirit and reminding all creatures of their place in the cycle of life." As they neared the waterfall, the air grew cooler, and the sound of rushing water filled their ears. There, beneath the cascade, the river's sprites danced upon the mist, their movements as fluid as the water itself. Each sprite shimmered with the hues of the season, russet, gold, and deep green, reflecting the colors of autumn. Pip watched in awe, her heart swelling with joy. "It's beautiful," she breathed, hardly daring to blink. Indeed it is, Orin agreed, his voice a gentle rumble. And it is a reminder that we are all connected, each playing our part to sustain the world we live in. As the sprites continued their dance, a gentle rain began to fall, each droplet sparkling like diamonds in the morning light. The forest seemed to come alive, its colors deepening, its creatures emerging to witness the wonder. Pip turned to Orin, a newfound understanding in her eyes. "I think I see now," she said softly. "The forest, the weather, the creatures, we are all part of the great balance." "Yes, Pip," Orin said with a nod, "and it is up to each of us to cherish and protect it, passing down this wisdom to those who come after us." With the rain now a gentle patter, the sprites concluded their dance, their laughter mingling with the sound of the waterfall. The magic of the great balance had been renewed, and with it, the promise of harmony. As Orin and Pip made their way back through the forest, the young squirrel felt a warmth in her heart, a sense of belonging that she had not known before. She understood now that the magic of the forest was not just in the sprites or the changing seasons, but in every creature, every leaf, and every breath of wind, a magic that she too was a part of. And so the forest continued to thrive, its stories carried on the wind, its wisdom whispered through the trees, a sanctuary of peace and beauty, where the great balance was cherished by all who called it home. Story 25. Once upon a time, in a cozy little village nestled between rolling hills and winding streams, there lived a young girl named Luna. Like most children her age, Luna loved to play outside, chasing butterflies and splashing in the creek. But what set her apart was her extraordinary gift, the ability to communicate with everyday objects. You see, in this enchanted realm, every trinket and tool, from the humblest thimble to the grandest grandfather clock, possessed a spark of magic within, and Luna's gift allowed her to hear their secret whispers and stories. One crisp autumn morning, as Luna skipped along the forest path, she stubbed her toe on an old tarnished lantern half buried in the fallen leaves. "Ouch!" she cried, bending down to rub her sore foot. But then a faint voice reached her ears. "Excuse me, young lady, but might I suggest watching where you're going next time?" Luna's eyes widened in surprise. The lantern was speaking to her. "Oh, I'm terribly sorry," she replied. "I didn't mean to kick you." "No harm done," the lantern chuckled, "though I must say it's been ages since I've had the pleasure of conversing with anyone." Luna gently brushed away the dirt and leaves, revealing the lantern's intricate designs and flickering ember within. "You must have so many stories to tell," she mused. And so began an unlikely friendship between the curious little girl and the ancient lantern. For days on end, Luna would visit the forest clearing, eager to hear the lantern's tales of faraway lands and long-forgotten adventures. But as the days grew shorter and colder, a heavy sadness weighed on Luna's heart. Soon she would have to return home, leaving her newfound friend behind. One frosty evening, as Luna huddled beside the lantern's warm glow, she confided her worries. "I don't want to lose you," she whispered, tears brimming in her eyes. The lantern fell silent for a moment, as if deep in thought. Then, in a soft, reassuring voice, it spoke. "Luna, my dear, you need not fret, for you see I am no ordinary lantern." With those words, the lantern began to glow brighter and brighter until its light enveloped the entire clearing. Luna shielded her eyes, and when she opened them again, a wondrous sight awaited her. Before her stood a majestic being, part human, part flame, with kind, luminous eyes and a radiant smile. "I am a guardian of light and knowledge," the being explained, tasked with guiding those who seek wisdom and understanding. Luna gasped in awe, her heart filled with a mixture of joy and trepidation. "You have been granted a remarkable gift, Luna," the guardian continued, "and now it is time for you to embark on a journey of self-discovery and enlightenment." With a wave of its fiery hand, the guardian conjured a glowing orb which hovered gently before Luna. "This orb will serve as your guide and companion," it explained. "Follow its light, and it will lead you to the answers you seek." Luna gazed at the orb, mesmerized by its gentle pulsing glow. She knew this was no ordinary adventure. It was a test of her courage, her wisdom, and her ability to see the magic in the world around her. And so, with a deep breath and a heart full of determination, Luna set off into the unknown, the orb leading the way. Her journey took her through enchanted forests, where the trees whispered ancient secrets, and across rushing rivers where the water sang soothing melodies. Along the way, she encountered a host of extraordinary companions, a wise old owl who offered sage advice, a mischievous squirrel who taught her the value of laughter, and a diligent beaver who showed her the importance of perseverance. Each new friend brought their own unique perspective, challenging Luna to see the world through different eyes and to embrace the beauty in even the smallest of things. But the true test came when the orb led Luna deep into the heart of a treacherous mountain range. Towering peaks loomed overhead, their icy caps glinting in the moonlight. Luna shivered, her resolve wavering. It was then that the orb began to pulse more rapidly, as if sensing her fear. And from its depths, a gentle voice echoed, the voice of the guardian. "Luna, my child, do not let doubt cloud your vision. The path ahead may seem daunting, but remember, true strength comes not from force, but from wisdom and understanding." Emboldened by these words, Luna pressed onward, her heart filled with a newfound courage. She navigated treacherous ravines and icy crevasses, never losing sight of the orb's guiding light. And just when she thought she could go no further, the orb led her to a hidden cave, its entrance concealed by a curtain of glittering icicles. Luna stepped inside, her breath catching in her throat. The cave was alive with a mesmerizing display of colors and patterns, a tapestry of light and shadow unlike anything she had ever seen. As she marveled at the spectacle, the orb pulsed one final time, then dissolved into a shower of sparkling embers, and from within the dance of light and dark emerged the guardian once more. "Well done, Luna," the guardian beamed. "You have faced your fears and proven your worth. This sacred place is a reflection of your own inner light, the wisdom, courage, and compassion that have guided you on your journey." Luna felt a warmth spreading through her body, as if a piece of the guardian's radiance had taken root within her heart. "But your journey does not end here," the guardian continued. "For now, you must carry this light back into the world, sharing its warmth and knowledge with all those who need it most." With those words, the guardian bestowed upon Luna a special gift, a lantern, crafted from the very essence of light and magic. This lantern will serve as a beacon, illuminating the path for others as they embark on their own quests for understanding. Luna cradled the lantern in her hands, its gentle glow filling her with a sense of purpose and wonder. From that day forward, Luna traveled far and wide, her magical lantern lighting the way. She visited bustling cities and remote villages, sharing her stories and wisdom with all who would listen. And wherever she went, hearts were uplifted, fears were banished, and the world became a little bit brighter. For Luna had learned that true magic lies not in grand gestures or mystical powers, but in the simple act of kindness, in the willingness to listen and understand, and in the courage to face life's challenges with an open heart and a curious mind. And so, even to this day, if you find yourself lost in the darkness, look for the flickering light of a lantern in the distance. For it may just be Luna, illuminating the way towards a world of endless wonder and enchantment. Story 26. In the heart of the whispering woods where the trees rustled with secrets and the air shimmered with the scent of lilacs, there lay the quaint village of Willowbark. This village was unlike any other, for it was nestled in a land where magic gently wove through everyday life like a soft, comforting breeze. The villagers were blessed with the companionship of magical creatures and wise mentors who guided them through life's gentle mysteries. One crisp autumn morning, as dew sparkled like scattered diamonds on the grass, the villagers awoke to find something peculiar. Every single leaf in the village had turned a brilliant shade of violet overnight. From the tallest oaks to the smallest shrubs, the transformation was complete. The villagers gathered in the town square, their breaths visible in the cool morning air, murmuring in wonderment and curiosity. Amidst them stood young Finn, a kind-hearted lad with eyes the color of a summer sky. Finn was known for his keen sense of observation and his unwavering kindness. He often spent his days exploring the woods, befriending the creatures that dwelled within. Today, he felt a gentle tug at his heart, a call to uncover the mystery of the violet leaves. By Finn's side was his best friend, Luna, a clever girl with a lively spirit and a heart as warm as freshly baked bread. Luna shared Finn's fascination with the world around them, and together they made a remarkable team. We should visit Elder Thistle, Luna suggested, her eyes alight with determination. Elder Thistle was the village's wise mentor, a gentle soul with a long, flowing beard that seemed to have a life of its own. He was known for his vast knowledge of both the natural and magical worlds. The children made their way to Elder Thistle's cottage, a cozy abode nestled at the edge of the forest. The path was lined with glowing mushrooms, casting a soft blue light that danced like moonbeams on the ground. As they approached, the door swung open with a welcoming creak. "Ah, Finn and Luna," Elder Thistle greeted them with a twinkle in his eye. "I wondered when you might come. The woods have been whispering of your arrival." The children explained the mystery of the violet leaves, and Elder Thistle listened intently, nodding thoughtfully. "This is indeed curious," he mused, stroking his beard. "Such a change is not without reason. We must seek the wisdom of the Glimmering Grove." The Glimmering Grove was a sacred place within the Whispering Woods, known for its ancient trees and the ethereal light that danced among their branches. It was said that the grove held the memories of the land and could reveal secrets to those who sought them with pure hearts. As Finn and Luna ventured deeper into the woods, the air was filled with the soft melody of birdsong, and the gentle rustle of leaves created a soothing symphony. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor, where wildflowers bloomed in a riot of colors. Upon reaching the Glimmering Grove, they were greeted by a sight that took their breath away. The grove was bathed in a golden glow, and in its center stood the Willow of Whispers, an ancient tree with silvery leaves that shimmered like stars. The children approached the tree, their steps light and reverent. As they reached out to touch its bark, a soft voice resonated in their minds, like a gentle breeze carrying the wisdom of ages. "We have watched over this land for many lifetimes," the Willow of Whispers spoke, its voice tender and wise. "The violet leaves are a sign of imbalance, a reminder of forgotten harmony between the earth and the sky." Finn and Luna exchanged thoughtful glances, understanding the message that lay beneath the words. They realized that the balance in nature had been disturbed, perhaps by a forgotten act of kindness or by overlooking the needs of the forest. "We must restore the harmony," Luna said, her voice filled with resolve. "But how do we begin?" The Willow of Whispers swayed gently, its leaves rustling with a sound like distant laughter. "You must seek the counsel of the moonlit moths. They hold the knowledge of the night and can guide you to what has been overlooked." Thanking the ancient tree, Finn and Luna set off once more, their hearts buoyed by the mission before them. As twilight descended, they followed the path lit by the silvery glow of the moon, venturing deeper into the woods until they reached a clearing where the moonlit moths danced in the night sky. The moths, their wings shimmering with iridescent hues, flitted gracefully around the children. One of the moths, larger and more radiant than the rest, landed gently on Finn's outstretched hand. Its eyes gleamed with intelligence and kindness. "We have awaited your arrival," the moth said, its voice soft as moonlight. "The balance you seek lies in the forgotten grove beyond the river, where the song of the stars has not been sung in many moons." With heartfelt gratitude, Finn and Luna made their way to the river, guided by the gentle glow of the moths. The river flowed with a serene melody, its waters reflecting the starlit sky above. Crossing a wooden bridge, they entered the forgotten grove, a place of quiet beauty and tranquility. In the heart of the grove, they found an ancient stone circle, its surface covered in delicate star-shaped patterns. Finn and Luna stood within the circle, their hearts attuned to the rhythm of the earth and sky, and began to sing a melody that came from deep within their souls, a song of unity and love, of peace and understanding. As their voices intertwined with the night, the grove seemed to come alive, the air shimmering with a gentle magic. The violet leaves gradually returned to their natural hues, the colors blending harmoniously with the vibrant tapestry of the forest. The balance restored, Finn and Luna felt a deep sense of peace and fulfillment. The creatures of the forest emerged from their homes to join in the celebration, their joyous calls echoing through the trees. As dawn broke over the whispering woods, Finn and Luna returned to Willowbark, their hearts full of warmth and wonder. The villagers greeted them with smiles and gratitude, for the mystery of the violet leaves had been solved, and harmony had been restored to their beloved land. In the days that followed, the villagers continued to nurture the bond between themselves and the natural world, cherishing the lessons learned from the mysterious transformation. And in the heart of the whispering woods, the willow of whispers and the moonlit moths watched over them, their presence a gentle reminder of the magic that dwelt in every corner of their enchanted home. And so, as the sun set over the tranquil village of Willowbark, Finn and Luna sat by the crackling fireplace, their hearts content and their spirits light, knowing that they had played a part in preserving the harmony of their world. With the gentle crackle of the fire as a lullaby, they drifted into dreams filled with wonder and friendship, embraced by the comforting warmth of a story well told. Story 27. In the heart of a quaint, forgotten village, nestled between emerald hills and sapphire streams, there stood a little cobblestone cottage with a roof of thatched straw. Smoke curled lazily from its chimney, and the air was often filled with the sweet scent of baking bread and blooming honeysuckle. This was the home of a kind-hearted young woman named Clara, whose gentle spirit was known throughout the village. Clara lived alone, save for her faithful tabby cat, Whiskers, who loved nothing more than curling up in her lap as she read by the light of the setting sun. Her days were spent tending to her lush garden, where vegetables grew in neat rows and flowers danced in the breeze like a sea of colors. She found joy in the simple rhythms of nature, yet she often yearned for a whisper of adventure, a spark of something wondrous. One misty morning, as Clara strolled through the garden dew, she noticed something unusual nestled among the carrot tops, a tiny, intricately carved wooden box, no larger than the palm of her hand. The box was adorned with swirling patterns that seemed to shimmer in the light, and it was fastened with a delicate silver latch. Curiosity piqued, Clara carefully picked up the box and carried it inside. She set it on the wooden table beside the window, where the morning sun could dance upon its surface. Taking a deep breath, she gently opened the lid. Inside, to her astonishment, lay a small, iridescent feather. As she touched the feather, a warm, tingling sensation spread through her fingertips, and she felt a gentle pull, as if the feather was whispering secrets only she could hear. Whiskers, watching from his perch on the windowsill, purred softly, his green eyes twinkling with an unspoken understanding. Clara's heart fluttered with excitement and a touch of apprehension. She realized that this feather was no ordinary find. It was a key to something extraordinary. With Whiskers by her side, she decided to follow the feather's call, embarking on a journey that would lead her beyond the familiar hills and streams. As they traveled, the landscape began to shift. The hills rolled into vast meadows dotted with wildflowers, and towering trees formed a whispering canopy overhead. The air was filled with the songs of birds and the rustle of leaves, wrapping Clara and Whiskers in a comforting embrace. Along the way, they met a cheerful squirrel named Pip, who chattered excitedly about the wonders of the forest. Pip had a knack for finding hidden paths and secret nooks, and he offered to guide Clara further into the woods. His bushy tail flicked with enthusiasm as he led them deeper into the heart of the land. Their journey was filled with gentle challenges and delightful discoveries. They encountered a wise old owl named Sage, whose eyes held the depth of centuries. Sage spoke in soothing tones, offering riddles that tested Clara's wit and wisdom. Through his guidance, Clara learned to see with more than just her eyes, to listen with her heart. As the days turned into nights and the moon cast its silver glow over their path, Clara began to feel a change within herself. The feather had awakened something in her, a connection to the world and its mysteries she had never known before. With each step, her heart grew lighter, and the longing for adventure was replaced by a deep sense of belonging. Their journey led them to a serene glade where the air shimmered with magic. In the center stood a grand, ancient tree, its roots entwined with the earth and its branches reaching toward the sky. It was here that Clara felt the feather's pull most strongly. Gently, she held the feather to her heart, and a soft, golden light enveloped her, filling the glade with warmth and tranquility. From the tree emerged a graceful spirit, a guardian of the forest, who thanked Clara for her kindness and courage. The spirit revealed that the feather was a gift, a fragment of the forest's magic meant to guide those with pure hearts. It had chosen Clara to share its wisdom and to remind her that the true magic of the world lay not in grand adventures, but in the simple beauty of everyday life and the bonds of friendship. With a grateful heart, Clara thanked the spirit and her companions. As the light faded, she knew it was time to return to her village, to her cozy cottage and its welcoming warmth. The journey home was filled with laughter and joy, as Pip scampered through the trees and Whiskers padded softly at Clara's side. They carried with them the memories of their adventure and the lessons learned along the way. As they reached the familiar site of the cobblestone cottage, a comforting sense of peace settled over Clara. She understood now that her world was filled with magic, not just in feathers or enchanted forests, but in the love and kindness she shared with those around her. That evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, Clara sat by the fireplace, Whiskers purring contentedly in her lap. She held the feather gently, its iridescent glow casting a soft light across the room. With a smile, she whispered a quiet promise to cherish the magic in her life and to share it with others. And so, with the warmth of the fire and the gentle hum of the night beyond her window, Clara drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with colors and wonders only a heart like hers could imagine. Story 28. In a quaint little village nestled between the whispering woods and a shimmering lake, there existed an old cobbler's shop. The shop was known for its peculiar sign, a wooden shoe that seemed to dance with every gust of wind. Inside, the cobbler, a gentle soul named Edwin, worked tirelessly, crafting shoes that were said to be as comfortable as a warm hug. One chilly autumn evening, as leaves danced in the cool breeze outside, Edwin discovered something remarkable. Tucked away in a dusty corner of his shop, behind a stack of forgotten boxes, he found an old weathered shoe that glimmered faintly in the dim light. It was unlike any shoe Edwin had ever seen, its leather etched with delicate patterns that seemed to shift when he wasn't looking. Curious and intrigued, Edwin decided to polish the shoe, revealing its true luster. As he worked, a soft melodic hum began to resonate from the shoe, filling the room with a soothing harmony that wrapped around him like a gentle embrace. Edwin realized that this was no ordinary shoe. It was imbued with magic, a secret waiting to be uncovered. The next morning, Edwin set out to learn more about the enchanted shoe. He decided to visit the village's wise elder, a kind-hearted woman named Agnes, whose knowledge of the world was as deep as the lake itself. Agnes lived in a cozy cottage, draped in ivy, at the edge of the woods. As Edwin approached, the scent of freshly baked bread wafted through the air, inviting and warm. "Ah, Edwin," Agnes greeted him with a twinkle in her eye. "What brings you to my door on this fine morning?" Edwin explained his discovery, carefully unwrapping the shoe from a soft cloth. Agnes examined it closely, her fingers tracing the intricate patterns. Her eyes widened, and she smiled knowingly. "This shoe, dear Edwin, is a traveler's shoe," she said with reverence. "It holds the power to guide its wearer to places unknown, revealing paths of wisdom and insight. But remember, the journey it offers is as much about the heart as it is about the feet." Inspired by Agnes's words, Edwin felt a stirring within him, a longing for something more. He decided to embark on a journey, to follow the shoe's guidance and discover the wonders it promised. Packing a small satchel with essentials and wearing the magical shoe, Edwin set off on his adventure. As he walked, the shoe seemed to lead him with gentle nudges, guiding him through the village and beyond, into the heart of the forest. The woods were alive with the sounds of chirping birds and rustling leaves, and the scent of pine mingled with the crisp autumn air. Along the way, Edwin met a peculiar squirrel named Pippin, whose fur was as golden as the morning sun. Pippin was a chatterbox, full of stories and riddles, and he quickly became Edwin's cheerful companion. Together they ventured deeper into the forest, where sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the ground. Their journey was not without challenges. One day they encountered a babbling brook that seemed impassable. The water rushed over smooth stones, creating a melody of its own. Edwin paused, pondering how they might cross without getting soaked. "Ah, a puzzle for the wise," Pippin chirped, twitching his bushy tail. "Sometimes the answer lies not in what we see, but in what we feel." Taking Pippin's words to heart, Edwin closed his eyes and listened to the brook's song. As he did, he noticed a series of stepping stones, hidden beneath the surface, visible only when the sunlight caught them just right. With careful steps, Edwin and Pippin crossed the brook, their hearts light with the joy of discovery. Their journey continued, leading them to a meadow filled with wildflowers swaying in the gentle breeze. In the center of the meadow stood a grand old oak tree, its branches reaching high into the sky. Beneath the tree, they found a gathering of woodland creatures, all drawn to the magical aura of the shoe. There was Lila, a wise owl with feathers like moonlight, who offered Edwin guidance with her calm, soothing voice, and Fergus, a jovial rabbit with a penchant for storytelling, who regaled them with tales of the forest's history. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Edwin and his newfound friends sat together beneath the oak, sharing stories and laughter. The magic of the shoe, it seemed, was not just in its ability to lead him to new places, but in the connections it fostered along the way. Through their adventures, Edwin learned that the true treasure of his journey was the wisdom found in friendship and the beauty of the world around him. The enchanted shoe had opened his eyes to the wonders he had overlooked, teaching him that every step, no matter how small, was a part of the greater journey. As night fell, Edwin returned to his village with a heart full of gratitude. The traveler's shoe had guided him to a place of understanding and joy, a place where magic was found not in objects, but in the bonds of friendship and the simple wonders of life. And so, with a gentle smile and a heart at peace, Edwin placed the shoe back in its corner, knowing that its magic would always be a part of him. As he settled into his cozy bed, the moonlight casting a gentle glow through his window, he drifted into a restful sleep, dreaming of the adventures yet to come. Story 29. In a corner of the galaxy, far from the bustling trade routes and the bright lights of celestial metropolises, lay a small, uncharted planet known by its inhabitants as Lumina. Lumina was a world of gentle, glowing flora that bathed the landscape in a perpetual twilight, where soft, luminescent mists drifted lazily through verdant forests. The air was filled with the sweet, subtle fragrance of night-blooming flowers, and the gentle hum of distant waterfalls provided a constant, soothing melody. On this tranquil planet lived Nella, a being of light and air with skin that shimmered like moonlit water. Nella was a Lumian, known for their peaceful nature and deep connection to the natural world. Her days were spent tending to the gardens of her home, a cozy dwelling nestled in a grove of glowing trees. She was content, yet she often gazed at the stars with a sense of longing, wondering if there were others out there with whom she could share her serene world. One evening, as Nella stood on a hill overlooking her village, a star seemed to fall from the sky, leaving a trail of brilliance across the indigo expanse. It landed with a gentle thud in a meadow not far from her home. Curiosity piqued. She floated down the hill, her feet barely touching the soft moss that carpeted the ground. In the center of the meadow stood a sleek metallic pod, unlike anything Nella had ever seen. As she approached, a panel on the pod slid open with a soft hiss, and from within emerged a creature entirely unfamiliar to her. It was tall and covered in soft, dark fur, with eyes that sparkled like polished amber. This was Kor, a traveler from a distant planet called Viridian, known for its dense, lush jungles and towering trees. Kor had been on a journey through the stars, seeking new worlds and new friends, when a malfunction in his ship had brought him crashing down to Lumina. As he stepped from the pod, Nella and Kor regarded each other with a mix of wonder and caution. "Greetings," Nella said, her voice as soft and airy as the breeze that rustled the leaves around them. "I am Nella. Welcome to Lumina." Kor, though unable to understand her words, sensed the warmth in her tone. He responded with a gentle, melodic hum, a form of communication common among his kind. Though their languages were different, the intent behind their gestures and expressions was clear. They both wished for the same thing, connection and understanding. Over the next few days, Nella and Kor learned to communicate through gestures and shared experiences. Their initial misunderstandings, like when Kor mistook a glowing fruit for a star and attempted to collect it, only to be gently corrected by Nella, became sources of laughter and learning. One morning, as the two explored the forest together, a sudden rumble shook the ground. The luminous trees trembled, shedding their glowing petals in a shimmering cascade. Nella's heart skipped a beat as she realized what was happening. A rare but powerful storm was approaching. Kor, sensing the change in the atmosphere, looked to Nella with concern. She motioned for him to follow her, and together they hurried back to her home, where she had prepared a safe haven fortified against such tempests. As the storm raged outside, the two companions sat together in the cozy warmth of Nella's home. The wind howled and rain pattered against the windows, but inside, the air was filled with the comforting scent of herbal tea brewing over a small, crackling fire. Nella and Kor shared stories, each in their own way. Kor through expressive gestures, and Nella through her melodic voice, accompanied by the gentle light that danced from her fingertips. Through these shared moments, they discovered more about each other. Nella learned of Kor's love for the towering jungles of his home, and the joy he found in climbing the highest trees to watch the sunrise paint the sky in hues of gold and pink. Kor, in turn, came to understand Nella's deep connection to her world and her desire to share its beauty with others. When the storm finally passed, the sky cleared to reveal a brilliant tapestry of stars. Nella and Kor stepped outside, gazing up at the cosmos that had first brought them together. In that moment, they realized that despite their differences, they had become true friends, each having opened their hearts to the wonders of the other's world. As the days turned into weeks, Kor busied himself with repairing his ship, with Nella eagerly assisting him. She marveled at the intricate technology, her curiosity insatiable. Kor, patient and kind, taught her what he could, enjoying her wonder and enthusiasm. Their friendship strengthened with each shared challenge. When Kor's ship finally roared to life, ready to return him to his home, a bittersweet moment of parting loomed. Yet, both knew that their bond would endure across the vast distances of space. On the day of his departure, Neela presented Kor with a small, glowing seed from luminous trees, a symbol of their friendship and a reminder of the world they had shared. Kor, touched by the gesture, gave Nella a small, carved stone from Viridian, depicting the sun rising over the jungle, a promise that they would meet again. As Kor's ship lifted into the sky, Nella watched until it was a mere speck among the stars. Her heart was full, no longer longing for connection, but content in the knowledge that she had found a friend in the vast universe. And so, under the gentle glow of Lumina's eternal twilight, Nella continued to tend her gardens, her spirit warmed by the memories of a friend from a distant world. She knew that friendship, like the stars above, was a light that could bridge any distance, a bond unbroken by time or space. So as the gentle mists of Lumina drifted across the landscape, Nella's heart was a little brighter, her world a little larger, and her life forever enriched by the simple, profound gift of friendship. Story 30. Once upon a time, nestled within the heart of an ancient forest, where the whispering leaves held secrets of ages past, there lay a hidden world alive with enchantment. Here, the air was rich with the scent of pine and moss, and the gentle murmur of the river harmonized with the songs of birds and the rustle of creatures unseen. This forest was a place where nature's creatures lived in harmony, each one playing a role in the delicate balance that sustained their magical realm. As the seasons turned, the forest revealed its wonders through magical phenomena tied to the weather, each more breathtaking than the last. In spring, the forest floor bloomed with a tapestry of wildflowers, their colors vivid under the dappled sunlight that danced through the canopy above. The air was filled with the sweet fragrance of blossoms and the gentle hum of bees as they flitted from petal to petal, their wings shimmering in the light. One such spring, a wise old tortoise named Glyn, with a shell that bore the intricate patterns of time itself, emerged from his winter burrow. Glyn was revered among the forest's inhabitants for his vast knowledge and gentle demeanor. His eyes, like deep pools of wisdom, had seen many a cycle of the seasons, and he carried the stories and lessons of generations past within him. Glyn's closest friend was a sprightly squirrel named Fyra, whose bushy tail and bright eyes mirrored the vibrant energy of the forest. Together they enjoyed long rambles through the woods, Fyra bounding from branch to branch, while Glyn moved at a deliberate pace, savoring every sight and sound. Their friendship was a testament to the harmony that existed in their world, a balance of energy and wisdom. One day, as Glyn and Fira made their way to the sparkling brook that wound its way through the forest, they noticed something amiss. The water level had dropped, and the usual chorus of frogs was eerily silent. The air, usually so full of life, felt heavy, as though it held its breath in anticipation of something unknown. Concerned, the pair decided to seek the counsel of the elder oak, a mighty tree whose branches stretched high into the sky, wise beyond measure. The elder oak had stood for centuries, its roots entwined with the very heart of the earth, and it was said to hold the knowledge of all the seasons. As Glyn and Fira approached, the leaves of the elder oak rustled softly, as if greeting old friends. "Wise elder," Glyn began, his voice a low rumble, "there is a change in the forest. The brook runs low, and the creatures have grown silent. What has caused this imbalance?" The elder oak's voice, deep and resonant, echoed through the glade. "The balance of the forest is indeed disturbed, dear Glyn and Fira. It is the work of a mischievous wind spirit, Zephyr, who has forgotten the importance of harmony. He dances through the sky, delighting in tricks and tempests, drawing moisture away from our brook." Fira, ever curious and eager, asked, "What can we do, elder, to restore the balance and bring back the life to our beloved forest?" "The answer lies in understanding and compassion," the elder oak replied. "Zephyr must be reminded of the joy that comes from harmony and the beauty of balance. Seek him out and share the wisdom of the forest." With a nod of determination, Glyn and Fira set off, guided by the gentle whispers of the wind. They journeyed through meadows of golden grass that swayed like ocean waves, and climbed hills where the heather bloomed, its scent a soothing balm. As they traveled, they encountered friends who offered encouragement and tales of their own encounters with Zephyr. At last, they found Zephyr atop a hill, his form a shimmering, translucent wisp that danced upon the breeze. His laughter was like the tinkling of distant chimes, and his eyes sparkled with mischief. "Zephyr," Glyn called out, his voice carrying the weight of ages, "we come not to scold, but to share the stories of the forest. Your games have left our world in need, and we ask you to listen and learn." Intrigued, Zephyr paused in his antics, hovering close to hear the tales that Glyn and Fira wove with words. They spoke of the seasons turning, of the joy in the spring blossoms, the warmth of summer's embrace, the colors of autumn's farewell, and the quiet rest of winter. They told of the creatures, each contributing their part to the symphony of life, and the importance of balance in their shared home. As the stories unfolded, Zephyr's laughter softened, and his gaze turned thoughtful. "I see now," he murmured, his voice as soft as a breeze through the leaves. "I have been too taken with my own delight. I did not see how my actions affected the harmony of the forest." With newfound understanding, Zephyr promised to return the waters to the brook and to remember the lessons of balance and unity. As he swirled through the sky, the clouds above gathered and released gentle rains that kissed the earth, filling the brook until it sang once more with the voices of frogs and the laughter of the water. Glyn and Fira returned to their forest home, their hearts light with the knowledge that harmony had been restored. Under the watchful gaze of the elder oak, the forest thrived, its creatures living in peace and unity, bound together by the wisdom passed down through the ages. And so, beneath the canopy of whispering leaves and the ever-changing sky, the ancient forest continued to tell its stories, a testament to the beauty of balance and the enduring power of friendship and wisdom. And each night, as the stars twinkled softly above, the creatures of the forest nestled into their cozy homes, content in the knowledge that all was as it should be in their magical world. Story 31. Once upon a time, in a village cradled by emerald hills and kissed by the golden light of dawn, there lived a gentle girl named Lila. Her hair was the color of ripe chestnuts, and her eyes sparkled with the curiosity of 1,000 questions. Lila lived in a small, cozy cottage with her grandmother, whose hands were as delicate as the lace she wove, and whose stories were as rich as the tapestry of the stars. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves whispered secrets to the winds, Lila discovered an intriguing object while helping her grandmother tidy the attic. It was an old, dusty mirror, its frame carved with intricate vines and flowers that seemed to twine and twist with life of their own. Lila polished the glass until it gleamed, and as she peered into its depths, she felt a curious tingling sensation, as though the mirror were gazing back at her with knowing eyes. That night, as the moon cast its silver glow across her room, Lila dreamt of a shimmering forest where the trees glowed with an inner light. In the heart of this enchanted wood, she saw the mirror standing alone, its surface rippling like a pond touched by a gentle breeze. When Lila awoke, she felt a strange pull, a whisper in her heart urging her to find this magical place. With her grandmother's blessing and a small satchel of provisions, Lila set out on her journey. The path wound through fields of wildflowers that swayed to the rhythm of the earth's heartbeat and across streams that sang with the laughter of water. As she traveled, she was joined by a pair of delightful companions, a wise old owl named Hoot, whose feathers were as soft as the velvety night sky, and a cheerful squirrel named Nutmeg, whose bushy tail flicked with boundless energy. Hoot, with his eyes like amber lamps, offered Lila guidance and stories of the forest's history. "Every tree and stone has a tale to tell," he would say, his voice as soothing as a lullaby. Nutmeg, on the other hand, provided endless amusement and encouragement, darting up trees and gathering acorns, which he presented to Lila with great ceremony. As Lila and her companions ventured deeper into the forest, the air shimmered with the scent of pine and earth, and the path became a tapestry of dappled sunlight and shadow. They encountered many curious creatures, a family of foxes with eyes like polished garnets, a gentle deer with a coat of moonlit silver, and a chorus of frogs that sang harmonies to the rustling leaves. Eventually, they reached a grove where the trees stood taller than the tallest tale. In the center of this grove was a clearing bathed in golden light, where the mirror from Lila's dream awaited her. As she approached, the surface of the mirror began to ripple and dance, revealing a vision of a world where colors swirled like the sunset and laughter flowed like a river. But the mirror held more than mere visions. It was a portal. It whispered of a realm that needed help, a place where joy had been forgotten and smiles were as rare as rain in a drought. Lila felt a stirring of purpose within her heart, a calling to bring light and laughter back to this shadowed land. With a deep breath and the assurance of her friends beside her, Lila stepped through the mirror. She found herself in a place where the sky was a muted gray, and the flowers drooped as if burdened by invisible weights. The people she encountered were kind yet weary, their eyes clouded with memories of brighter days. Lila realized that this was the challenge she had to face, not with force, but with wisdom and kindness. She listened to the stories of the people, shared her own tales of joy and wonder, and encouraged them to remember the laughter they had once known. With each story shared, the world around her seemed to brighten, the colors returning like spring after a long winter. Hoot and Nutmeg played their parts too. Hoot shared his ancient wisdom, reminding the people of the beauty that lay within their own hearts. Nutmeg, with his playful antics, coaxed smiles and laughter from even the most solemn faces. Slowly, the gray veil lifted from the land. The flowers began to bloom with vibrant hues. The sky blushed with shades of cerulean and gold, and the people rediscovered the joy of simple pleasures. Lila understood then that sometimes the most magical power of all was the ability to listen, to share, and to spark hope in others. With her mission complete, Lila returned through the mirror, her heart full and her spirit light. As she stepped back into her own world, the forest around her seemed to hum with a newfound vibrancy, and she knew she had changed too. She had learned that true magic lay not in the extraordinary, but in the connections we forge and the love we share. Lila returned to her grandmother, who greeted her with a warm embrace and eyes that twinkled with pride and understanding. They spent the evening by the hearth, where the fire crackled and danced, weaving stories of Lila's journey into the fabric of their lives. And so, as the stars nestled into the velvet sky, Lila drifted into a peaceful sleep, knowing she had found her place in a world where every story, every heart, and every dream was touched by a gentle magic that lingered long after the tale was told. Story 32. In a cozy little village, nestled deep within an ancient forest, the warm glow of lanterns illuminated the winding paths, beckoning travelers to come and discover its enchanting secrets. It was here that Willow, a young girl with eyes that shone like emeralds, spent her days exploring the whimsical trails, her heart forever captivated by the mysteries that lay hidden among the towering trees. One crisp autumn evening, as Willow sat by the crackling fire, her grandmother's gentle voice filled the room with a tale that would forever change the course of her life. "My dear," she began, her wrinkled hands carefully turning the pages of a weathered book, "there exists a world beyond our wildest dreams, a realm where magic dances upon every leaf and the whispers of the wind carry the secrets of the ages." Willow leaned closer, her eyes wide with wonder, as her grandmother described a hidden forest deep within their own, a place where ancient trees stood as sentinels, guarding a treasure beyond imagination. "The everbloom," she whispered, "a magical flower that blooms but once every century, bestowing upon its bearer extraordinary abilities." From that moment on, Willow's mind was consumed by the thought of the everbloom, her dreams filled with visions of its ethereal petals and the promise of untold wonders. And so, with a heart brimming with determination, she embarked on a journey that would test her courage and unveil the true depths of her spirit. Deep into the forest she ventured, her feet leaving trails of footprints upon the moss-covered ground, her eyes ever watchful for any sign of the fabled flower. Days turned into weeks, and still the everbloom eluded her grasp, but Willow's resolve only grew stronger with each passing moment. It was on a moonlit night, when the forest seemed to hold its breath in anticipation, that Willow stumbled upon a clearing unlike any she had seen before. The trees stood tall and majestic, their branches intertwining in a celestial dance, and in the center of this enchanted glade, a single flower bloomed, its petals radiating a soft, ethereal glow. Willow's heart raced as she approached the everbloom, its beauty rendering her breathless. Gently she reached out, her fingers tracing the delicate curves of the petals, and in that moment, a warmth unlike any she had ever experienced coursed through her veins, filling her with a sense of belonging and purpose. As the first rays of dawn broke through the canopy, Willow emerged from the forest, her eyes shining with newfound wisdom and her heart overflowing with gratitude. For she had discovered that the true magic of the everbloom lay not in its ability to bestow extraordinary powers, but in the journey it had led her on. A journey of self-discovery, where she had unearthed the strength and resilience that had been within her all along. From that day forward, Willow walked with a spring in her step, her eyes ever open to the wonders that surrounded her. She befriended the creatures of the forest, from the playful squirrels that scampered among the branches to the wise old owls that hooted their ancient secrets. And wherever she went, she carried with her the knowledge that true magic lay not in the possession of extraordinary abilities, but in the embrace of life's simplest joys and the unwavering belief in oneself. As the seasons turned and the years passed, Willow became a beacon of hope and inspiration to all who crossed her path. She shared the lessons she had learned from the everbloom, teaching others to find the courage to embark on their own journeys of self-discovery, to embrace the challenges that life presented, and to revel in the beauty that lay hidden in even the smallest of moments. And though the everbloom itself would not bloom again for another century, its legacy lived on in the hearts of those who had been touched by its magic, a reminder that the greatest adventures often begin with a single step into the unknown, and that the most extraordinary treasures are those that lie within us all. Story 33. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and ancient woods, there lived a humble cobbler named Gideon. His shop, a cozy nook, nestled between the bakery and the apothecary, was a haven of well-worn leather, the comforting scent of beeswax polish, and the rhythmic tap-tap of his hammer. Gideon was known for his craftsmanship, but more so for his kind heart and gentle smile that greeted every customer. One crisp autumn morning, as golden leaves danced in the breeze and the scent of cinnamon wafted from the bakery next door, Gideon discovered something peculiar. Hidden beneath a pile of old shoes waiting to be mended lay a dusty, unassuming shoebox. Its edges were frayed and its lid slightly askew, as if it had been waiting for just the right hands to uncover its secret. Curiosity piqued, Gideon carefully lifted the lid. Inside, nestled in a bed of soft blue velvet, was a pair of shoes unlike any he had ever seen. They shimmered with a silvery sheen, catching the light in a way that seemed almost magical. The shoes were not of any fashion he recognized, and their laces glinted like spun moonlight. Gideon gently placed the shoes on the workbench, examining them with both awe and reverence. As his fingers traced the delicate stitching, he felt a tingle, a warmth spreading from his fingertips to his heart. It was as if the shoes were whispering secrets of journeys untold and adventures waiting to unfold. That evening, as the sky deepened to a velvety blue and stars began to twinkle like scattered diamonds, Gideon decided to try on the shoes. He slipped his feet into them, and immediately a sensation of lightness enveloped him. The world seemed to shift, and with it, the boundaries of his small village life expanded. No sooner had he taken a step than the room around him faded into a landscape of breathtaking beauty. He found himself standing in a meadow awash with wildflowers, their colors vibrant against the emerald grass. A gentle brook babbled nearby, its waters catching the moonlight in 1,000 shimmering ripples. Before Gideon could ponder his new surroundings, a soft rustling drew his attention. From the edge of the meadow emerged a small creature, no taller than a toddler, with eyes as bright as lanterns and a coat of fur that shimmered like the shoes themselves. It was a wisp, a creature of legend said to guide travelers through enchanted realms. "Greetings, Gideon," the wisp chirped in a voice as soft as the breeze. "You have found the shoes of wonder, a rare gift indeed. They can take you wherever your heart desires, but they also hold a deeper purpose." Gideon, intrigued yet comforted by the wisp's presence, nodded. "And what might that purpose be, dear wisp?" "The shoes reveal the truths hidden within oneself," the wisp explained, its eyes twinkling with wisdom. "They will lead you on a journey, not only through lands of wonder, but into the depths of your own heart." With the wisp as his guide, Gideon embarked on an adventure through realms both wondrous and mysterious. They traversed forests where trees whispered ancient secrets, sailed across seas that mirrored the sky, and wandered through fields where time seemed to stand still. Along the way, they met others who had once worn the shoes of wander. There was Marigold, a gentle giantess who had used her journey to learn the art of healing, and Rowan, a young bard whose songs could soothe even the most troubled soul. Each shared their stories, their laughter, and their wisdom, enriching Gideon's journey with friendship and insight. Yet the true challenge lay ahead. As the pair reached the edge of a vast, misty valley, the wisp paused. "Here, Gideon, you must confront the Valley of Echoes," it said solemnly. "It reflects one's deepest fears and desires. Only through understanding and acceptance can you pass through." Gideon nodded, his heart steady with the knowledge and kindness he had gathered. As he stepped into the valley, the mist swirled around him, whispering doubts and dreams alike. He saw visions of his past, moments of joy and sorrow, and glimpses of futures he had never dared to imagine. Drawing upon the lessons from his journey and the friendships he had forged, Gideon embraced each echo, acknowledging them as part of his story. With each step, the mist began to lift, revealing a path of clarity and peace. Emerging from the valley, Gideon found himself back in his cozy cobbler shop. The shoes, now resting on the workbench, shimmered softly in the early morning light. The journey had ended, but the transformation it brought remained. From that day forward, Gideon continued to craft shoes with newfound inspiration, weaving into each pair the wisdom of his journey and the warmth of his heart. The villagers who wore his creations spoke of a comfort beyond the physical, a gentle reminder that every step could lead to discovery and wonder. And so, in the small village of Willowbrook, under starlit skies and golden autumn leaves, Gideon's tale was told and retold, a story of shoes that opened the world, of a cobbler who found himself, and of the magic that lies within each of us, waiting to be uncovered. Story 34. Once, in a quaint little village, nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there lived a young girl named Lila. She had a curious heart and bright eyes that seemed to dance with the glimmers of her imagination. Her world was filled with the chatter of birds and the rustling of leaves, and the village folk often found her exploring the winding forest paths, always on the lookout for a new adventure. One soft, buttery afternoon, as the sun began to dip behind the horizon, painting the sky in shades of peach and lavender, Lila wandered into the woods. Her feet guided her to a part of the forest she had never seen before. The air was cool, carrying the earthy scent of moss and the sweet fragrance of wildflowers. As she walked, the canopy above her rustled gently, as if the trees themselves were whispering secrets just out of earshot. It was then that Lila's eyes caught a glimmering object half buried under a tangle of roots. It was a small, intricately carved wooden box, its surface polished smooth by time. The box felt warm in her hands, and as she brushed away the dirt, she noticed a curious symbol etched into the lid, a crescent moon cradled by a pair of delicate wings. With a soft click, the box opened, revealing a collection of iridescent feathers, each one shimmering in the fading light like a rainbow trapped in a single moment. Among the feathers lay a small, delicate key, its metal cool and smooth against her palm. Lila felt a gentle pulse of energy, as if the key was humming with a quiet, hidden power. That night, Lila's dreams were filled with visions of soaring through the sky, the wind rushing past her like whispers of forgotten tales. When she awoke, she found the key still clutched in her hand, its presence both comforting and mysterious. Determined to uncover the secret of the box and its contents, Lila set out on a journey. Her first stop was the village elder, a wise old man with a gentle smile and eyes that twinkled with stories of old. He listened intently as Lila recounted her discovery, his fingers tracing the symbol on the box thoughtfully. "The key you hold," he said in a voice as soft as the autumn breeze, "is the key to understanding the language of nature. With it, you can hear the thoughts of the forest, the dreams of the rivers, and the whispers of the wind. But remember, child, true understanding comes not just from hearing, but from listening with your heart." With the elder's words echoing in her mind, Lila ventured deeper into the forest. As she walked, she held the key close, and soon the world around her began to change. The leaves rustled like gentle laughter, the brook babbled in joyous song, and the wind carried tales of distant lands and forgotten times. Along her journey, Lila met a host of enchanting creatures. There was Finn, a mischievous squirrel with a penchant for acorns and riddles, who delighted in sharing tales of the forest's many secrets. There was also Mira, a wise old owl whose feathers shimmered like moonlight, and who offered guidance with a gentle hoot and a knowing nod. As Lila traveled, she encountered a challenge that tested not her strength, but her wisdom. The path to the heart of the forest was blocked by a great tangle of vines, thick and thorny, seemingly impenetrable. Remembering the elder's words, Lila sat quietly before the vines, holding the key and listening, not with her ears, but with her heart. In that stillness, she heard the vines' soft murmur, their gentle plea for understanding. They spoke of a time when they had been free to dance in the breeze, unfettered by fear. Lila realized that the vines were not obstacles to be overcome, but friends in need of care. With a gentle touch, she spoke words of kindness, and the vines parted gracefully, revealing a path bathed in dappled sunlight. Beyond, a clearing awaited, where the air was filled with the soft hum of life and the gentle rustle of wings. In that magical place, Lila found a deeper understanding of the world around her. The forest was not just a collection of trees and creatures, but a living, breathing tapestry of life, intertwined in a delicate balance. And she, with her newfound ability to hear its stories, became a part of that tapestry. As the days turned to weeks, Lila continued her journey, her heart filled with the wisdom of the forest. She returned to the village often, sharing her stories with those who would listen, weaving tales of wonder and understanding into the fabric of the village's life. And so, under the watchful eyes of the stars and the gentle glow of the moon, Lila's story became a part of the village's lore, a tale of discovery and wonder, of friendship and kindness, whispered by the wind and carried by the leaves, a gentle reminder that the world is full of secrets waiting to be uncovered, if only we take the time to listen. Story 35. In the heart of an ancient forest, where sunlight filtered through a lush canopy and the air was thick with the scent of pine and earth, there lived a delicate balance of creatures, both seen and unseen. This forest, known as Elder Grove, was a place where time seemed to pause, and the whispers of the wind carried the wisdom of ages. Here, the boundaries between the tangible and the magical were as thin as a morning mist, and the forest pulsed with life in every leaf and stone. As the first hints of autumn began to whisper through the emerald leaves, painting them with strokes of amber and gold, a gentle breeze carried a sense of change through Eldergrove. Among its ancient inhabitants was a wise old tortoise named Thistle, his shell a mosaic of mossy greens and earthy browns, a testament to the years he had spent wandering its paths. Thistle had seen the forest through countless cycles of seasons and knew the secret rhythms that kept the forest in harmony. Thistle shared his burrow with a spirited squirrel named Pippin, whose fur was the color of russet leaves and whose heart was as lively as a babbling brook. Pippin was full of curiosity and eager to learn the ways of the world, often scampering through the tree branches to explore, much to the amusement of Thistle, who watched with a gentle, knowing smile. As they journeyed through the forest together, the air was alive with the chatter of woodland creatures preparing for the coming chill. Birds sang sweetly in the treetops, their notes weaving a tapestry of sound as they flitted from branch to branch, while the deer grazed peacefully in the dappled sunlight, their ears flicking attentively at every rustle. One crisp morning, as the sun rose in a blaze of orange and pink, Thistle and Pippin set out towards the heart of Eldergrove. "Today," Thistle rumbled gently, "we shall visit the whispering glade. It is time you learn about the magic of the seasons." Pippin's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he bounded ahead, his bushy tail flicking with anticipation. The path to the glade wound through towering oaks and beneath the arching boughs of ancient willows, where the ground was soft with fallen leaves, and the air was rich with the scent of loam and lichen. As they approached the glade, the light shifted, taking on a golden glow that seemed to shimmer with an ethereal quality. The whispering glade was a circle of great oaks, their branches intertwined like the fingers of old friends. In the center stood a crystalline pool, its surface a mirror that reflected the sky's ever-changing moods. Thistle settled himself by the edge of the pool, and Pippin sat beside him, his eyes wide with wonder. "This is a place where the magic of the forest gathers," Thistle explained in his soft, rumbling voice. "The seasons change here, and with them the forest. Listen closely, and you may hear the whispers of those who have come before us." Pippin closed his eyes, and as he listened, he began to hear the faint murmurs of voices carried on the breeze. They spoke of seasons past, of harsh winters and bountiful springs, of the delicate dance that kept the forest in balance. He heard tales of the great storm, a tempest that had threatened to tear the forest asunder, and how it was the wisdom of the elders that had saved it. "But how did they save it?" Pippin asked, his voice barely above a whisper, as if afraid to disturb the ancient reverence of the place. "The elders understood the importance of harmony," Thistle replied. "They knew that each creature, each plant, had its place in maintaining the balance. They taught that wisdom is not in power, but in understanding and respect." As the sun dipped lower, casting long shadows across the glade, Thistle and Pippin remained, bathed in the golden light, absorbing the stories and wisdom that surrounded them. The air was cool and crisp, carrying with it the promise of change, yet it was also filled with a profound peace. As twilight descended, painting the sky with deep purples and soft blues, the two friends began their journey back. The path was illuminated by the gentle glow of fireflies, their light flickering like tiny stars leading the way home. "Will the forest always be like this?" Pippin asked, his voice tinged with both hope and uncertainty. "It will, as long as there are those who remember the lessons of the past," Thistle replied with a reassuring nod. "We are all stewards of this land, Pippin. Each of us has a role to play in keeping the balance." Pippin pondered this as they walked, feeling a newfound sense of purpose within him. He realized that even the smallest actions could ripple outward, touching the lives of others and shaping the world around him. As they reached their burrow, the night settled softly over Eldergrove, and the forest exhaled a collective sigh, as if content in its harmony. Thistle and Pippin nestled into their cozy home, the warmth of the earth surrounding them like a comforting embrace. In the quiet of the night, with the gentle chorus of crickets serenading them to sleep, Pippin whispered to Thistle, "Thank you for sharing the magic with me." Thistle chuckled softly, his eyes twinkling with kindness. "The magic was always there, my friend. You simply needed to learn how to see it." And with that, the forest cradled them in its timeless tranquility, a reminder of the beauty and balance that could be found when wisdom and friendship guided the way. As the world outside slumbered, the heart of Eldergrove beat on, a testament to the enduring harmony between its creatures and the magic of the seasons. Story 36. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the sunlight filtered through the canopy in a gentle dance of gold and green, there lived a community of creatures who understood the delicate balance of their home. This forest, older than memory itself, was a tapestry of life, woven with threads of enchantment and mystery. The air was crisp with the scent of pine and earth, and the songs of birds wove through the trees like a gentle lullaby. Among the inhabitants was a wise old owl named Tobias. With feathers the color of twilight and eyes that sparkled with the wisdom of centuries, Tobias was regarded as the guardian of forest lore. He lived high in the branches of an ancient oak, its roots deep and its leaves whispering secrets with the passing breeze. His nest was a snug haven, lined with soft moss and the down of dandelions, a place of warmth and contemplation. Tobias's closest friends were a gentle deer named Leora, whose coat shimmered like sunlight on a morning mist, and a clever squirrel named Pip, whose bushy tail was always a blur of activity. Together, they formed a trio bound by friendship and a shared love for the forest. As the seasons turned, the forest experienced a magical phenomenon that occurred only once every 100 years. It was known as the blooming of the aurora tree. This rare tree, hidden deep within the forest's heart, held the power to harmonize the elements, bringing balance to all living things. Its blossoms, when they appeared, glowed with an ethereal light, a spectrum of colors that mirrored the northern lights themselves. The time had come for the blooming, but there was a problem. The forest had been experiencing uncharacteristic storms and droughts, and the creatures feared that the balance needed for the aurora tree to bloom had been disrupted. The winds howled like lost souls, and the rain fell in torrents, then vanished for weeks, leaving the soil parched. The once harmonious forest was now a place of uncertainty. Tobias, Leora, and Pip knew they had to restore the balance for the aurora tree to flourish. Guided by the stories and wisdom passed down through generations, they embarked on a journey to seek the Council of Seasons, a gathering of the elements that would help them understand the disruptions. Their first stop was the Lake of Reflection, a serene body of water that mirrored the sky so perfectly it was said to reflect the truth of one's heart. As they approached, the air was cool and carried the earthy scent of moss and water lilies. Tobias spoke to the spirit of the lake, an ancient water nymph who appeared as a shimmering figure made of mist and light. "The balance has shifted," the nymph whispered, her voice like the sound of a gentle stream. "The winds speak of discord. Seek the voice of the north wind, for it holds the key." Thanking the nymph, the trio continued northward, their path lit by the soft glow of fireflies. They traveled through meadows where the sweet scent of wildflowers mingled with the fresh, clean air of the forest. As they reached the northern edge, they found the north wind, swirling among the peaks of the tallest trees. The north wind was a majestic presence, cool and invigorating, carrying with it the scent of snow and distant mountains. It spoke in a voice that was both brisk and kind, a whisper that rustled the leaves. "The balance is found in unity," the north wind advised. "The elements must dance together, each lending strength to the other. Seek the heart of the earth, where the roots of the forest converge." Their journey led them deeper into the forest, where the trees grew denser, and the light of day was a dappled pattern on the forest floor. The scent of rich soil and the sound of rustling leaves accompanied them as they descended into a hidden glen, where the heart of the earth pulsed like a gentle heartbeat beneath the ground. Here the earth spirit appeared, a figure of strength and nurturing, her form composed of soil and root, with eyes like polished stones. She welcomed them with a warm smile and a voice that resonated with the solidity of the mountains. "The forest is a symphony," she explained. "Like any piece of music, it requires harmony. The blooming can only occur when all parts play their role. Share this knowledge with the winds, the waters, the creatures. All must act together." Understanding the wisdom shared, Tobias, Leora, and Pip returned to their forest community. They spread the word, encouraging every creature to play their part in restoring balance. The birds sang their sweetest songs to soothe the winds, the bees carried pollen to help the plants flourish, and the animals worked together to nourish the earth. As the days passed, the forest began to heal. The storms abated, the rains returned to their gentle rhythm, and the sun shone with a golden warmth. The air was filled with the scent of blooming flowers and the fresh promise of renewal. Finally, the night of the aurora trees blooming arrived. The forest gathered, a tapestry of creatures great and small, their eyes reflecting the excitement of the moment. As the moon rose, its silver light bathed the clearing where the aurora tree stood. Slowly the tree began to glow, its blossoms unfurling with a gentle grace. The colors were a breathtaking dance of greens, blues, and purples, casting a serene light that enveloped the forest in a magical embrace. The air was alive with a symphony of harmonious sounds, the rustling of leaves, the gentle breeze, the distant call of an owl. In that moment, as the forest basked in the glow of the aurora tree, Tobias, Leora, and Pip understood the true meaning of balance. It was not simply the absence of discord, but the presence of unity and cooperation. They had learned that the strength of the forest lay in its diversity, in the way each creature, each element, played its part in the grand tapestry of life. As the glow of the aurora tree waned with the dawn, the forest settled into a peaceful slumber. The creatures returned to their homes, their hearts filled with a deep sense of contentment. The lessons of their journey were etched into the memory of the forest, to be passed down through stories and songs to future generations. And so, under the watchful eye of the ancient trees, the forest continued to thrive, a timeless testament to the power of harmony and friendship. The air was once again filled with the scent of pine and earth, and the gentle lullaby of the forest echoed through the ages. Story 37. The Whispering Woods and the Lantern of Wishes. In the gentle embrace of a sleepy village called Whispering Pines, nestled beside the vast, whispering woods, there lived a young girl named Clara. The woods were known far and wide for their peculiar ability to echo the voices of those who dared to speak within. Villagers often swore that if you listened closely enough, the trees themselves would recount tales as old as the earth. Clara, with her curious spirit and endless imagination, spent many afternoons exploring the edges of these woods, entranced by the symphony of rustling leaves and murmured secrets. One late autumn afternoon, as golden leaves danced upon the crisp breeze, Clara ventured a bit further into the woods than usual. Her mother had told her tales of a hidden world within the forest, a place untouched by time and filled with wonders beyond belief. It was said that only those with a pure heart and an unyielding sense of wonder could find it. With a heart full of dreams and the light of adventure in her eyes, Clara wandered deeper, the familiar path fading behind her, replaced by the soft, untrodden carpet of fallen leaves. The air grew cooler, carrying the scent of pine and earth, and Clara wrapped her shawl tighter around her shoulders. She paused to listen to the whispers that floated around her, like gentle advice from a wise old friend. As she listened, one particular sound stood out, a soft, melodic hum that seemed to beckon her forward. Trusting her instincts, Clara followed the sound, her steps light and deliberate, as if she was part of a grand dance orchestrated by the forest itself. The hum led her to a small clearing bathed in delicate shafts of sunlight. In the center stood an ancient oak tree, its trunk twisted and gnarled with age, yet regal and commanding in its presence. Hanging from one of its stout branches was a lantern, unlike any Clara had ever seen. It was crafted from polished silver, its surface adorned with intricate patterns that seemed to shift and shimmer like liquid moonlight. Inside, a gentle glow flickered, casting a warm, inviting light. Clara approached the lantern with awe, the soft hum now resonating from within its silver skin. As she reached out to touch it, the light inside flared gently, illuminating the clearing with a serene, magical glow. Her fingers brushed against the cool metal, and the whispers in the air grew louder, converging into a single, clear voice. "Welcome, seeker of dreams," the voice intoned softly, like a lullaby carried on the wind. "You have found the lantern of wishes. It can grant a single wish to one with a heart as pure as yours." Clara's eyes widened with wonder and disbelief. She had heard tales of magical objects, but never had she imagined she would encounter one. she pondered the possibilities, her mind spinning with dreams and desires. But with the weight of such a wish came the wisdom of responsibility. Clara knew she must choose wisely. As she stood there, contemplating her wish, she heard the gentle rustle of footsteps approaching. Turning, she saw a young boy emerging from the woods. His clothes were simple, yet his eyes held a depth of kindness and intelligence. He introduced himself as Leo, and though they had never met, Clara felt an immediate connection, as if they had been friends in another life. Leo, it seemed, had also been drawn to the clearing by the forest's whispers. Together, they pondered the mystery of the lantern and the wish it promised. Clara shared her wonder with Leo, and he, in turn, spoke of his own dreams, of seeing the world beyond the village and learning from its wonders. As they talked, the sun began its descent, painting the sky in hues of amber and rose. Clara realized that the true magic of the lantern was not just in the wish it offered, but in the unexpected friendship that had blossomed in its light. She and Leo decided that they would use the wish for something greater than themselves, something that would benefit their village and the world beyond. With a shared nod of agreement, Clara turned to the lantern, her heart steady and her mind clear. I wish that our village, Whispering Pines, always remains a place of peace and understanding, where dreams can flourish and friendships like ours can grow. The lantern's light flared, enveloping the clearing in a radiant glow, as if acknowledging the selflessness and purity of Clara's wish. The warmth of the light seeped into their bones, leaving them filled with a profound sense of contentment and hope. As the light faded, Clara and Leo found themselves back at the edge of the woods, the clearing and the lantern now just a memory. They stood together, hand in hand, looking back at the forest with gratitude and a newfound sense of purpose. Their journey had changed them both, not through grand adventures or perilous quests, but through the simple, profound bond of friendship and the wisdom of a wish made with a pure heart. As they walked back to the village, the whispers of the woods followed them, a gentle reminder of the magic that lay in their hearts and the promise of dreams yet to come. In the days that followed, Clara and Leo shared their story with the villagers, who listened with wonder and admiration. Whispering Pines became known as a place where dreams were nurtured and friendships cherished, a testament to the power of a single, selfless wish. And every so often, Clara and Leo would return to the edge of the woods, listening to the whispers and remembering the day they found the lantern and each other. The forest, with its timeless magic, continued to guard its secrets, waiting for the next dreamer to wander into its embrace. And so, under the starlit sky, with the gentle rustle of leaves as their lullaby, Clara and Leo's tale became a cherished memory, a beacon of hope and friendship for generations to come. Story 38. In a lush, verdant forest where sunlight danced through the canopy like golden ribbons, there lay a hidden world aglow with enchantment and mystery. This forest, known to its inhabitants as the Whispering Glade, was a place where the very essence of life pulsed in rhythm with the earth's heartbeat. Here, the boundaries between the natural and the magical were as thin as a moonbeam and as delicate as a spider's web. The Whispering Glade was home to creatures both ordinary and extraordinary. Among them were the lumina moths, whose wings shimmered with glimmers of moonlight, and the gentle sylphs, ethereal beings whose laughter rippled like the softest breeze. These creatures lived in harmony with the more familiar denizens of the forest, foxes, owls, and deer, each playing their part in the symphony of life that thrummed through the woodland. At the heart of this forest stood an ancient oak tree, its bark a tapestry of time, etched with the stories of countless seasons. This venerable tree, known as the Sentinel, was the keeper of the forest's secrets and the guardian of its balance. Beneath its sprawling branches, a gentle stream gurgled over smooth stones, its waters as clear as the sky on a cloudless day. The creatures of the Whispering Glade revered the Sentinel, for it was said that the tree's roots reached deep into the earth, connecting the forest to the wisdom of ages past. It was here that the creatures came to seek guidance and to learn the ways of harmony and balance. One crisp morning, as autumn's breath began to paint the leaves in hues of amber and gold, a young rabbit named Willow found herself at the foot of the Sentinel. Willow was wise beyond her years, known for her gentle heart and curious spirit. Yet, she was troubled, for she had noticed a change in the forest. The winds seemed to whisper of unrest, and the birds sang a tune tinged with worry. As Willow sat beneath the sentinel, a soft voice like the rustle of leaves spoke to her. It was the voice of the sentinel itself, ancient and soothing. "Dear Willow," the tree intoned, "you have sensed a shift in the balance of our beloved forest. The time has come for the wisdom of the ages to be passed on." Willow listened intently as the sentinel continued. "Many moons ago, when the world was young, the seasons worked in harmony, each one nurturing the earth in its own way. It was a time when nature's magic was strong and all creatures lived in unity. But as the years have passed, some have forgotten the old ways, and the balance has begun to waver." The rabbit's heart swelled with a desire to help. "What can I do?" she asked, her voice earnest and clear. "You, dear Willow, are to remind the creatures of the forest of the ancient wisdom. Gather them beneath my branches, and we shall share the stories of old that teach the ways of balance and harmony." Determined, Willow set off through the forest, reaching out to all the creatures she met. The lumina moths fluttered in delicate patterns, spreading the word with their glowing trails. The wise old owl, who had seen many seasons pass, hooted a call that echoed through the trees. Even the playful squirrels paused in their gathering to listen and relay the message. By dusk, a gathering had formed beneath the sentinel, a tapestry of fur, feathers, and scales. The air was filled with a quiet anticipation, the kind that hangs in the atmosphere just before the first snowfall. As the moon rose high, bathing the glade in silver light, the sentinel began to speak, recounting tales from a time when the world was new. The stories spoke of the first blossoms of spring, nurtured by gentle rains and tender sunbeams, of summer's bounty, where warmth and life flourished in abundance, of autumn's harvest, a time of preparation and reflection, and of winter's chill, where rest and renewal reigned supreme. The creatures listened, enraptured, as the sentinel's words wove a tapestry of understanding. They learned of the interconnectedness of all things, how each season played a vital role in the cycle of life, and how every creature, no matter how small, contributed to the forest's harmony. As the night wore on, the creatures began to share their own stories, tales passed down through generations. A fox spoke of his ancestors, who learned to hunt not for sport, but for sustenance, honoring the life they took. A family of deer shared how they taught their fawns to tread lightly, respecting the tender shoots that promised future growth. Even the smallest ant had a story of how their colonies worked together, each tiny life a testament to cooperation. As dawn's light began to creep over the horizon, painting the sky in soft pastels, the creatures of the whispering glade felt a renewed sense of purpose. They understood that the forest's magic lay not in the extraordinary, but in the everyday acts of kindness, respect, and harmony. Willow, nestled amongst her friends, felt a warmth spreading through her heart. She realized that the wisdom of the forest was not just a story to be told, but a way of life to be lived. As the first light of day kissed the leaves, the creatures began to disperse, each carrying with them the lessons of the night, ready to weave them into the fabric of their daily lives. The whispering glade returned to its quiet rhythm, the balance restored, its magic renewed. And though the seasons would continue to change, each bringing its own trials and beauty, the creatures of the forest knew that together they could weather any storm. As Willow hopped back to her burrow, she paused to glance back at the sentinel, its branches swaying gently in the morning breeze. A soft smile played on her lips, for she knew that the forest's heart would always beat in unison with her own. And so, under the watchful eyes of the sentinel, the whispering glade continued its timeless dance, a testament to the enduring power of wisdom and friendship. Story 39. Once upon a time, deep within the heart of an ancient forest, a world of wonders unfolded. The trees stood tall and proud, their branches reaching towards the heavens like grand guardians of the woodland realm. Beneath their sheltering boughs, a tapestry of life thrived in perfect harmony. In this enchanted place, the very essence of nature held sway, and every creature, great and small, played its part in the intricate dance of existence. The gentle rustling of leaves whispered secrets of ages past, while the tinkling of nearby streams composed a soothing melody. Among the denizens of this verdant paradise were the woodland sprites, ethereal beings whose sole purpose was to nurture and protect the delicate balance of the forest. Flitting from tree to tree on gossamer wings, they tended to the needs of every living thing, ensuring that the cycle of life remained unbroken. One such sprite, a wise old fellow named Oakenbeard, had seen countless seasons come and go. His wizened eyes held the knowledge of generations, and his gentle voice carried the weight of nature's eternal wisdom. As the seasons changed, the forest underwent a miraculous transformation, and Oakenbeard's duties shifted in tandem with the ebb and flow of the natural world. In the vibrant bloom of spring, he would coax the first tender buds to unfurl, whispering soft encouragement as new life burst forth from the earth's embrace. When summer's warmth bathed the forest in golden radiance, Oakenbeard would flit among the branches, ensuring that the trees received their fair share of the life-giving sun. He would dance with the playful breezes, scattering pollen and seeds across the woodland floor, sowing the promise of tomorrow's bounty. As autumn's chill crept in, painting the leaves in a kaleidoscope of fiery hues, Oakenbeard would gather the forest creatures and regale them with tales of cycles past. He would remind them of the importance of letting go, of shedding the old to make way for the new, just as the trees released their vibrant cloaks to slumber through the coming winter. And when the first snowflakes drifted down, blanketing the forest in a hushed stillness, Oakenbeard would guide the creatures to their cozy dens and burrows. There, he would weave spells of warmth and protection, ensuring that even in the depths of winter, the spark of life remained flickering, ready to reignite with the return of spring. Yet, Oakenbeard's true gift lay not in his mastery of magic, but in his ability to impart the wisdom of the ages to the younger sprites and the forest creatures alike. He taught them the importance of respecting the delicate balance that governed their world, of taking only what they needed and giving back in equal measure. For you see, my friends, he would say, his voice carrying the weight of eons, we are all part of a grand tapestry, each thread intertwined with the next. If one strand frays or is severed, the entire pattern unravels. It is our sacred duty to tend to this intricate web, nurturing it with care and reverence so that it may endure for generations to come. And so, under Oakenbeard's gentle guidance, the denizens of the forest lived in perfect harmony with their surroundings. They danced with the changing seasons, celebrated the natural cycles, and honored the delicate balance that sustained them all. As night fell and the forest creatures settled into their slumbers, the gentle sprite would take to the skies, his gossamer wings catching the silvery moonlight. He would soar high above the treetops, surveying his verdant domain with a contented smile. For in this enchanted realm, where magic and nature intertwined, the wisdom of ages past echoed through every rustle of leaves and every babbling brook. And as long as the forest stood, its guardians would ensure that the harmonious dance of life continued, unbroken and eternal, a testament to the enduring beauty of nature's grand design. Story 40. In a land where the sun always rose with a soft golden glow, and the moon bathed the night in silvery whispers, there nestled a little village called Elderglen. It was a quaint and peaceful place, cradled by lush emerald forests and kissed by the gentle, swirling mists of the Misty Vale River. The villagers were a merry bunch, known for their laughter as they went about their daily chores and for the sweet melodies that floated from their homes in the evening. Yet, a curious happening had begun to stir the village, like the first tremor of a whispering breeze. Each morning, as the villagers awoke and opened their shutters to greet the sun, they found their beloved gardens in disarray. Flowers that had stood proudly the day before now drooped with petals missing, and the soft earth was ruffled as if by tiny feet dancing in the night. The villagers, puzzled by these gentle disturbances, gathered in the heart of Elderglen, beneath the ancient willow that watched over their meetings. They shared their stories in quiet tones, seeking the advice of the wisest among them, a gentle soul named Aldwin. Aldwin was a kindly old fellow with a beard like spun silver and eyes that twinkled with the knowledge of countless years. Perhaps the wind has grown playful, suggested a young woman, cradling a basket of lavender in her arms. Or the night creatures have taken to gardening, chuckled a man with a twinkle in his eye, though he, too, was curious. Aldwin listened patiently, nodding as he stroked his beard. He then spoke in a voice as warm as a summer evening. There is a pattern to everything, my friends. Even mischief leaves a trail to follow. Let us discover what message these changes bring. With that, Aldwin proposed a simple plan. The villagers would place small charms of woven willow branches around their gardens, enchanted with a touch of moonlight magic that Aldwin had learned in his youth. These charms, he explained, would reveal the gentle footprints of whatever visitor tread upon the gardens at night. That very evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, the villagers set their charms with care. They whispered wishes of protection and curiosity into the willow, and as they retired for the night, the village settled into a serene slumber, blanketed by the soothing hum of the river. When dawn broke, the villagers awoke with eager hearts, quickly making their way to their gardens. To their wonder, the willow charms had woven a delicate pattern of light upon the earth, capturing the faintest traces of tiny footsteps, prints that seemed to twirl and leap in a joyful dance. Aldwin gathered the villagers once more beneath the ancient willow. "These are the footsteps of fairies," he declared with a gentle smile. "The meadow fairies, known for their love of dancing and their delight in the beauty of gardens." The villagers murmured in awe. Fairies were known in tales, but rarely seen or heard. Elderglen was indeed a special corner of the world. "But why would they disturb our gardens?" asked a child, her eyes wide with wonder. "Fairies are creatures of joy," Aldwin explained. "They mean no harm. Sometimes they borrow petals to weave into crowns, or gather scents to sweeten their songs. We should meet them with kindness, for the world is richer with their magic." Together, the villagers devised a plan to welcome their nocturnal visitors. They crafted gifts of tiny, colorful lanterns and placed them among the flowers, along with small bowls of honey and milk, treats known to be favored by fairies. That night, as the moon hung high and the lanterns glowed like tiny stars, the villagers watched from their windows. They saw flickers of light darting among the blooms, heard the faintest tinkling laughter, and felt a sense of peace settle over Elderglen. The next morning, the gardens were untouched, save for the faint shimmer of fairy dust among. Story 41. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled amidst lush green meadows and ancient whispering woods, lived a young girl named Leora. Willowbrook was a place where time seemed to slow to the gentle rhythm of the babbling brook that meandered through its heart. The villagers embraced the simplicity of their lives, cultivating the fields, tending to their flocks, and sharing stories by the hearth as the sun dipped behind the rolling hills. Leora, with her chestnut hair cascading like a waterfall over her shoulders, was known for her insatiable curiosity and gentle spirit. Her eyes sparkled with the light of 1,000 stars, always seeking the hidden wonders of the world around her. She had a knack for noticing things others overlooked, the way a single dewdrop balanced precariously on the edge of a leaf, or the melody of the wind as it danced through the treetops. One crisp autumn morning, as the first rays of dawn painted the sky in hues of pink and gold, Leora set out on her daily walk to the edge of the forest. Her footsteps crunched softly on the carpet of fallen leaves, and the cool air filled her lungs with the scent of earth and pine. She loved these moments of solitude, where the world seemed to hold its breath in anticipation of the day ahead. As she wandered deeper into the woods, Leora came upon an ancient oak tree, its gnarled branches stretching towards the heavens like the arms of a wise elder. Nestled among its roots was a peculiar object, a small, intricately carved box made of a wood so dark it seemed to drink in the light around it. Intrigued, Leora knelt down and gently lifted the box into her hands. It was surprisingly light, and she could feel a faint warmth emanating from its surface. With a mixture of excitement and trepidation, Leora opened the box. Inside lay a delicate pendant shaped like a leaf, shimmering with an otherworldly glow. As she held it up to the light, the pendant seemed to hum with a soft, melodic vibration, as if it carried the whispers of the forest itself. Leora slipped the pendant around her neck, feeling a comforting warmth spread through her chest. Unbeknownst to her, the pendant was a key to a hidden world, a realm that lay just beyond the veil of the ordinary. As she stood beneath the ancient oak, she felt the air shift around her, as if the forest were drawing a deep breath. The colors of the world intensified, and the sounds of the forest grew more vibrant, as if a curtain had been lifted to reveal a hidden symphony. Leora's heart quickened as she realized she was no longer alone. Emerging from the shadows of the trees were beings of ethereal beauty, creatures with luminous skin and eyes that sparkled with the wisdom of ages. One stepped forward, a slender figure with hair like woven moonlight and wings that shimmered like the surface of a still pond under a full moon. "Welcome, Leora," the figure said in a voice like the rustle of leaves. "I am Eliana, guardian of the hidden realm. You have been chosen to walk between worlds and learn the secrets of our realm." Leora's mind raced with questions, but she felt an overwhelming sense of calm in Eliana's presence. "What is this place?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "This is the realm that exists in harmony with your own," Eliana explained, gesturing to the vibrant landscape around them. "Here, the magic of nature is alive, and its wisdom is preserved. The pendant you wear has awakened your ability to see and understand this world." Leora nodded, her curiosity piqued. "Why was I chosen?" "The pendant chooses those who are pure of heart and who seek to learn," Eliana replied. "Your kindness and curiosity have opened the door to our realm. We have much to teach you, and you, in turn, have much to offer." Over the following days, Leora returned to the hidden realm, eager to learn its mysteries. She discovered that the creatures of this world, though different in form, shared a deep kinship with the life of the forest. They spoke the language of the wind and knew the secrets of the stars. Each visit was a journey of discovery, a chance to learn from the wisdom of the ages. One day, as the golden light of afternoon filtered through the trees, Eliana approached Leora with a look of concern. "There is a challenge we face," she said, her voice tinged with worry. "The balance of our realm is threatened by a shadow that has crept in unnoticed. It is a darkness born of neglect and forgetfulness, feeding on the ignorance of those who have forgotten their connection to nature." Leora felt a chill run down her spine. "How can I help?" she asked, determination in her voice. "You must journey to the heart of the forest, to the sacred grove where the oldest of trees stand," Eliana instructed. "There you will find the source of the shadow. Use the pendant's light to dispel the darkness and restore the balance." Leora nodded, her resolve strengthening. She knew the journey would not be easy, but she also understood the importance of her task. With a deep breath, she set out, the pendant glowing softly against her chest, a beacon of hope in the gathering dusk. As she ventured deeper into the forest, the air grew colder, and a heavy silence settled around her. The trees loomed overhead, their branches forming a tangled web that seemed to block out the light. Yet Leora pressed on, guided by the warmth of the pendant and the memory of Eliana's words. Finally, she arrived at the sacred grove, a place of ancient power where the air shimmered with energy. In the center stood a towering tree, its bark gnarled and twisted, its branches reaching skyward like a supplicant seeking mercy. Yet there was something wrong. An oppressive shadow clung to the tree, sapping its vitality. Leora approached the tree, her heart pounding. As she raised the pendant, its light intensified, casting a warm glow that pushed back the encroaching darkness. The shadow writhed and recoiled, but Leora held firm, focusing her thoughts on the connection between all living things. With a final surge of light, the pendant's glow enveloped the tree, banishing the shadow into nothingness. The tree shuddered, its bark softening, its leaves unfurling in a burst of vibrant green. The air around Leora sparkled with renewed energy, and she felt a deep sense of peace settle over the grove. As she turned to leave, Eliana appeared by her side, her expression one of gratitude. "You have restored the balance, Leora," she said, her voice filled with warmth. "The shadow has been dispelled, and the connection between our worlds is strengthened once more." Leora smiled, her heart full of joy. "Thank you for trusting me," she replied, feeling the weight of her journey lift from her shoulders. "You have earned our trust through your actions," Eliana said, her eyes shining with pride. "Remember, the bond between our worlds is one of mutual respect and understanding. As long as there are those who cherish nature and seek its wisdom, the light will always prevail." With those words, Leora returned to the village, her spirit forever changed by her experiences. She carried the lessons of the hidden realm in her heart, sharing the wisdom she had gained with those around her. In time, the village of Willowbrook flourished, its people living in harmony with the land, guided by the gentle light of the pendant that now rested in their midst. And so, as the seasons turned and the years passed, the tale of Leora and the hidden realm became one of the cherished stories told by the hearth, a reminder of the magic that lay just beyond the veil of the ordinary, waiting to be discovered by those with eyes to see and hearts to understand. Story 42. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between rolling green hills and fields of wildflowers, there lived a young boy named Finn. This village was a place where the air hummed with the whispers of stories long forgotten, and every cobblestone path seemed to lead to a new adventure. Finn, with his wide brown eyes and untamed curls, often wandered these paths, his heart full of dreams and his pockets full of pebbles and twigs that he deemed treasures. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun poured golden light over the village, Finn set off on one of his wanderings. The air was sweet with the scent of ripe apples, and leaves crunched like old parchment under his feet. As Finn meandered through a path less taken, he stumbled upon a small, weathered chest, half buried beneath a cloak of fallen leaves. With a curious heart, Finn brushed away the leaves and lifted the lid. Inside, nestled among layers of soft, faded velvet, was a peculiar compass. Unlike any compass he had ever seen, this one had no north or south. Instead, its needle spun in lazy circles, pausing now and then to point towards no discernible direction. Intrigued, Finn picked up the compass, feeling its weight settle comfortably in his palm. As he studied it, the needle suddenly stopped, quivering slightly as it pointed towards the heart of the forest, where shadows danced beneath the canopy of trees. Finn felt a gentle tug at his heart, as if the compass were calling him to follow. Emboldened by curiosity, Finn began his journey into the forest. The path wound deeper into the woods, where sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. Birds sang softly, their melodies weaving through the trees like an invisible thread, guiding him onwards. As Finn ventured further, he met a wise old owl perched on a low branch. Her feathers were the color of twilight, and her eyes glowed with the wisdom of ages. "Hello, young traveler," the owl hooted gently. "What brings you to these ancient woods?" Finn held up the compass, explaining its mysterious behavior. The owl tilted her head, considering his tale. "The compass you hold is no ordinary one," she said. "It guides not through places of geography, but through paths of the heart and spirit." With the owl's cryptic words echoing in his mind, Finn continued on, the compass guiding him deeper into the forest. Soon he came across a sparkling stream, where a family of otters played, their laughter bubbling like the brook itself. One of the otters, a sprightly creature with twinkling eyes, paddled over to Finn. "Are you looking for something special?" the otter asked, his voice as light as the breeze. Finn nodded, sharing the story of the compass. The otter chuckled. "Sometimes, the journey is not about finding something new, but about discovering what is already within." Thanking the otter, Finn moved on, pondering these words. The forest grew denser and darker, yet the compass remained steady, pointing him towards a clearing bathed in soft, ethereal light. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient oak tree, its branches reaching out like welcoming arms. At the base of the tree, Finn found a small door, intricately carved with symbols and patterns he could not decipher. The compass needle quivered excitedly, urging him forward. Taking a deep breath, Finn opened the door and stepped inside. Within the heart of the oak, Finn found a small room filled with an array of objects, each one shimmering with a soft, otherworldly glow. Among them was a simple mirror, its surface smooth as a still pond. Finn approached it, and as he gazed into the mirror, he saw not just his reflection, but a myriad of images, memories from his past, dreams he held dear, and moments of kindness shared with friends and family. In that moment, Finn understood. The journey was not about finding a treasure hidden in the forest, but about recognizing the treasures he already carried within him: his courage, his kindness, and his capacity for wonder. With newfound clarity, Finn left the oak tree, the compass still in hand. As he stepped back into the clearing, the forest seemed to shimmer with approval. the leaves whispering their secrets to the wind. On his way back through the forest, Finn met the owl and the otters once more. He shared with them his realization, and they nodded in understanding, their eyes twinkling with pride. As Finn returned to his village, the sun began to set, painting the sky with shades of pink and gold. He tucked the compass safely into his pocket, knowing it had guided him to the most valuable discovery of all, himself. And so, in the cozy glow of twilight, Finn walked home, his heart light with the knowledge that the greatest adventures were those that led him to the simple, profound truths of his own heart. As he slipped into bed that night, Finn knew that, no matter where his wanderings took him, he would always carry with him the compass of his heart, guiding him through life's many journeys. And with that comforting thought, he drifted into a deep, peaceful sleep, the gentle whispers of the forest lulling him into dreams of wonder and possibility. Story 43. Title: The Whispering Grove. In the quaint village of Windmere, where cobblestone paths meandered past thatched cottages, there lay a secret most villagers had forgotten. Nestled beyond the misty meadows and beneath the ancient oak was a grove known only in whispers and lullabies, the Whispering Grove. It was a place where the air shimmered with magic, and where, if one listened closely, the trees themselves would tell tales of old. In this village lived a gentle soul named Rowan. Rowan was known for his kind heart and curious spirit, but he felt a restlessness that he couldn't quite place. He often spent his days wandering the outskirts of Windmere, in search of something he couldn't name. On one such day, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of orange and purple, Rowan found himself at the edge of the Whispering Grove. Drawn by an inexplicable pull, he stepped into the grove. The air was cool and fragrant with the scent of blooming wildflowers and damp earth. The moment he entered, a sense of calm washed over him, as though the grove itself was embracing him. Lantern-like fireflies danced above the mossy ground, casting a gentle glow that illuminated his path. Rowan walked deeper into the grove, his footsteps silent on the soft earth. As he ventured further, the rustling leaves above began to murmur secrets to him, their whispers forming a gentle symphony. It was then he noticed a peculiar stone, half buried beneath a carpet of emerald moss. It glinted in the fading light, unlike anything he had ever seen. Kneeling beside it, Rowan brushed away the moss, revealing a smooth, translucent surface that seemed to pulse with a gentle light. The stone was warm to the touch, and as Rowan held it, he felt a rush of warmth spread through his body. The whispers around him grew louder, more distinct, as if the grove was speaking directly to him. The heart of the grove came a soft, melodic voice, barely more than a breeze. It holds the power to see beyond, to understand the whispers of nature and the hearts of those around you. Rowan's heart skipped a beat. A magical object, right here in his hands. He marveled at the stone, entranced by its beauty and the possibilities it held. As he stood, cradling the heart of the grove, he noticed a path he hadn't before. It wound deeper into the trees, beckoning him. He hesitated for a moment, but then, with the stone guiding him, stepped onto the path. The journey through the grove was unlike any other. The trees seemed to lean closer, their leaves brushing against Rowan as though they were old friends. He felt the presence of creatures unseen, their eyes watching him with curiosity rather than menace. The heart of the grove pulsed gently in his hand, each throb echoing the beat of his own heart. The path led him to a clearing bathed in moonlight, where a gentle stream meandered through, its waters sparkling like liquid silver. There by the stream stood a figure cloaked in shadows. Rowan approached cautiously, his curiosity piqued. "Who goes there?" he called softly, not wishing to disturb the tranquility of the grove. The figure turned, revealing a face that seemed both ancient and youthful, eyes that shimmered with knowledge and kindness. "I am Lyra," the figure replied, her voice as soothing as the night breeze, "guardian of the Whispering Grove." Rowan felt an immediate kinship with Lyra, as if he had known her all his life. He told her of his discovery, of the heart of the grove and the whispers that led him here. Lyra nodded, listening with a gentle smile. "The heart has chosen you," she said. "It seeks one with a pure heart, a willingness to listen and learn. You see, Rowan, the grove is more than just a hidden world. It is a bridge between the known and the unknown, a place where the magic of nature flourishes. Rowan sat by the stream, the heart cradled in his lap, and listened as Lyra shared the grove's story. It was a tale of ancient times when the world was young, and magic flowed freely through all things. The grove had been a sanctuary for those who sought wisdom, a place where nature's voice could be heard clearly. But over time, Lyra continued, the world changed. Magic became a thing of myth, and the grove was forgotten by all but a few. It has waited patiently for someone like you, someone who can rekindle its magic and share its secrets. Rowan was awestruck. He had always felt there was more to the world than met the eye, and now he was being invited to explore this hidden realm. Yet he wondered what he could do, how he could help. The heart of the grove will guide you, Lyra assured him. Listen to its whispers, let it show you the way. But remember, the magic of the grove is not meant to be wielded for power, but to bring understanding and harmony. With those words, Lyra faded into the night, leaving Rowan alone with his thoughts. He gazed at the heart, its light now a soft, steady glow, and felt a sense of purpose he had never known before. The days that followed were filled with wonder. Rowan visited the grove often, learning to listen to the whispers, to understand the language of the trees and the songs of the streams. The heart of the grove revealed secrets of nature, guiding him in ways to help the village of Windmere. As he embraced his role, he found himself changing. The restlessness that had once plagued him was replaced by a deep sense of peace. He became more attuned to the needs of those around him, using the wisdom of the grove to bring harmony to the village. He helped crops flourish, healed animals with gentle touch, and brought rain to parched fields. Word of his abilities spread, and soon the villagers began to seek his counsel. Rowan shared the lessons of the grove, teaching them to listen to the whispers of nature, to see the beauty in the world around them. And as the village thrived, so did the grove. Its magic grew stronger, its whispers clearer. The bond between Rowan and the grove deepened until they were as one, each thriving in the presence of the other. Yet, despite the harmony, a shadow lingered on the horizon, a distant threat whispered by the winds that promised a challenge unlike any Rowan had faced. One evening, as the sun dipped low and the sky turned to twilight, Rowan sat by the stream in the grove, the heart warm in his hands. The whispers grew urgent, warning of a storm brewing beyond the village, a force that sought to disrupt the balance they had worked so hard to achieve. The storm arrived with a fury that shook the very foundations of Windmere. Dark clouds loomed, thunder rumbled, and lightning split the sky. The villagers, frightened and unsure, turned to Rowan for guidance. With the heart of the grove as his guide, Rowan stood strong against the tempest. He reached deep into the magic of the grove, drawing upon its strength. As he did, he felt the presence of Lyra beside him, her spirit lending him courage. Together, they worked to calm the storm. Rowan called upon the whispers of the grove, weaving them into a melody that resonated with the natural world. The storm raged, but slowly its fury began to abate, its winds turning gentle, its rain a soothing balm. When the skies cleared, the villagers found Rowan standing in the heart of the grove, his face serene, the heart of the grove glowing brightly in his hands. They cheered, their faith in him renewed, their gratitude boundless. In the days that followed, the village celebrated Rowan and the magic of the grove. They honored the bond between the two, recognizing that it was their harmony that had saved them. Rowan, humbled by the experience, continued to share the wisdom of the grove. He taught the villagers to respect and care for the land, to listen to its whispers, and to live in harmony with nature. And as the years passed, the grove flourished, its magic a beacon of hope and understanding. Rowan, now an elder, remained its guardian, his heart forever entwined with the whispering grove. The story of Rowan and the grove became legend, a tale told to children as they drifted off to sleep. It spoke of a gentle soul who listened to the whispers of the world and found his place within it, who brought harmony to his people and left a legacy of peace. And so, the Whispering Grove continued to thrive, its magic a reminder of the power of friendship, wisdom, and the gentle balance of nature. Story 44. Once upon a gentle dusk, when the sky was brushed with strokes of lavender and rose, a young wanderer named Nia found herself at the edge of the Enchanted Hollow. This was a place whispered about in tales, nestled between the rolling hills and the silver stream that sang its way through the valley. It was said to be a haven of wonders and mysteries, hidden from the ordinary world by a veil of shimmering mist. Nia, with her heart full of curiosity and a spirit as bright as the evening star, felt an irresistible pull towards the hollow. She had always been captivated by the stories her grandmother told by the fireside, of lands where the trees whispered secrets and the air was alive with magic. Tonight, she felt brave enough to discover it for herself. As she stepped into the hollow, the mist parted like a delicate curtain, revealing a landscape that seemed painted in hues of dreams. The air was sweet with the scent of honeysuckle and dew-drenched moss. Overhead, the leaves whispered like old friends sharing secrets, their voices mingling with the soft murmur of the stream. Fireflies flitted about, their tiny lights dancing like stars fallen to earth. Nia walked deeper into the hollow, where the path was paved with soft moss that cushioned her steps. Each footfall released a gentle fragrance, as if the earth itself was sighing in contentment. She soon came upon a meadow bathed in moonlight, where the grass swayed gently as though it were a living sea. In the center of the meadow stood a peculiar tree, unlike any Nia had ever seen. Its trunk was twisted and gnarled, yet there was a grace to its form, and its bark shimmered with a soft, silvery glow. As she approached, she noticed that its branches were hung with blossoms that seemed to change color with each breath of wind, first a blush of pink, then gold, then a calm, serene blue. Just then, a soft rustling caught her attention. From behind the tree emerged a creature both wondrous and whimsical, a fox, its fur a tapestry of autumn hues, with eyes like pools of amber. It regarded Nia with gentle curiosity, and she felt no fear, only a warm sense of welcome. "Welcome, traveler," the fox spoke, its voice as smooth and soothing as a lullaby. "I am Ember, guardian of this hollow. What brings you to our enchanted realm?" Nia smiled, her nerves settled by the fox's gentle demeanor. "I seek to explore and understand the wonders of this place, to learn what stories cannot teach." Ember nodded approvingly. "Curiosity is a brave and noble guide. Follow me, and I shall show you the heart of our world." As they journeyed together, Nia encountered sights that filled her heart with awe. They passed a glen where flowers hummed softly, each petal vibrating with a gentle tune that harmonized with the wind. She saw a brook where tiny water sprites played, their laughter like the tinkling of crystal bells. Everywhere she looked, the hollow was alive with a magic that seemed to understand her very soul. Each moment was a gentle challenge, inviting Nia to look closer, to listen more intently, to feel the pulse of life around her. With each step, she felt her own heart beat in harmony with the world, and she realized that true courage lay in opening oneself to the unknown, in embracing the beauty and wonder of exploration. As the night deepened, Nia found herself back at the meadow's edge, beneath the glow of the shimmering tree. Ember sat beside her, his presence a comforting warmth against the cool night air. "You have learned well, young one," Ember said softly. "The world is vast and full of wonders, and those who walk with open hearts will always find their way." Nia nodded, feeling a profound sense of peace. "Thank you, Ember, for showing me the beauty that lies beyond the familiar." With a gentle nod, Ember rose and began to fade into the mist, leaving Nia with a heart full of newfound wisdom and courage. As she made her way back to the edge of the hollow, the mist closed gently behind her, but Nia knew she would carry the magic of this place with her always. She had ventured into the unknown and found a part of herself she never knew existed, a part that was brave and full of wonder. And so, with the dawn's first light, she returned home, her heart brimming with the stories she would one day share by the fireside, tales of courage and exploration, of friendship and the gentle magic that dwells in the world and within us all. And thus, Nia's journey into the Enchanted Hollow became a cherished memory, a reminder that the unknown is not something to fear, but a realm of endless possibilities waiting to be discovered. Story 45. In a distant galaxy where stars danced across the cosmic canvas, there lived two unlikely friends. Zara, a curious explorer from the lush planet of Verdania, and Crix, a reclusive mechanic hailing from the metallic world of Chiron. Zara's planet was a verdant paradise, teeming with vibrant flora and gentle creatures. She spent her days wandering through winding paths, marveling at the natural wonders around her. Crix, on the other hand, found solace in the orderly realm of machinery, tinkering with intricate devices that kept his world functioning. Their paths intertwined when Zara's exploration vessel experienced a malfunction, forcing her to make an emergency landing on Chiron. As she stepped out of her ship, she was greeted by the unfamiliar sight of towering metal structures and the whirring of countless machines. Crix, intrigued by the strange vessel, approached cautiously. At first, their encounter was marred by misunderstandings. Zara's awe at the technological marvels around her was met with Crix's skepticism towards her reverence for nature. Crix found Zara's fascination with organic life puzzling, while Zara struggled to comprehend Crix's obsession with the mechanical realm. However, as they began to converse, sharing stories of their respective worlds, a spark of curiosity ignited within each of them. Zara marveled at Crix's ingenious problem-solving skills, while Crix was captivated by Zara's tales of vibrant ecosystems and harmonious coexistence with nature. Their initial misunderstandings melted away as they embarked on a shared adventure to repair Zara's vessel. Together, they navigated the intricate labyrinth of Chiron's infrastructure, overcoming numerous challenges along the way. Zara's resourcefulness and Crix's technical expertise proved to be a formidable combination. As they worked side by side, they discovered that their differences were not hindrances, but rather strengths that complemented each other. Zara's innate connection with nature enabled her to find organic solutions where Crix's mechanical knowledge fell short, and Crix's ingenuity allowed him to devise innovative repairs that Zara could never have imagined. Through their shared struggles and triumphs, a profound bond blossomed between them. In moments of doubt or frustration, they offered unwavering support and encouragement to one another. Zara taught Crix to appreciate the beauty in simplicity, while Crix revealed to Zara the wonders of complex machinery. As the repairs neared completion, a realization dawned upon them. Their friendship had transcended the boundaries of their vastly different worlds. They had discovered the true meaning of friendship, an unbreakable bond forged through understanding, respect, and a willingness to learn from one another. In the end, as Zara prepared to depart Chiron, they exchanged heartfelt farewells, promises to maintain their newfound connection across the vastness of space. Zara carried with her a newfound appreciation for technology, while Crix developed a deep respect for the natural world. Their story became a testament to the power of friendship, a force that could bridge even the most unlikely of divides, bringing together souls from different corners of the universe and fostering a harmonious understanding that transcended all boundaries. Story 46. In the quiet village of Willowbrook, where the gentle hum of the river harmonized with the whispering winds through the tall oaks, there lived a young woman named Leora. Willowbrook was a place steeped in the magic of old traditions, where the sun kissed the earth with golden light, and the moon bathed the night in silver serenity. Leora lived in a quaint stone cottage at the edge of the village, nestled next to a field of lavender that danced gracefully with the breeze. Her days were filled with the simple joys of tending to her garden and weaving tapestries that mirrored the colors of the changing seasons. Yet there was a quiet yearning in her heart, a longing to understand the roots from which she had sprung. One crisp autumn morning, as Leora gathered fallen leaves to add to her garden mulch, a peculiar sight caught her eye. Beneath a sprawling oak tree, its leaves a cascade of fiery hues, lay an ancient chest half buried in the earth. The chest was adorned with intricate carvings of vines and stars, its bronze latch glinting softly in the dappled sunlight. With a mix of curiosity and reverence, Leora knelt beside the chest and gently brushed away the layers of soil. As her fingers traced the carvings, a warmth spread through her hands, as if the chest recognized her touch. Slowly, she lifted the lid, revealing a collection of objects that seemed to shimmer with an ethereal glow. Inside lay a beautifully crafted harp, its strings gleaming like moonbeams. There was a silver pendant shaped like a crescent moon, and a parchment scroll tied with a ribbon of deep blue. As she unfurled the scroll, she discovered a message written in a flowing script, its words echoing with the wisdom of ages past. To those who seek the harmony of the heart, let the music of the ancients guide your path. The legacy of your forebears lies within, waiting to awaken the song of your soul. Leora felt a shiver of recognition, as if the words were speaking directly to the longing she had always felt. She gently plucked the strings of the harp, and a melody filled the air, sweet and haunting. It was as if the notes were woven from the very essence of the forest, the river, and the sky. The sound drew the attention of the villagers, who gathered around with expressions of wonder. Among them was Elder Brina, a wise woman whose eyes sparkled with the knowledge of countless stories. "Ah, Leora," she said with a smile, "it seems you have found the legacy of your ancestors. They were once the keepers of harmony, weaving music that healed and united hearts." Elder Brina shared tales of Leora's lineage, a family of musicians and storytellers who used their gifts to bring peace and joy to their community. "The harp you hold is a symbol of that heritage," she explained, "and the pendant is a reminder that the light of your ancestors shines within you." As Leora listened, she felt a profound sense of belonging, as if the pieces of her life's puzzle were finally falling into place. The artifacts were not just relics of the past. They were keys to understanding who she was and the legacy she was meant to carry forward. Inspired by this newfound connection to her roots, Leora began to play the harp more often, sharing its melodies with the village. The music seemed to weave a tapestry of togetherness, drawing people closer and igniting a spirit of harmony within their hearts. In time, Leora discovered that the true magic of the harp lay not just in the beauty of its music, but in the way it invited others to join in. Children danced to its notes, elders shared stories of old, and families found joy in singing together under the starlit sky. As the seasons turned, Leora's heart swelled with gratitude. The journey to uncover her heritage had led her to a deeper understanding of herself and her place in the world. She had learned that the legacy of her ancestors was not just a treasure of the past, but a living tradition that flourished in the present. In the gentle glow of twilight, as the village lay wrapped in the embrace of evening, Leora sat by the riverbank, her harp resting on her lap. She played a lullaby, its soft strains echoing across the water, blending with the chorus of crickets and the rustle of leaves. The moon rose high, casting a silvery path across the rippling surface of the river. As Leora watched its reflection, a sense of peace enveloped her, as warm and comforting as the embrace of an old friend. She understood now that the music of her ancestors was not just a gift, but a guiding light that would illuminate her path for years to come. And so, in the heart of Willowbrook, where the legacy of harmony blossomed anew, the night unfolded like a gentle embrace, cradling the village in a lullaby of love and belonging. The stars winked down with timeless wisdom, and Leora knew that she, too, was a part of their enduring story, a story that would continue to sing through the ages, carried on the wings of the wind. Story 47. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the towering trees stood like watchful sentinels under a sky that shifted from azure to twilight's embrace, lay a hidden world teeming with life. This was a realm where the whispers of the wind carried the secrets of the ages, and the earth beneath harbored stories as old as time itself. Here the boundaries between reality and magic were as thin as the mist that often draped itself over the forest floor. As the first light of dawn kissed the canopy, a gentle rustling stirred among the leaves, announcing the day's awakening. The soft, warm hues of morning filtered through the branches, casting dappled patterns on the ground below. This was the morning song of the forest, a symphony of chirping crickets and the distant call of a lone owl returning to its roost. Nestled within the embrace of this verdant wonderland was a small clearing, bathed in golden sunlight and bordered by a babbling brook that sang a perpetual lullaby. It was here that the creatures of the forest gathered, a community woven together by threads of kinship and mutual respect. Each day they convened to share their stories and wisdom, for they understood that harmony was the key to their survival. Among them was a wise old tortoise named Orin, whose shell bore the markings of many seasons. His eyes, deep and kind, held the knowledge of ages past. Orin was the keeper of the forest's history, a role bestowed upon him by the gentle spirits of the land. The creatures often sought his counsel, for his insights were as nourishing as the sweetest berries. One morning, as the dew clung to the grass like diamonds, A young squirrel named Pippa approached Orin, her bushy tail flicking with excitement. Pippa was known for her boundless curiosity and her heart as pure as the fresh spring air. "Orin," she chattered, her eyes bright with anticipation, "I've heard tales of the whispering wind. They say it carries messages of great importance. Is it true?" Orin chuckled, the sound deep and resonant, like distant thunder. "Ah, the whispering wind," he mused. "It is indeed a mysterious force, Pippa. It speaks in a language older than the trees themselves, but it does not reveal its secrets to just anyone." Pippa's whiskers twitched with intrigue. "How can one hear its message? Orin? What must we do?" The old tortoise pondered her question, the sunlight glinting off his shell as he slowly turned to face the brook. To hear the whispering wind, one must first learn to listen with more than just ears. It requires a quiet heart and a mind open to the wonders of the world. Pippa nodded, her thoughts alight with the possibilities. She knew that the forest held many lessons, and she was eager to learn. With a heart full of determination, she scampered away, eager to share Orin's wisdom with her friends. As the seasons turned, bringing with them the vibrant hues of autumn and the crisp air of winter, the creatures of the forest continued to live in harmony. Each day was a dance of survival and celebration, where every leaf, every drop of dew, was a testament to the magic of the natural world. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow over the land, Pippa gathered her friends beneath the great oak tree. There was Finn, the gentle deer with eyes as soft as moonlight, and Nia, the wise owl whose feathers shimmered like stardust. Together they sat in a circle, their breaths mingling with the cool night air. Pippa shared Orin's teachings, her voice a gentle thread weaving through the tapestry of their gathering. "We must learn to listen," she told them, "to open our hearts to the whispers of the world around us. Only then can we truly understand the balance of nature." Her friends nodded, their eyes reflecting the twinkling stars above. They knew that the forest was a living being, a symphony of life that thrived on the harmony between its inhabitants. As the night deepened, a gentle breeze stirred among the branches, rustling the leaves with a soft, enchanting melody. The friends sat in silence, their senses attuned to the forest's serenade, and for the first time they began to hear it, the whispering wind, carrying with it a message of peace and unity. The forest, it seemed, was pleased with their efforts to understand and protect its delicate balance. In the days that followed, Pippa and her friends worked together to spread the message of harmony throughout the forest. They learned to listen, not just to the wind, but to each other, and to the world around them. Through their efforts, the bonds between the creatures grew stronger, and the forest thrived in a way it never had before. As spring returned, painting the world in vibrant greens and the sweet scent of blooming flowers, Orin looked upon the flourishing forest with a heart full of pride. He knew that the wisdom of the whispering wind would continue to guide them, passed down through generations like a treasured heirloom. And so, in the heart of the ancient forest, where reality and magic intertwined, the creatures lived in harmony, a testament to the power of friendship and the timeless wisdom of the natural world. Each day was a reminder that, in listening to the whispers of the wind, they could find the strength to overcome any challenge and the peace to cherish every moment. In this enchanted land, the forest remained a sanctuary of serenity and wonder, a place where dreams took root and blossomed like the wildflowers in the meadow. And as the sun set each evening, casting its golden light over the land, the creatures would gather once more, sharing stories beneath the stars, knowing that they were part of something truly magical, a world where harmony reigned and the whispering wind sang its eternal song. Story 48. In a realm where the towering trees whispered the secrets of the earth, there lay an ancient forest, untouched by time and bustling with life unseen by human eyes. This was the forest of Elderglow, where the air was sweet with the scent of pine and earth, and the light danced with a golden hue, filtering through the canopy like a soft, warm embrace. In this hidden sanctuary, every creature played its part in a grand symphony of life. The forest floor was a mosaic of moss and leaves, each step a gentle crunch underfoot, releasing the rich, loamy scent of the forest. The rustle of the leaves overhead was a lullaby, accompanied by the distant murmur of a brook winding its way through the grove. Beneath the sprawling boughs of an ancient oak, there lived a wise old owl named Bramble. His feathers were a tapestry of brown and white, dappled like the forest floor itself, and his eyes held the depth of countless moonlit nights. Bramble had watched over the forest for many seasons, his wisdom woven into the very fabric of the world around him. His nest, high in the oak, was a cozy retreat, lined with soft down and speckled with the delicate feathers of generations past. Bramble's closest friend was a gentle deer named Willow. Her coat was the color of autumn leaves, and her eyes reflected the warmth of the earth. Willow moved with a grace that seemed to mirror the swaying branches of the trees, and her heart was as tender as the first buds of spring. Together, Bramble and Willow watched over their home, ensuring that the balance of life remained unbroken. The forest of Elderglow was a place of magic, where the changing seasons brought with them wondrous phenomena. In the spring, the ground would shimmer with a carpet of bluebells, their fragrance lifting the spirits of all who wandered by. In the summer, fireflies would dance through the night, painting the air with their soft, golden light. Autumn brought a cascade of colors, as if the trees themselves were ablaze with hues of crimson and gold. And in the winter, the world would be hushed under a blanket of snow, the air crisp and clear, each breath a misty cloud. But with the magic of the forest came challenges, and it was during the arrival of an unusually early winter that the harmony of Elderglow was threatened. A bitter wind swept through the trees, carrying with it the promise of snow long before the forest had prepared. The animals, caught off guard by the sudden chill, began to worry about the scarcity of food and the harshness of the cold. Bramble, perched high in his oak, watched the flurry of activity below with a heavy heart. He knew that he must call upon the wisdom passed down through the ages to guide the creatures of the forest. That night, as the moon cast its silvery glow upon the snow-dusted branches, Bramble gathered the animals in a clearing, their breath mingling with the misty air. "My dear friends," Bramble began, his voice a soft, reassuring echo in the quiet night. "The forest has faced many trials, and we have always emerged stronger for it. This early winter is but another challenge for us to overcome, and together we shall find a way." Willow stepped forward, her eyes shimmering with determination. "Bramble is right," she said, her voice as gentle as the falling snow. "We must work together, each using our strengths to help one another. The forest has always provided for us, and now it is our turn to protect it." The creatures nodded, their hearts lifted by the words of their wise leaders. And so, under the watchful gaze of the stars, they devised a plan to share resources and keep warm through the long, cold nights. The squirrels, with their nimble paws, gathered nuts and seeds, storing them in communal caches for all to share. The birds, with their keen eyes, scouted for hidden berries and guided others to these precious finds. The deer, with their strength, cleared paths through the snow, ensuring safe passage for all. As the days turned to weeks, the forest settled into a new rhythm, the creatures working in unison, their spirits brightened by the warmth of friendship and cooperation. The early winter, which had once seemed a daunting adversary, became a teacher, imparting lessons of resilience and unity. Bramble, watching over his beloved home from his perch, felt a deep sense of peace. The forest had thrived not just through his guidance, but through the shared wisdom and kindness of its inhabitants. And as the first hints of spring began to stir beneath the snow, bringing with them the promise of renewal, Bramble knew that the forest of Elderglow would continue to flourish in harmony. When at last the snow melted and the world burst into color once more, the creatures of the forest gathered to celebrate. Under the boughs, now heavy with fresh leaves, they danced and sang, their joy echoing through the trees. The air was filled with the scent of new beginnings, fresh and green, mingling with the laughter of the brook as it tumbled over stones. The forest had weathered the early winter, and in doing so had grown stronger, each creature learning that the true magic of Elderglow lay not just in its enchanted beauty, but in the strength of the bonds they had forged. And so, the forest of Elderglow stood, a testament to the power of friendship and the wisdom of nature, a haven where the natural world thrived in eternal balance, watched over by the gentle eyes of Bramble and the kind heart of Willow. As the stars blinked into existence, casting their gentle glow upon the land, the creatures settled into a peaceful slumber, cradled by the comforting embrace of their beloved forest, where the line between reality and magic danced like a whisper in the night. Story 49. In the far reaches of the cosmos, where stars twinkled like distant gems set against the velvet backdrop of space, there existed a small, vibrant planet named Glimmer. It was a world of perpetual twilight, where the skies shimmered in hues of lavender and rose, and the air was sweet with the scent of blooming flora. Glimmer was home to the gentle luminarians, beings of light who communicated through soft whispers and harmonious melodies. On the opposite side of the galaxy lay the rugged, mineral-rich planet of Bracken, where the Brackernites, sturdy creatures with skin like polished stone, thrived amidst towering mountains and deep, echoing caverns. Their voices resonated like the rumble of distant thunder, and their laughter was as hearty as the earth itself. Fate, in its whimsical way, brought together two unlikely companions from these disparate worlds. Lumina, a young luminarian with a curiosity as luminous as her own aura, decided to embark on a journey to learn about the stars that sparkled above her home. Meanwhile, on Bracken, a Brackernite named Granite, driven by an insatiable thirst for adventure, set out to explore the universe beyond his mountainous home. Their paths crossed aboard the Starwind, a sleek silver spacecraft that traversed the celestial highway connecting countless worlds. The ship was a haven of diverse beings, each corner echoing with the sounds of different languages and cultures. At first, Lumina and Granite found themselves at odds. The gentle hum of Lumina's voice was often lost amidst the booming tones of Granite's speech. Lumina's delicate way of expressing herself seemed puzzling to Granite, whose straightforward nature was as unyielding as the stone he resembled. One evening, while the Starwind glided silently through the void, Lumina sat by a large viewport, her thoughts adrift among the stars. Granite, drawn to the same spot by the vastness of space, joined her, sitting on the opposite end of the bench. An awkward silence hung between them, until Lumina broke it with a soft, melodic hum. Granite listened, his curiosity piqued. "What is that song?" he rumbled, his voice a gentle echo in the quiet space. "It's a lullaby from Glimmer," Lumina replied, her eyes still focused on the stars. "It speaks of the bond between the stars and the night, a promise of light even in darkness." Granite nodded, a deep, thoughtful sound. "On Bracken, we have tales of the mountain's strength, how they stand firm through storms and time. I suppose in our own way, we also find comfort in the steadfastness of things." As the days turned into weeks aboard the Starwind, Lumina and Granite encountered various challenges. One day, a meteor storm threatened the ship, its fiery trails painting the sky with streaks of danger. Lumina, with her intuitive understanding of energy, helped stabilize the ship's systems, while Granite, with his immense strength, fortified the ship's hull against the onslaught. Their teamwork during the crisis was a revelation. Lumina realized that Granite's strength was not just physical, but also a source of steadfast courage. Granite, in turn, discovered that Lumina's gentle wisdom held a resilience as potent as any mountain. In shared moments of tranquility, they exchanged stories of their worlds. Lumina spoke of the ethereal glow of Glimmer's twilight, its fields swaying with luminescent flowers. Granite described the deep, resonant songs of Bracken's caverns, where every note was a testament to the planet's enduring spirit. Through these exchanges, they began to see the universe through each other's eyes. Misunderstandings gave way to mutual respect, and the vast differences between them became bridges rather than barriers. One evening, as the Starwind sailed through a nebula that shimmered with colors beyond imagination, Lumina and Granite found themselves once more by the viewport. The scene outside was a breathtaking tapestry of swirling hues, a cosmic dance of light and shadow. Lumina turned to Granite, her voice a gentle glow in the dim light. "Thank you for being my friend," she said, her words carrying the warmth of 1,000 suns. Granite, feeling a warmth not from the stars but from within, nodded. "And thank you, Lumina, for showing me that light and strength can take many forms." As the nebula's colors faded into the distance, Lumina and Granite knew that their journey was just beginning. Together, They had discovered a friendship that transcended the vastness of space and differences of their worlds. They had learned that true companionship was not about similarity, but about the willingness to understand and embrace the unique light within each other. And so, beneath the eternal dance of the stars, Lumina and Granite continued their voyage, their hearts forever linked by the luminous thread of friendship. Story 50. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed gentle tunes and the streams chuckled softly over smooth pebbles, there was a quaint little village known as Lumen Hollow. The village was known for its warm hearths, kind folks, and peculiar habit of glowing at night like a cluster of fireflies nestled among the trees. The glow came not from lanterns or lamps, but from the luminous flowers that blossomed on every rooftop, casting a serene, pearl-like light over the cobblestone streets. The villagers were happy and content, living in harmony with the magical creatures that called the forest home. There were the giggling spriglets, tiny creatures who loved to play in the dew-drenched grass, and the wise old moon owls who roosted in the tallest trees and hooted stories of ancient times to those who cared to listen. One crisp autumn evening, as the air danced with the scent of cinnamon and pine, a peculiar event unfolded. The luminous flowers, which had always bloomed with the setting sun, failed to light up. The village was blanketed in an unusual shadow, and the villagers, while not afraid, whispered amongst themselves with curiosity and concern. This had never happened before. In a snug little cottage at the edge of the village lived a girl named Lyra. She was known for her bright eyes and a mind as sharp as a fox's. Lyra loved solving puzzles, and the mystery of the darkened village piqued her interest. She put on her woolen cloak, grabbed a basket of freshly baked honey cakes, and set off to uncover the reason behind the dimness that had settled over Lumen Hollow. As she walked through the village, her boots crunching on the fallen leaves, Lyra noticed the spriglets huddled together, their usual glee muted by confusion. She approached them with a warm smile and offered a honey cake to a particularly jittery spriglet named Pip. "Oh, thank you, Lyra," squeaked Pip, nibbling on the treat. "We're a bit worried. The flowers didn't glow tonight, and we don't know why." Lyra nodded thoughtfully. "I'm going to find out what happened. Maybe the moon owls might know something." The spriglets nodded eagerly, their spirits lifting at the prospect of a mystery being solved. With a wave, Lyra continued her journey toward the towering oaks where the moon owls nested. Under the canopy of ancient branches, Lyra found the moon owls perched in their usual spots, their feathers shimmering silver under the crescent moon. The oldest of them, a wise owl named Eldon, blinked down at her with gentle eyes. "Ah, Lyra," he cooed, his voice like the rustle of leaves. "We sensed you might come. The forest is whispering of a change." Lyra tilted her head, intrigued. "Do you know why the flowers didn't light up tonight?" Eldon ruffled his feathers thoughtfully. "There is a balance in the woods, young one. The flowers take their glow from the moon's reflection, but tonight a mist hangs between the moon and the earth. It is an unusual mist, woven with magic unfamiliar to us." Lyra furrowed her brow. "A magical mist? Could it be harmful?" Eldon hooted softly. "Not all magic is harmful, but it is wise to understand it. You might seek the counsel of the river spirit, Neris. She knows the ways of water and might shed light on this mystery." Thanking Eldon, Lyra set off toward the glimmering stream that wound through the village, its waters still visible in the darkness from the glow of bioluminescent fish darting beneath the surface. As she approached, she noticed the water seemed to ripple with an unusual energy, and soon the gentle figure of Neris, the river spirit, rose from the depths, her form shimmering like moonlight on water. "Greetings, Lyra," Neris said, her voice a soothing melody. "The forest speaks of your quest." Lyra explained the darkened village and the mysterious mist. Neris listened intently, the water around her swirling in patterns of thought. "The mist you speak of is new to these lands, brought by a wandering breeze from the northern peaks," Neris explained. "It is woven with the dreams of the frost spirits, who have begun their journey south as winter approaches." Lyra's eyes widened with understanding. "So the mist is part of their dreams? But why would it block the moonlight?" Neris smiled softly. "The frost spirits are gentle but forgetful. In their dreaming, they may have lost track of where their mist roams. a simple reminder of warmth and light could guide it away. Lyra thanked Neris for her wisdom and pondered how to conjure warmth and light. As she walked back to the village, an idea sparked in her mind. She remembered the old tales of the hearth flame, a symbol of warmth and unity that the villagers kindled during the harvest festival. Determined, Lyra gathered the villagers in the square and shared her plan. Together they collected dry wood and fragrant herbs, and soon a cheerful bonfire crackled to life, its flames dancing upwards in a joyful spiral. As the warmth spread through the village, the mist began to swirl and lift, drawn by the glow of the fire and the laughter of the people gathered around it. Slowly, the luminous flowers opened their petals, once again casting their gentle light over Lumen Hollow. The villagers cheered, and Lyra felt a cozy warmth settle in her heart, knowing they had restored balance through understanding and community spirit. As the bonfire crackled and stories were shared, the night seemed more magical than ever. Later, as Lyra returned to her cottage, she found the Spriglets waiting to thank her, their eyes twinkling like stars. "You solved the mystery, Lyra," Pip chirped happily. Lyra smiled, offering them the last of the honey cakes. "It was the wisdom of our friends and the warmth of the village that did it. Sometimes when things seem dark, we just need a little light and a lot of kindness." And with that, Lyra tucked herself into bed. The gentle glow of the flowers outside her window, a comforting reminder that in their world of magic and mystery, no challenge was too great when faced with friendship and a warm heart. Story 51. In a cozy woodland clearing, where sunbeams danced through the rustling leaves, there lived a curious squirrel named Nutkin. Despite his small stature, Nutkin possessed a remarkable gift, the ability to communicate with trees. It was a secret he had kept hidden, for fear of being ridiculed by his fellow forest dwellers. One crisp autumn morning, as Nutkin scampered along the forest floor, he heard a faint whisper carried by the breeze. Pausing, he cocked his head, his fluffy ears twitching. The voice seemed to emanate from a grand oak tree, its branches swaying gently. "Little one," the tree spoke softly, "I sense a great adventure awaits you, one that will test your courage and wisdom." Nutkin's heart raced. He had always longed for excitement beyond the confines of his cozy hollow. "What sort of adventure?" he asked, his voice trembling with equal parts fear and curiosity. "Deep within these woods lies a hidden glade, a realm where the boundaries between the natural and the magical blur," the oak tree replied. "There you will find a treasure unlike any other, a seed of extraordinary power capable of reshaping the forest as we know it." Nutkin's eyes widened. He had never ventured beyond the familiar trails that crisscrossed the woodland, but the promise of a wondrous treasure stirred a fire within him. "How do I find this glade?" he asked, determined. The oak tree chuckled, its leaves rustling in amusement. "The path is not an easy one, little squirrel. You will face challenges that will test the strength of your heart and the bonds of friendship. But fear not, for you will not be alone." As if on cue, a soft whirring sound filled the air, and a radiant hummingbird alighted on a nearby branch. "This is Zephyr," the oak introduced. "She will be your guide and companion on this journey." Zephyr dipped her iridescent head in greeting. "It is an honor to join you, Nutkin. Together we shall venture into the unknown and uncover the secrets of the hidden glade." Nutkin hesitated, his doubts swirling like autumn leaves in a gentle breeze. But the allure of the treasure, coupled with the promise of adventure, proved too strong to resist. Taking a deep breath, he nodded resolutely. "Lead the way, Zephyr. I am ready." And so began their quest, a journey that would test the limits of their friendship and reveal the true magic that lay dormant within the forest's heart. As they ventured deeper into the woodland, the familiar surroundings gave way to an unfamiliar realm. Twisted vines carpeted the ground, and towering trees arched overhead, their branches intertwining like gnarled fingers. Strange whispers seemed to emanate from the very earth itself, promising untold wonders and perils alike. Zephyr flitted ahead, her luminous wings leaving a shimmering trail in their wake. "We must be cautious," she warned. "This place is alive with ancient magic, and not all of it is benevolent." Nutkin nodded, his bushy tail twitching with apprehension. Yet he pressed on, driven by a newfound sense of purpose and a desire to unravel the mysteries that lay ahead. Their path was beset with obstacles, each more daunting than the last. Treacherous ravines yawned before them, their depths shrouded in impenetrable mist. Nutkin's tiny paws trembled as he clung to Zephyr's back, her wings beating furiously as they soared across the chasm. In other places, the forest seemed to come alive, vines snaking across their path like sentient tentacles. Nutkin darted and dodged, his agility tested to the limit as he evaded their grasping tendrils. Through it all, Zephyr remained steadfast, her unwavering courage a beacon in the darkness. "Fear not, my friend," she would murmur, her voice a soothing melody. "We are stronger together than apart," and indeed their bond grew stronger with each challenge they overcame. Nutkin marveled at Zephyr's unwavering determination, and she, in turn, admired his resilience and resourcefulness. At last, after what seemed like an eternity, they emerged into a breathtaking glade bathed in ethereal light. Towering crystals jutted from the ground, refracting the sunlight into a kaleidoscope of colors that danced across the verdant grass. In the center of the glade stood a towering willow tree, its slender branches swaying in a non-existent breeze. At its base, nestled amidst the gnarled roots, lay a radiant seed that pulsed with an inner glow. Nutkin and Zephyr approached cautiously, their hearts pounding with reverence and anticipation. As they drew near, the seed seemed to hum with energy, its luminescence intensifying. "This is it," Zephyr whispered, her voice laced with awe. "The treasure we sought, a seed of immense power capable of reshaping the forest itself." Nutkin reached out a tentative paw, his fur standing on end as he felt the seed's energy crackle against his skin. "What do we do with it?" Zephyr's iridescent feathers ruffled as she pondered the question. "The choice is yours, Nutkin. This seed holds the potential for great good or great peril, depending on the heart of the one who wields it." Nutkin hesitated, his mind whirling. He thought of the challenges they had faced, the bonds of friendship that had been forged and strengthened along the way. He thought of the beauty and wonder of the hidden glade and the magic that permeated every fiber of this realm. And in that moment, he knew what he had to do. With a deep breath, Nutkin grasped the seed, its energy pulsing through his tiny frame. He closed his eyes, focusing his thoughts on the forest he loved, the delicate balance of nature that sustained them all. Slowly, the seed began to glow brighter, its light suffusing the glade with warmth and vitality. The crystals hummed in resonance, their vibrations rippling outward like waves upon a still pond. And then, in a resplendent burst of radiance, the seed dissolved into countless motes of light that streamed outward, dancing on the breeze. Wherever they touched the earth, new life blossomed. Vibrant flowers unfurled their petals, saplings sprouted and grew into towering trees, and the very air seemed to crackle with renewed energy. Nutkin watched in awe as the magic swept through the forest, revitalizing and renewing all in its path. And as the last of the motes faded, he felt a profound sense of peace settle upon him, a knowledge that he had done the right thing. Zephyr alighted on his shoulder, her feathers shimmering like liquid starlight. "You have done a remarkable thing, my friend," she murmured. "The forest will forever be in your debt." Nutkin smiled, his heart swelling with pride and gratitude. "It was the only choice," he said simply. "This place, this magic, is too precious to be wielded for anything but the good of all." And so, hand in hand with his loyal friend, Nutkin embarked on a new chapter of his life, a guardian and protector of the hidden glade and the wonders it contained. For though their quest had ended, their journey had only just begun, a journey of friendship, growth, and the realization that true magic lies not in untamed power, but in the bonds that connect all living things. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of amber and gold, Nutkin and Zephyr stood side by side, surveying the rejuvenated forest that stretched out before them. And in the distance, they could hear the joyous whispers of the trees, their leaves rustling with renewed vigor, a testament to the magic they had unleashed upon the world. Story 52. Once upon a time, nestled in the heart of a velvety green valley, lay the quaint village of Willowbrook. The village was renowned for its cobblestone paths that wound like ribbons around cottages with thatched roofs, each one accompanied by a garden bursting with blooming flowers and the gentle hum of bees. At the center of the village stood an ancient oak tree, its branches stretching out like welcoming arms, casting dappled shadows on the ground below. Willowbrook was a place of harmony, where the chime of laughter mingled with the songs of birds, and each day unfolded like a gentle melody. Yet something curious had begun to stir, a mystery that whispered on the winds and rustled through the leaves. It all began one morning when the village awoke to find the sky painted with hues of lavender and rose, a scene so serene it seemed as if the dawn itself had been enchanted. But as the villagers went about their morning routines, they noticed something peculiar. The sweet, tinkling sound of bells, faint yet unmistakable, drifted through the air, though not a single bell was in sight. Amidst the puzzlement, a young girl named Lila, with hair like spun gold and eyes that sparkled with curiosity, felt a tingle of excitement. Lila was known for her keen sense of observation and her heart that brimmed with kindness. She resolved to uncover the source of the mysterious music that danced on the breeze. Lila's first stop was the cozy home of Mr. Thistlewood, the village's wise old librarian. His library was a treasure trove of wisdom, with shelves lined with books whose covers glimmered with the stories of old. Mr. Thistlewood, with his spectacles perched precariously on his nose, welcomed Lila with a warm smile. "Ah, Lila, my dear," he greeted, "I see the mystery of the morning has captured your imagination." "Indeed, Mr. Thistlewood," Lila replied, her voice full of wonder. "Do you have any idea where the music might be coming from?" The old librarian chuckled softly, the sound like leaves rustling in a gentle breeze. "The world is full of wonders, my child. Sometimes the answers we seek lie in the most unexpected places." With this advice in mind, Leela set off to explore the village, observing the world around her with fresh eyes. As she wandered, she noticed a family of rabbits hopping merrily by the edge of the forest, their ears twitching as if in tune with the melody. She crouched down to watch them, her heart light and her spirit inquisitive. As the sun climbed higher in the sky, casting warm golden light over the fields, Lila headed towards the meadow where the dragonflies flitted like living jewels. It was here she met Whisper, a kind-hearted fairy who often visited the village from her home beneath the wildflowers. Whisper, with wings that shimmered like gossamer, greeted Lila with a friendly nod. "I heard the bells, too," she said, her voice as gentle as the breeze. "Perhaps the answer lies not in a place, but in a friend we have not yet met." Encouraged by Whisper's words, Lila decided to visit the little cottage at the edge of the village where old Granny Moss lived. Granny Moss was known for her wisdom and her ability to see the world in ways others could not. Her garden was a riot of colors, with herbs and flowers that seemed to sing under her care. Granny Moss welcomed Lila with open arms, offering her a cup of chamomile tea and a slice of honey cake. As they sat together, Leela described the mysterious bells that had enchanted the village. Granny Moss listened intently, her eyes twinkling with a knowing light. "Ah, the music of the morning," she mused. "It is said that sometimes, when the world is in perfect harmony, the sky itself sings. But how can the sky make music?" Lila asked, her eyes wide with wonder. Granny Moss smiled mysteriously and handed Lila a small, intricately carved whistle. "Take this, dear child. Listen to the world around you, and perhaps the answer will reveal itself." With the whistle tucked safely in her pocket, Lila left Granny Moss's cottage, her mind a whirl of possibilities. She wandered back through the village, the melody of the bells still dancing in her ears, until she found herself at the foot of the grand old oak tree. The tree stood tall and proud, its leaves whispering secrets to the wind. As Lila stood beneath its branches, she felt a gentle tugging at her heart, as if the tree was inviting her to listen more closely. She took out the whistle and held it gently, contemplating its purpose. Just then, a soft flutter caught her eye, and she looked up to see a small gathering of sparrows perched among the branches. They chirped and twittered, and Lila suddenly understood. The music wasn't coming from bells at all, but from the delicate symphony created by the sparrows' joyful song. Filled with newfound understanding, Lila lifted the whistle to her lips and blew softly. The sparrows paused, then responded with a melody that blended seamlessly with the notes of the whistle. Together, they created a harmony so sweet and pure that it seemed to wrap the village in a warm embrace. As the music swirled around her, Lila realized the lesson hidden within the mystery. Sometimes, the most extraordinary wonders arise from simple, everyday beauty, and all it takes is a heart open to the magic of the moment. That evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky with shades of twilight blue, the village gathered beneath the oak tree. Lila shared her discovery, and together the villagers listened to the sparrow's song, their hearts joined in a shared sense of wonder and gratitude. And so, nestled in the heart of the valley, the village of Willowbrook continued to thrive, forever touched by the music of the morning sky and the gentle reminder that the world's mysteries often hold the sweetest melodies, if only we take the time to listen. As stars began to twinkle in the deepening sky, Lila returned home, her heart full of joy and a newfound appreciation for the wonders of her world. She drifted to sleep with a smile, knowing that she had found not just the source of the mysterious music, but a deeper understanding of the beauty that surrounded her every day. And in the comforting embrace of the night, Willowbrook lay at peace, cradled by the gentle lullaby of the sparrows and the whispering winds. Story 53. In the heart of a lush, sprawling forest, where the sunlight dappled through the canopy in playful patterns, there nestled a small, enchanted village named Sylvan Glade. This village was unlike any other, for it was cradled by towering trees whose leaves whispered secrets of the ages and whose roots were woven with magic. The villagers of Sylvan Glade lived in harmony with nature, drawing upon the gentle magic that flowed like an invisible stream through their lives. At the edge of this village, where the forest thickened into a deeper, more mysterious woodland, there dwelled a humble weaver named Amara. Her home was a quaint, ivy-covered cottage, its windows framed with wildflowers that bloomed in a riot of colors, even in the cooler months. Inside, her loom stood in the corner, its wooden frame polished by years of use, and beside it baskets overflowed with vibrant threads that seemed to hold the hues of the forest itself. Amara was known far and wide for her exquisite tapestries. Each one she crafted was imbued with a magic that brought warmth and comfort to whoever owned it. But there was one tapestry that Amara treasured above all others, a tapestry she called the Chronicle of Sylvan Glade. It depicted the village and its surrounding forest, woven with threads that shimmered like spun sunlight. However, this tapestry was incomplete, its lower half unfinished, the threads dangling loose and expectant. The story of this tapestry was a mystery to the villagers, for Amara had begun weaving it when she was just a child, guided by a dream that had whispered to her of an unfinished tale. As the years passed, she added to it bit by bit, waiting for the day when the final piece of the story would reveal itself. One crisp autumn morning, as the first chills of winter began to nip at the air, Amara set out to gather herbs and berries from the forest. The ground was a carpet of amber and gold leaves that crunched softly underfoot, and the air was filled with the earthy scent of moss and wood. Amara's calico cat, Whiskers, trotted beside her, his tail swishing like a metronome as he navigated the forest with feline grace. As Amara wandered deeper into the forest, she came upon a path she had never noticed before. It was a narrow, winding trail, shrouded in mist and flanked by ancient oaks whose gnarled branches arched overhead like the arms of guardians. Drawn by a gentle tug at her heart, Amara felt an inexplicable urge to follow the path. The trail led her to a hidden glade, a secret world tucked away from the eyes of the village. In the center of the glade stood a magnificent tree unlike any she had ever seen. Its trunk was as wide as a house, and its bark glimmered with a silvery sheen. The leaves rustled softly, speaking in a language of their own, and at the base of the tree, nestled among the roots, was a small, ornate chest. Amara approached the chest with a sense of awe. It was intricately carved with symbols that seemed to dance in the dappled light, and as she reached out to touch it, she felt a warmth spread through her fingertips. Encouraged by a sense of familiarity, she opened the chest. Inside, she found a spool of thread that glowed with an ethereal light, a thread unlike any she had ever seen before. As she held the thread in her hands, the glade around her shimmered, and Amara felt a connection to the forest and the village, as if the thread was a conduit of the land's magic. She knew, in that moment, that this was the thread she needed to complete her tapestry. With careful reverence, Amara took the spool and made her way back to her cottage, her heart alight with the promise of discovery. That evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow over sylvan glade, Amara sat at her loom and began to weave. The thread glided through her fingers like liquid light, and as it wove into the tapestry, it transformed, creating scenes that shifted and moved as if alive. Amara watched in wonder as the tapestry began to tell a new story. It depicted a journey through the forest, with a figure who looked remarkably like her, guided by the gentle presence of a cat with bright, curious eyes. The tapestry revealed a hidden world within the forest, a place where the trees whispered and the streams sang, and where every creature and plant held a secret. It showed Amara walking alongside these magical beings, learning from them, and in turn, sharing her own knowledge and kindness. As the tapestry unfolded, Amara realized that it was telling the story of her own journey, not just through the forest, but through life. It spoke of her growth, of the friendships she had forged, and the wisdom she had gained from living in harmony with the natural world. With every pass of the shuttle through the threads, Amara felt a deep sense of peace and understanding. She saw herself not as a solitary weaver, but as part of a larger tapestry of life, interconnected with every living thing around her. The realization filled her with a profound sense of belonging and purpose. As the final threads were woven into the tapestry, a soft golden light emanated from it, filling the cottage with warmth and tranquility. The tapestry was complete, its story told, not just in threads, but in the love and care that Amara had woven into every inch. With a contented sigh, Amara sat back and gazed at her work. The tapestry was no longer just a creation of her hands, but a living, breathing testament to the magic of sylvan glade and the journey she had undertaken. The next morning, the villagers gathered at Amara's cottage, drawn by the radiance that seemed to spill from her windows. They marveled at the tapestry, its beauty and magic, a reflection of their own lives and the world they cherished. As they admired the piece, Amara shared with them the story of her journey, the hidden glade, and the magical thread. She spoke of the lessons she had learned about friendship, wisdom, and the interconnectedness of all things. The villagers listened with rapt attention, their hearts warmed by the tale. They realized that, like Amara, they too were part of a greater story, each of them a vital thread in the tapestry of life. In the days that followed, the tapestry hung in the heart of the village, a source of inspiration and comfort to all. The villagers would often gather around it, sharing stories of their own journeys and the lessons they had learned along the way. And so the tapestry continued to weave its magic, not just with its threads, but with the bonds it strengthened among the people of Sylvan Glade. It became a symbol of their shared history, their dreams, and their unwavering connection to the world around them. As for Amara, she continued to weave, her heart filled with gratitude for the journey she had undertaken and the wisdom she had gained. She knew that the tapestry of life was ever-changing, and she was ready to embrace whatever stories awaited her. In the heart of the forest, where magic flowed like a gentle stream, the village of Sylvan Glade flourished, its people united by the power of friendship, wisdom, and the enduring beauty of the natural world. And every night, as the stars twinkled in the velvet sky, the tapestry of life continued to weave its enchanting tale, bringing comfort and joy to all who beheld it. Story 54. In the tranquil village of Moss Glade, tucked away beneath the towering, ancient oaks of the Whispering Woods, there lay a mystery waiting to be unraveled. As the first tendrils of dawn kissed the dew-sprinkled leaves, the gentle hum of life began to stir. Birds chirped softly, greeting the new day with melodies that danced through the misty air, while the scent of wildflowers mingled with the earthy aroma of moss and damp wood. Moss Glade was a village like no other, where magic flowed as naturally as the babbling brook that wound its way through the heart of the community. Here, villagers tended to their daily tasks with the aid of magic that was as old as the woods themselves. Yet, an air of gentle curiosity pervaded the village, for of late, peculiar things had begun to happen. Candles flickered with vibrant hues, sometimes blue, sometimes green, casting whimsical shadows that seemed to dance with a life of their own. The village bell, which usually marked the hour with a comforting chime, had begun to ring at odd moments, sending melodic notes cascading over the rooftops. And the most curious of all, the beloved talking cat, a sleek, silver-furred creature named Whiskers, had taken to speaking in riddles rather than the straightforward advice he usually dispensed. The villagers, though bemused, were not alarmed. Instead, they were intrigued, for Glade was a place of wonder, where the unexpected was often delightful. However, a sense of quiet determination took root among them, a desire to understand the charm behind these strange occurrences. In the heart of the village stood a quaint cottage, its thatched roof dappled with lichen, and its walls entwined with ivy. Here lived a wise old woman named Granny Willow, renowned for her knowledge of the magical and the mysterious. Her garden brimmed with herbs and flowers, each with its own tale to tell, and her doorstep was always open to those seeking guidance. One sunny morning, a gentle knock echoed on Granny Willow's door. It was young Finn and his best friend Lila, two children of the village whose hearts were as curious as their minds were sharp. Finn was a thoughtful boy with a mop of auburn curls and eyes that sparkled with mischief. Lila, with her golden braids and warm, steady gaze, was known for her keen observation and kind-hearted nature. "Granny Willow," Finn began, his voice brimming with excitement, "we've come to ask about the strange things happening in Glade." "Ah, the mysteries of the village," Granny Willow mused, her voice as soothing as the rustle of leaves in a gentle breeze. "Come, sit by the fire. I have a tale or two to share." They settled by the hearth, where a fire crackled softly, casting a warm glow over the room. The aroma of freshly baked apple pie wafted from the kitchen, mingling with the scent of lavender and sage that hung in the air. "You see," Granny Willow continued, her eyes twinkling with wisdom, "magic is a living thing, much like the forest. It breathes and grows, sometimes revealing wonders we do not expect." "But why now?" Lila asked, her brow furrowed in thought. "Why are these things happening all of a sudden?" Granny Willow smiled, a knowing smile that spoke of years spent in harmony with nature's mysteries. "The answer lies in understanding what the magic is trying to say. Sometimes it seeks to teach us a lesson, or perhaps it wishes to show us something we've overlooked." Finn and Lila exchanged glances, their minds alight with possibilities. "How do we find out what it wants to say?" Finn asked eagerly. "Begin with observation," Granny Willow advised. "Pay close attention to the patterns and the changes. Magic often leaves clues for those who listen." With renewed determination, Finn and Lila thanked Granny Willow and set off into the village, their eyes wide open to the wonders around them. As they walked, they noted the shimmering hues of the candles, the unpredictable chimes of the bell, and Whiskers' cryptic riddles. Their first stop was the village square, where the bell tower stood tall and proud. They listened as the bell chimed unexpectedly, its notes cascading like a gentle waterfall. "It sounds different each time," Lila observed, her ears attuned to the nuances of the melody, almost as if it's playing a song. Finn nodded, a thoughtful expression on his face. "What if it's trying to tell us something with music?" With this idea in mind, they approached Whiskers, who was perched lazily on the edge of the fountain, his silver fur gleaming in the sunlight. "Whiskers," Finn began, addressing the cat with respect, "can you help us understand the riddles you've been speaking?" Whiskers stretched languidly, his emerald eyes glinting with mischief. "Riddles, riddles, not just words. Listen carefully. The truth is heard. In the shadows, in the light, find the answer, wrong or right." Lila pondered the riddle, her fingers absently twisting her braid. "Shadows and light," she murmured. "The candles. They cast different colors." Finn's eyes lit up with realization. Maybe the colors and the shadows have a message, too. As the day wore on, Finn and Lila observed the candles in the village hall, noting how the colors shifted with the time of day and the angle of light. Each hue seemed to highlight different parts of the room, drawing their attention to small details they hadn't noticed before. A tapestry depicting a long-forgotten story, a carving of a mystical creature entwined around a pillar. Piece by piece, the puzzle began to come together. The bell's melody, Whiskers' riddles, and the candles' vibrant hues were part of a larger, harmonious whole. It was as if the village itself was singing a song, weaving a tapestry of sound and color that spoke of unity and the unseen connections between all things. As the sun dipped low on the horizon, casting the world in a gentle golden glow, Finn and Lila returned to Granny Willow's cottage, their hearts full with the joy of discovery. They recounted their findings, their voices animated with excitement. Granny Willow listened intently, her face alight with pride. "You have done well, my dear ones," she said softly. "You've learned to see the world with new eyes, to hear its hidden melodies and understand its silent stories." "But what was the magic trying to tell us?" Lila asked, still curious about the deeper meaning of their adventure. Granny Willow chuckled, her laughter a warm embrace. "Magic is like a gentle reminder, urging us to remain open and curious, to cherish the wonders around us and the bonds that connect us. It teaches us that even in the smallest things, there is beauty and wisdom to be found." With a sense of peace settling over them, Finn and Lila bade Granny Willow good night and made their way home. As they walked, the candles' colors seemed to glow a little brighter, the bells' chimes a little sweeter, and Whisker's purrs a little deeper. That night, as the village of Glade slumbered beneath a blanket of twinkling stars, the mystery that had enchanted its people lingered on, a gentle whisper of magic in the air. And in their dreams, the villagers carried with them the lesson of the day, a reminder of the beauty in the unseen and the joy of discovery. And so, nestled in the heart of the whispering woods, Glade continued to thrive, a place where magic and mystery danced hand in hand, weaving tales of wonder and wisdom for all who called it home. Story 55. Title: The Whispering Wand. In the small village of Oak Hollow, nestled at the edge of the sprawling emerald forest, lived a young boy named Finn. Oak Hollow was a place where time seemed to pause, where the air was sweet with the scent of blooming jasmine, and the gentle hum of bees filled the air like a lullaby. The villagers lived simple lives, tending to their farms and sharing stories by candlelight. Finn was known for his curious spirit and his love for exploring the woods that bordered their little town. One crisp autumn morning, the sun peeked through the canopy, casting dapples of golden light on the forest floor. As Finn wandered deeper into the forest, he stumbled upon an ancient oak tree, its bark gnarled and twisted like the hands of an old storyteller. Hidden beneath a thick carpet of fallen leaves, something glimmered in the sunlight. With delicate fingers, Finn brushed away the leaves to reveal a wand, unlike anything he had ever seen. The wand was slender and smooth, carved from a wood that shimmered with iridescent hues. It was adorned with intricate silver vines that seemed to pulse with a gentle luminescence. As Finn held it, he felt a soft vibration, as if the wand was whispering secrets only he could hear. Entranced, Finn decided to take the wand back to Oak Hollow, where he could ponder its mysteries. That evening, as the village gathered around the communal fire, Finn shared his discovery. The villagers were intrigued, their eyes wide with wonder as Finn described the magical object. Among them was Elder Mira, the village's wise woman, who had seen many strange things in her long life. She examined the wand with a thoughtful expression, her eyes narrowing in concentration. "This is no ordinary wand," she murmured, her voice carrying the weight of years. "It is a whispering wand, a gift from the ancient spirits of the forest. It is said to reveal hidden truths and guide those who listen to its call." The villagers exchanged glances, a mix of excitement and apprehension. Elder Mira continued, "Such a wand must be used with care. It can lead to great wisdom or peril, depending on the heart of the one who wields it." Finn felt a thrill of possibility, tempered by a sense of responsibility. He knew that with the wand, he could embark on a journey beyond his wildest dreams, but he also understood the need for caution. The forest, with its secrets and shadows, was both a friend and a mystery. That night, as Finn lay in bed, the wand rested by his side. He could hear it humming softly, a gentle lullaby that lulled him into a deep, dreamless sleep. When he awoke, the morning sun filled his room with light, and a decision formed in his heart. He would venture into the depths of the emerald forest, beyond where any villager had dared to go, to discover the wand's true purpose. As Finn journeyed through the forest, the path beneath his feet was soft with moss, and the air was filled with the earthy scent of pine and cedar. The forest was alive with the chatter of birds and the rustling of leaves, a symphony of nature that accompanied him on his quest. The further he ventured, the more vibrant the forest became, with colors so vivid they seemed to pulse with life. It wasn't long before Finn encountered his first challenge. A wide, swift river cut through the forest, its waters glistening under the sun. There was no bridge or ford in sight, and the current was strong enough to sweep him away. Finn paused, wondering how he would cross. Instinctively, he held the wand aloft, and it began to glow with a warm, reassuring light. To his amazement, a series of stepping stones emerged from the riverbed, perfectly placed to form a path across the water. Finn's heart raced with gratitude and awe as he made his way over the stones, the wand's magic guiding his steps. On the other side, he paused to catch his breath, feeling a sense of accomplishment and a deeper connection to the forest. As he continued his journey, Finn encountered a variety of creatures who lived within the forest's embrace. There was Luna, the wise old owl with feathers as white as snow, who offered guidance with her knowing eyes. A family of playful foxes, with their fiery red fur, led him through tangled underbrush and hidden trails. And there was the gentle stag, whose antlers were adorned with moss and flowers, a silent guardian of the forest. With each encounter, Finn felt his heart grow lighter, his spirit more attuned to the rhythms of the natural world. The wand seemed to respond to his growing understanding, its whispers becoming clearer, like a melody that resonated deep within his soul. Days turned into weeks, and Finn's journey took him further than he had ever imagined. The forest revealed its hidden wonders. A meadow blanketed with wildflowers that danced in the breeze, a crystal-clear lake where the stars reflected like diamonds on its surface, and a grove of ancient trees that spoke in the rustling of their leaves. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple, Finn found himself at the entrance of a hidden glen. The air was filled with the sweet fragrance of jasmine, and the soft glow of fireflies illuminated the path before him. In the center of the glen stood a tree unlike any other. Its trunk was smooth and silver, and its branches formed a canopy of shimmering leaves that seemed to sing with the wind. Finn approached the tree with reverence, sensing that it held the answers he sought. As he reached out to touch its bark, the wand began to glow with a bright, clear light, its whispers rising to a crescendo. In that moment, Finn understood the wand's purpose. It was a bridge between worlds, a conduit for the wisdom of the forest. With newfound clarity, Finn listened to the tree's song, a harmonious blend of all the voices he had heard on his journey. The tree spoke of balance, of the interconnectedness of all living things, and the importance of harmony between humans and nature. Finn realized that the wand had chosen him not for his curiosity or bravery, but for his open heart and willingness to learn. As the stars twinkled above, Finn knew it was time to return to Oak Hollow. The journey had changed him, deepening his understanding of the world and his place within it. With the wand as his guide, he retraced his steps through the forest, each step filled with gratitude for the lessons he had learned. When he finally emerged from the emerald forest, the villagers welcomed him with open arms. They listened in awe as Finn recounted his adventures, sharing the wisdom he had gained. The whispering wand, once a mystery, had become a symbol of hope and understanding for the people of Oak Hollow. In the days that followed, Finn used the wand to help his village, fostering a deeper connection with the forest and its inhabitants. With each gentle wave of the wand, new friendships blossomed, and the village thrived in harmony with the natural world. As the seasons turned and the years passed, Finn grew into a wise and compassionate leader, his heart ever attuned to the whispers of the forest. The wand, now a cherished heirloom, was passed down through generations, a reminder of the journey that had transformed a curious boy into a guardian of the forest's secrets. And so, under the watchful gaze of the ancient oak, Oak Hollow became a place where magic was not just a memory, but a living, breathing part of everyday life, a testament to the power of friendship, wisdom, and the enduring bond between humans and nature. As the villagers gathered by the fire each night, their laughter mingling with the crackling flames, they knew that the whisper of the wand's magic would forever be a guiding light in their hearts. And with that, the village of Oak Hollow continued to thrive, a beacon of peace and harmony in a world that often forgot the gentle beauty of nature's embrace. As the sun set each evening, casting a warm glow over the land, the villagers would sit together, sharing stories and dreams. their hearts full of gratitude for the boy who had listened to the whispers of the forest, and in doing so, had found a way to weave their lives together in a tapestry of magic and love. In the quiet moments before sleep, when the stars shone brightly in the night sky, Finn would look to the heavens and feel the gentle hum of the wand by his side. It was a reminder of the journey he had taken, the friends he had made, and the wisdom he had gained. With a heart full of peace and a spirit ever eager to learn, Finn knew that his story was but one thread in the grand tapestry of life, a tapestry woven with the whispers of the forest and the magic of dreams. And so, as the villagers drifted into slumber, cradled by the warmth of their hearths and the love of their community, the whisper of the wand continued to echo through the trees, a timeless melody of hope, friendship, and the gentle beauty of the world they called home. Story 56. Once upon a time, in the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees were ancient and their leaves spoke in silvered whispers, there lay a quaint little village called Lumen Hollow. The village was nestled in a valley, cradled by gentle hills that rose like green waves against the horizon. Lumen Hollow was known for its cobblestone streets that glistened like polished gems under the moonlight, and for the enchanting glow that seemed to emanate from every corner of the village. The villagers of Lumen Hollow were used to the occasional enchantment. After all, they lived in a place where magic seeped into the very air they breathed. Yet, one sunny morning, a peculiar occurrence set the village abuzz. The sun had just begun its ascent, casting a warm, golden light over the land, when a series of mysterious symbols appeared overnight on the walls of the village's beloved library. The library was a grand, sprawling structure made of warm, honey-colored stone, with ivy creeping up its sides as if nature itself were trying to embrace the wisdom housed within. These symbols were unlike anything the villagers had seen before. They shimmered with a faint, ethereal glow and seemed to dance gently in the morning light. Concerned and curious, the villagers gathered in front of the library, their soft murmurs mingling with the rustle of leaves in the gentle breeze. Among the crowd was young Finn, a kind-hearted and clever lad with a penchant for puzzles and a heart full of wonder. Finn had always been fascinated by the mysteries of the world, and the sight of the glowing symbols filled him with an eager curiosity. Beside Finn stood his best friend, a sprightly girl named Amara, whose laughter was as bright as the sunbeams filtering through the trees. "I wonder what they mean," Amara mused, her eyes wide with intrigue. "Perhaps it's a message," Finn suggested, his mind already whirring with possibilities. As they pondered, the village's wise elder, a gentle woman named Eldra, approached the children with a soft smile. Eldra was known for her deep wisdom and her gentle, soothing presence that could calm even the most restless hearts. Her hair was silver as the moon, and her eyes held the warmth of many summers. "Ah, young minds," Eldra said, her voice as comforting as a lullaby. "I see the symbols have captured your interest." Finn and Amara nodded eagerly. "Do you know what they mean, Eldra?" Finn asked. "Not yet," Eldra replied, her eyes twinkling with a hint of mystery. "But perhaps we can discover it together. There is always a story behind such occurrences, waiting to be told." With Eldra's guidance, Finn and Amara embarked on a gentle investigation. They began by observing the symbols closely, noticing how they glimmered softly in the sunlight, and how each symbol seemed to pulse with its own unique rhythm. Eldra encouraged them to think beyond what they saw, to listen with their hearts as much as their ears. "Magic often speaks in whispers," Eldra reminded them. "It requires patience and openness to understand." As the day wore on, Finn and Amara, guided by Eldra, ventured into the woods surrounding the village. They hoped to find clues among the ancient trees that might shed light on the mystery of the symbols. The woods were a place of serene beauty, where shafts of sunlight pierced through the canopy to dapple the forest floor in patterns of light and shadow. In the heart of the woods, they met a wise old owl named Orin, whose feathers were speckled with the colors of twilight. Orin was known as the keeper of forest secrets, and his eyes held the knowledge of countless years. He watched the children with keen interest from his perch on a gnarled branch. "Greetings, young ones," Orin hooted softly, his voice as deep as the forest itself. "What brings you to my realm today?" Finn explained the mystery of the symbols, and Orin listened attentively, nodding his head in understanding. "Ah, the symbols on the library walls," he mused. "They are old magic indeed, runes of communication left by the Fey folk." "The Fey folk?" Amara echoed, her voice a whisper of excitement. "Yes," Orin continued, fluffing his feathers. "They are beings of light and mischief, often leaving messages for those they deem worthy." "But what do they want to tell us?" Finn wondered, glancing at Eldra. Eldra pondered this, then smiled gently. "Perhaps they wish to remind us of something we've forgotten. The Fae are known to cherish wisdom and connection." With Orin's guidance, the group followed a winding path deeper into the woods, where the trees grew thicker and the air was rich with the scent of moss and earth. They reached a clearing bathed in dappled sunlight, a place where the air felt alive with a gentle, humming energy. In the center of the clearing stood a circle of stones, each engraved with symbols similar to those on the library walls. The stones seemed to hum with a quiet resonance, a melody that sang of ancient times and hidden truths. Eldra knelt beside the stones, tracing the symbols with her fingers. "These stones are a gathering place of the Fae," she explained softly. "They come here to weave their stories into the fabric of the world." Finn and Amara watched in awe as the symbols on the stones began to glow in response to Eldra's touch, their light growing brighter with each passing moment. The clearing was filled with a soft, soothing luminescence, and the air seemed to hum with a gentle magic. Eldra closed her eyes, listening deeply to the song of the stones. "The Fae wish to remind us of the power of unity," she said after a moment, her voice like a gentle breeze. "In our busy lives, we often forget the importance of coming together, of sharing our stories and our hearts." As she spoke, the symbols on the stones shifted and rearranged themselves, forming a beautiful tapestry of light and meaning. Finn and Amara watched in wonder, understanding now that the mystery was not a puzzle to be solved, but a gentle invitation to reconnect with each other and the world around them. With their hearts full of warmth and understanding, Finn, Amara, and Eldra returned to the village, where they shared the Fae's message with the other villagers. Inspired by the reminder, the people of Lumen Hollow gathered that evening around a large bonfire, sharing stories and laughter under the starlit sky. As the flames danced and crackled, Finn and Amara felt a deep sense of peace and belonging. They understood now that the greatest magic lay not in the symbols themselves, but in the bonds of friendship and community. And so, in the heart of the Whispering Woods, the villagers of Lumen Hollow found a renewed sense of connection and joy, knowing that they were all part of a larger, wondrous story, a story woven together by kindness, wisdom, and the gentle magic that filled their world. As the night deepened and the stars twinkled above, Finn and Amara sat side by side, their hearts light and their spirits lifted, grateful for the mystery that had brought them all closer together. And in the glow of the dying embers, they drifted into a peaceful sleep, knowing that the magic of the Fae and the warmth of friendship would always light their way. Story 57. Once upon a time, deep within an enchanted forest, there lived a young girl named Willow. She was blessed with an extraordinary gift, the ability to communicate with the trees and all the creatures that called the woodland home. Willow's world was a tapestry of whispering leaves, rustling branches, and the gentle melodies of birdsong. One summer's eve, as Willow sat beneath the boughs of her favorite oak tree, she heard a faint, unfamiliar voice carried on the breeze. It was a plea for help, a desperate call that tugged at her heart. Without hesitation, Willow followed the sound, her bare feet treading lightly upon the mossy forest floor. The voice led her to a secluded glade where a glittering object lay half buried in the soil. As Willow drew nearer, she realized it was a small, intricately carved wooden box, emanating a warm, golden glow. Kneeling beside it, she gently brushed away the dirt, and the voice grew louder, pleading for release. With trembling fingers, Willow unlatched the box's delicate clasp, and a burst of radiant light filled the glade. From within the box emerged a tiny, winged creature, a fairy, no bigger than Willow's thumb. Her gossamer wings shimmered like rainbows, and her eyes twinkled with gratitude. "Thank you, dear child," the fairy whispered, her voice like the tinkling of silver bells. "I am Lyra, the guardian of these woods, and I have been trapped within that box for countless moons. By freeing me, you have saved not only my life, but the very heart of this forest." Willow listened, entranced, as Lyra wove a tale of a wicked sorcerer who had sought to control the magic of the woodland realm. In his greed, he had imprisoned Lyra, weakening the ancient bond between the fairy and the trees. Without her guidance, the forest had slowly begun to wither and fade. "But you, dear Willow, have broken the sorcerer's curse," Lyra said, her voice filled with hope. "With your pure heart and connection to nature, you alone can restore the balance and heal these woods. Will you embark on this quest with me?" Willow nodded, her eyes shining with determination. She knew that the forest was her true home, and she would do whatever it took to protect it. And so began their extraordinary journey, one that would test Willow's courage, wisdom, and unbreakable bond with the natural world. Guided by Lyra's ancient knowledge, they ventured deep into the heart of the forest, uncovering hidden glades and secret pathways known only to the most ancient of trees. In one such glade, they discovered a sparkling pool whose waters shimmered with golden flecks of magic. Lyra explained that this was the wellspring, the source of all life within the woodland realm. Here the fairy and Willow performed a sacred ritual, calling upon the elements to renew the forest's strength. As Willow dipped her hands into the shimmering waters, she felt a surge of energy course through her veins, connecting her to the very essence of the woods. The trees seemed to sway and whisper in response, their leaves unfurling with renewed vigor. Yet their quest was far from over. The sorcerer, enraged by the return of Lyra's power, unleashed his darkest magic upon the forest. Twisted vines and thorns erupted from the ground, ensnaring the trees and choking the life from them. Willow and Lyra found themselves battling against malevolent forces unlike anything they had ever encountered. In their darkest hour, when all seemed lost, Willow discovered an unexpected ally, a wise old oak tree whose roots ran deeper than any other in the forest. This ancient guardian revealed a hidden world within its hollow trunk, a sacred sanctuary where the most powerful magic of the woodland realm resided. Within this secret realm, Willow and Lyra underwent a transformation, tapping into the primordial forces of nature itself. Willow's connection to the forest deepened, and she learned to wield the very elements, earth, air, fire, and water, as extensions of her own will. Armed with this newfound power, they confronted the sorcerer in an epic battle that shook the foundations of the woodland realm. Willow summoned the strength of the mighty oaks, the agility of the swaying willows, and the fierce determination of the wildflowers that bloomed in defiance of the darkness. In the end, it was not brute force that triumphed, but the unwavering bond between Willow and the forest itself. Her love and respect for the natural world proved stronger than any sorcerer's magic, and the woods rallied to her side, enveloping the sorcerer in a cocoon of living vines and branches, rendering his dark powers harmless. With the sorcerer's defeat, the forest was reborn, bursting with vibrant colors and life. Willow had not only saved her home, but had also undergone a profound transformation herself. She had discovered the true depth of her connection to nature and her own inner strength. And as the first rays of dawn filtered through the canopy, Willow and Lyra stood side by side, basking in the beauty of the rejuvenated woodland realm. The fairy's wings shimmered with renewed radiance, and the trees seemed to sway in a joyous dance, their leaves whispering a symphony of gratitude. From that day forth, Willow became the guardian of the enchanted forest, working in harmony with Lyra to nurture and protect its magic. And whenever a child wandered into the woods, they would catch glimpses of a young girl with a kind smile, her footsteps leaving no trace upon the mossy ground, and a tiny, winged companion dancing among the sunbeams. For in this realm, the boundaries between the natural and the extraordinary had blurred, and the magic of friendship and the wonders of nature intertwined in an eternal embrace. Story 58. In the quiet expanse of space, where stars glitter like scattered jewels across the velvet blackness, there existed a peculiar planet known as Luma. Luma was a world of gentle luminescence, its skies painted in perpetual twilight with clouds that shimmered softly in hues of lavender and gold. It was on this serene orb that two beings from distant worlds found themselves unexpectedly intertwined. First was Arlo, a a curious traveler from the planet Zephyra, where the air was always sweet with the scent of blooming flora and the winds sang in soft melodies. Arlo was a gentle soul with eyes like clear blue pools and skin that glistened with a faint, silvery sheen. He had come to Luma in search of rare, luminescent crystals, said to hold the secrets of the universe within their radiant cores. Then there was Sira, a native of Luma, whose people were known as the Lumari. The Lumari were ethereal creatures, their forms woven from the very light that bathed their world. Sira herself was a dancer of the skies, her movements as fluid and graceful as the glowing streams that flowed through Luma's lush valleys. Her presence was a warm glow, comforting and bright, much like a beacon in the dark. Their meeting was not as harmonious as one might expect. Arlo, unfamiliar with the customs of Luma, had stumbled into a sacred grove, his footsteps disturbing the delicate balance of the luminescent flora. Sira, witnessing this intrusion, burst forth in a radiant display, her form shimmering with hues of indignation. "Who disturbs the sacred peace of Luma?" she challenged, her voice a harmonious blend of light and sound. Arlo, startled by the sudden brilliance before him, stammered, "I meant no harm. I am a traveler, merely seeking the crystals of light." Sira's glow softened as she sensed the sincerity in Arlo's voice. "The crystals you seek are not mere treasures to be collected. They are the heart of our world," she explained, her tone now imbued with understanding rather than rebuke. Thus began their unlikely companionship. Sira, intrigued by Arlo's gentle nature and his stories of distant Zephyra, agreed to guide him through the wonders of Luma. In turn, Arlo shared his knowledge of the stars and the many worlds he had visited, his tales a bridge between their disparate lives. As they journeyed together, misunderstandings arose, as they often do when worlds collide. Arlo's attempts to gather samples of Luma's flora sometimes led to unintended consequences, like when he inadvertently caused a cascade of glowing spores, enveloping them in a cloud of iridescent dust. Sira, though initially frustrated, couldn't help but laugh at the sight of Arlo, his form now twinkling like the night sky. "You shine like one of us now," she teased, her laughter a melody that danced through the air. Through these missteps, they learned to communicate more clearly, their bond growing stronger with each shared challenge. When a sudden storm swept across Luma, threatening to separate them in its swirling embrace, it was Sira who enveloped Arlo in her radiant light, creating a shelter of warmth and safety. "Stay close," she murmured, her glow a comforting presence in the chaos. Arlo, feeling the steady pulse of her light, realized the depth of their connection and the strength they found in each other's presence. Together, they weathered the storm, emerging with a newfound understanding. Sira taught Arlo the delicate art of listening to Luma's rhythms, while Arlo showed Sira the beauty of seeing the universe through the eyes of an explorer, appreciating the wonders beyond their own skies. In time, Arlo's quest for the luminescent crystals took on a new meaning. No longer driven by the desire to possess them, he sought to understand their role in the harmony of Luma. And it was Sira who, with a knowing smile, presented him with a single crystal, its light flickering gently in her hands. "This is a gift," she said, her voice a soft murmur. "A reminder of the friendship we have forged and the lessons we have learned." Arlo accepted the crystal with gratitude, its glow a symbol of the bond they shared. "Thank you, Sira. I will cherish this, always." As Arlo prepared to leave Luma, his heart was filled with a warmth he had not known before. He realized that true friendship was not defined by distance or differences, but by the light they brought into each other's lives. Under the gentle twilight of Luma's skies, Arlo and Sira bid farewell, their parting not one of sadness, but of hope. For they knew that no matter how far their journeys took them, the light of their friendship would always guide them home. And so, with a heart full of light and a spirit enriched by the bond he had forged, Arlo set forth once more into the vastness of space, carrying with him the true meaning of friendship, a gift more precious than any crystal. Story 59. Once upon a time, in a village cradled by rolling hills and kissed by the whispering winds, there lived a young boy named Finn. Finn was known throughout the village for his sparkling eyes and an unquenchable curiosity that danced within them like the stars above. He often spent his days wandering the fields, listening to the secrets of the wind and watching the clouds paint stories across the sky. One gentle evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the world was bathed in hues of gold and lavender, Finn discovered a path hidden beneath a carpet of wildflowers. It was a path he had never noticed before, nestled between the gnarled roots of an ancient oak tree. The flowers swayed softly, as if inviting him to follow. With a heart full of wonder, Finn decided to step onto this mysterious trail. The path led him deeper into the woods, where the air was perfumed with the sweet scent of pine and moss. As Finn ventured further, the trees began to glow with a soft luminescence, their leaves shimmering like emeralds under a blanket of stars. The forest was alive with music, a symphony of crickets and the gentle rustle of leaves, creating a melody that wrapped around Finn like a warm embrace. As he walked, Finn came upon a clearing where the moonlight pooled like liquid silver. In the center of this clearing stood a peculiar creature, unlike any Finn had ever seen. It was a Lumelite, a being woven from moonbeams and the softest of stardust. Its eyes sparkled with kindness, and it wore a crown of tiny, twinkling stars. "Welcome, young traveler," the Lumelite spoke, its voice as gentle as a lullaby. "Few have ventured this far, for it is the land of the enchanted glade. Courage has brought you here, and courage will guide you further." Finn felt a warmth spread through him, a blend of excitement and gentle reassurance. "I didn't mean to intrude," he said softly, "but the path called to me." The Lumelite smiled, a radiant glow spreading from its heart. "The glade welcomes all who seek with an open heart. Continue your journey, and you may find what you never knew you were looking for." With the Lumelite's blessing, Finn continued through the glade, where the air was filled with the soft hum of magic. He soon encountered a babbling brook, its waters singing a tune as old as time. There, perched upon a smooth stone, was a creature no bigger than Finn's hand. It was a water wisp, its form ever shifting like the ripples in the stream. The wisp looked up with eyes that twinkled like dewdrops at dawn. "Hello, young one. Will you solve my riddle before you cross my waters?" Finn nodded eagerly, his mind sharp and ready for the challenge. The wisp's voice was like the tinkling of tiny bells as it recited, "I have no wings, yet I can fly. I have no eyes, yet I can cry. What am I?" Finn pondered the riddle, his fingers tracing patterns in the cool earth. Suddenly a thought dawned upon him as clear as the brook's waters. "A cloud!" he exclaimed with delight. The water wisp giggled, a sound like 1,000 tiny waterfalls. "Correct you are, wise traveler. You may cross my waters safely." With a grateful nod, Finn stepped across the stones, the brook's melody singing a lullaby beneath his feet. On the other side, the path led him to a grove where the trees whispered secrets in the language of the stars. There, he met a group of gentle night moths, their wings dusted with the colors of twilight. They fluttered around him, their light casting a dreamy glow upon the forest floor. The largest of the night moths spoke, its voice a soft breeze. "Will you help us, kind heart? Our friend has lost her way, and we cannot find the path to her." Without hesitation, Finn agreed. Together they wandered through the grove, following the trail of moonlight that danced across the leaves. With each step, Finn's heart swelled with a quiet determination, a courage he never knew he possessed. Finally, they arrived at a moonlit meadow where a tiny night moth rested upon a petal. The lost friend fluttered her wings with joy, and the other night moths embraced her in a flurry of gentle light. "Thank you," they chorused, their voices like the rustling of autumn leaves. "Your kindness has brought us together again." As Finn continued his journey, he felt a sense of fulfillment, a lightness in his step. He realized that the path he had taken was not just through the forest, but through the depths of his own heart. At last, the path wound its way back to the village, where the sky was now awash with the first light of dawn. The village lay quiet, wrapped in the serenity of early morning. Finn paused at the edge of the woods, his heart full of gratitude for the journey he had taken. He knew that the courage and kindness he had discovered would stay with him, guiding him through life's many adventures. And so, with a heart as light as the morning breeze, Finn returned home. The village awoke to a new day, and Finn knew that the world was full of paths waiting to be discovered, each one leading to places of wonder and friendship. As he drifted into sleep that night, Finn dreamed of the enchanted glade, of lumolites and water wisps, and of night moths that danced in the moonlight. And in his dreams he wandered once more, forever guided by the gentle compass of curiosity and courage. Story 60. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled amid rolling meadows, there lived a young girl named Lily. She had always been a shy, quiet child, content to spend her days reading books and tending to her little garden. But as she grew older, Lily began to feel a restlessness stirring within her, a longing for something more. One crisp autumn morning, as Lily was watering her plants, she noticed a strange, glittering seed amid the soil. Curious, she gently plucked it from the earth and cradled it in her palm. The seed seemed to pulse with a faint, otherworldly glow. Lily's closest friend, a wise old woman named Willow, noticed the seed and her eyes widened in wonder. "My dear child," she whispered, "that is no ordinary seed. It is a seed of transformation, a rare and precious gift from the very heart of nature itself." Lily listened, entranced, as Willow explained that the seed had the power to help her unlock her truest potential, to shed her shy exterior and blossom into the vibrant, confident person she was meant to be. But Willow warned that the journey would not be an easy one. Lily would face many challenges and obstacles along the way. Despite her apprehension, Lily felt a flicker of determination ignite within her. She thanked Willow for her guidance and planted the seed in a special pot, tending to it with great care. Over the following weeks and months, Lily watched in awe as the seed sprouted and grew into a magnificent shimmering plant unlike any she had ever seen. Its leaves seemed to shimmer with all the colors of the rainbow, and its blossoms emitted a soft, ethereal glow. As the plant flourished, Lily too began to change. She found herself becoming more confident and outgoing, eager to explore the world beyond her little village. She made new friends, joined a local theater troupe, and even took up painting, pouring her newfound creativity onto the canvas. But with these changes came challenges. Lily sometimes felt overwhelmed by her newfound boldness, unsure of how to navigate the complexities of her blossoming social life. She found herself retreating into her old shy ways, neglecting the wondrous plant that had sparked her transformation. In her moments of doubt, Lily turned to her dear friend Willow and her supportive family for guidance and encouragement. They reminded her of the beauty and strength that lay within her, and that her journey was one of growth, not perfection. With their love and support, Lily found the courage to embrace her true self, flaws and all. She learned to balance her quiet, introspective nature with her newfound confidence and zest for life. And as Lily blossomed, so too did the magical plant. Its radiant blossoms unfurled into breathtaking, luminous flowers that seemed to dance in the moonlight. Lily marveled at the plant's resilience and beauty, a living reminder of the transformative power of growth and self-discovery. In the end, Lily came to understand that true personal growth is not about shedding one's old self entirely, but about embracing all the facets of one's being, the quiet moments and the bold adventures, the moments of doubt and the moments of triumph. With each challenge she faced, she grew stronger, more resilient, and more deeply connected to the rich tapestry of life around her. And though the journey was not always easy, Lily knew that she had blossomed into the truest, most vibrant version of herself, a beautiful, ever-evolving tapestry of experiences, lessons, and growth. Story 61. Title: The Whispering Woods. The sun dipped low on the horizon, painting the sky with hues of lavender and rose as it made its gentle descent into the embrace of the evening. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and the edges of an ancient forest, there lived a girl named Lila. Her home was a cozy cottage with walls of warm, honey-colored wood and a roof thatched with golden straw. At night, the windows glowed with the soft light of candles, casting a welcoming aura that seemed to whisper tales of old to those who passed by. Lila was known for her bright eyes, the color of freshly sprouted leaves, and her curious spirit that was always hungry for stories. Her grandmother, a wise woman with hair as white as winter snow and a voice as soothing as the summer breeze, often sat by the fire, spinning yarns of magic and wonder. It was from these stories that Lila's dreams were woven, filled with adventures and mysteries waiting to be unraveled. One evening, as the stars began to twinkle like silver dust scattered across the velvet sky, Lila's grandmother beckoned her closer. "Lila, my dear," she began, her voice a gentle murmur against the crackling fire. "There is a story I have yet to tell you, one of the Whispering Woods." The Whispering Woods, as legend had it, was a place where the trees spoke in hushed tones and secrets were carried on the wings of the wind. It was said that deep within there lay a hidden world, unseen by those who did not believe in the magic that lingered in the shadows. Long ago, her grandmother continued, a magical object was hidden within those woods, a crystal, imbued with the power to reveal one's true self. But to find it, one must listen closely to the whispers of the forest and be guided by a heart pure and kind. Lila's heart fluttered with excitement and a sense of purpose. She felt a calling, a pull, as if the woods themselves were beckoning her to uncover their secrets. That night, as she lay beneath her quilt, the patterns of stars and moons stitching dreams into her sleep, Lila made a silent promise to herself. She would venture into the Whispering Woods and discover the magic that lay within. The morning dawned bright and clear, the air fresh with the scent of dew-kissed earth. Lila packed a small satchel with bread and cheese, a flask of honeyed tea, and her grandmother's old compass, which had once guided her on many adventures. With a heart full of determination and a spirit alight with wonder, she set off towards the edge of the village where the Whispering Woods began. The entrance to the woods was marked by 2 ancient oaks, their branches intertwined as if holding hands in a silent vow of guardianship. As Lila stepped beneath their arching limbs, she felt a gentle rustle in the leaves, a soft whisper that seemed to say, "Welcome, seeker of truth." The air within the woods was cool and fragrant, alive with the sounds of nature. Birds sang a melody that harmonized with the rustling leaves, and somewhere in the distance, a brook babbled merrily over smooth stones. As Lila walked, she listened intently, hoping to hear the whispers her grandmother had spoken of. Time seemed to stretch and fold within the woods, the path winding like a river through a sea of emerald green. Lila paused occasionally to admire the vibrant flowers that peeked through the underbrush, their petals like drops of sunshine scattered on the forest floor. It was during one such pause that Lila first heard it, a soft murmur like the gentle sigh of the wind. She closed her eyes and let the sound wash over her, trying to decipher its meaning. "Follow the light," the whisper seemed to say, "and trust in your heart." With a renewed sense of purpose, Lila continued her journey, her steps guided by the voice of the forest. The trees grew denser, their trunks thick with age and wisdom, and the path narrowed into a trail lined with ferns and moss. Sunlight filtered through the canopy above, dappling the ground with patterns of gold. As she walked, Lila felt a presence beside her, a gentle companionship that filled her with warmth. She glanced to her side and saw a small creature, no taller than her knee, with fur as soft and white as the clouds. Its eyes were a deep, knowing blue, and it regarded her with a look of quiet understanding. "Hello," Lila said softly, kneeling to the creature's level. "Are you from the woods?" The creature nodded, its movements graceful and fluid. "I am a guardian of the Whispering Woods," it replied, its voice a melodious whisper. "I am here to guide those who seek the truth." Lila smiled, feeling a connection to this gentle being. "Will you help me find the crystal?" she asked, hope threading her words. The creature nodded once more. "The crystal lies at the heart of the woods, but to reach it you must first face the shadows within yourself. Only then will the path be revealed." The words resonated within Lila, awakening a quiet strength she had not known she possessed. She nodded, understanding the journey ahead would require more than just courage. It would require honesty and self-reflection. Together they walked deeper into the woods, the creature leading the way with sure steps. As they traveled, Lila began to notice subtle changes in the forest around her. The air grew cooler, the light more diffused. The whispers of the trees grew more distinct, their words forming a tapestry of guidance and encouragement. "Listen to the song of your heart," they seemed to say. "Let it guide you through the darkness." Lila took a deep breath, allowing the tranquility of the woods to seep into her being. She thought of her family, of her grandmother's stories, and the love that had always surrounded her. With each step, she felt herself growing stronger, more attuned to the magic that pulsed beneath the earth. As they journeyed, Lila and her companion encountered various creatures of the forest, rabbits with fur like autumn leaves, birds with plumage that shimmered like jewels, and even a fox with eyes that sparkled with mischief. Each greeted them with kindness, their presence a reminder of the interconnectedness of all living things. Eventually, they reached a clearing bathed in soft, silvery light. At its center stood a magnificent tree, its trunk wide and gnarled with age, and its branches stretching skyward like arms raised in celebration. Nestled among its roots was a small, crystal-clear pool. "This is the heart of the Whispering Woods," the creature said, its voice filled with reverence. "Here lies the crystal you seek." Lila approached the pool, her reflection gazing back at her with a depth she had not seen before. The water shimmered with an ethereal glow, and at its center there rested a crystal, its facets catching the light and scattering rainbows across the surface. She reached out, her fingers brushing the cool water, and as she did, a warmth spread through her, filling her with a sense of peace and understanding. The crystal seemed to pulse with life, resonating with the beat of her heart. "Remember," the creature whispered beside her, "the crystal reveals one's true self. Embrace what you find and let it guide you." Lila nodded, and as she held the crystal, she felt a clarity wash over her. She saw herself as she truly was, not just the girl who loved stories and adventures, but someone with a heart full of kindness, courage, and a thirst for wisdom. With this newfound understanding, Lila knew she had the strength to face whatever challenges lay ahead. She thanked the guardian of the woods, her heart full of gratitude for its guidance and friendship. As she made her way back through the forest, the path seemed brighter, the whispers of the trees a joyful chorus celebrating her discovery. The journey had changed her, not just in what she had found, but in how she saw the world and her place within it. When Lila returned to her village, the sun was setting once more, casting the sky in shades of gold and crimson. Her grandmother awaited her by the hearth, her eyes filled with pride and love. "Did you find what you were looking for, my dear?" she asked, her voice as warm as the fire's glow. Lila smiled, holding the crystal close to her heart. "Yes, grandmother," she replied. "I found the truth within myself, and it was more beautiful than I ever imagined." And so, as night fell and the stars began their dance across the heavens, Lila shared her tale by the fireside, her words weaving a tapestry of magic and wonder for those who listened. For in the end, it was not just the crystal she had discovered, but the power of friendship, courage, and the endless possibilities that lay within a kind heart. And as the embers glowed softly in the hearth, Lila knew that the magic of the Whispering Woods would always be with her, guiding her on her journey through life. A reminder that the greatest adventures often begin with the simple act of listening to the whispers of one's own heart. Story 62. Once upon a time, nestled in a quiet, sleepy village surrounded by emerald hills and whispering woods, there lived a young girl named Clara. Clara had a heart as open as the sky and a curiosity as boundless as the sea. Her days were filled with the soft rustle of pages as she read her beloved books under the shade of the old willow tree in her backyard. It was a life of peaceful simplicity, yet Clara often dreamed of adventures beyond the rolling hills. One crisp autumn morning, while the golden leaves danced in the gentle breeze, Clara decided to explore her grandmother's attic, a place filled with forgotten treasures and dust-laden memories. As she climbed the creaky wooden stairs, a faint, sweet scent of lavender and old paper enveloped her, and beams of sunlight filtered through the small window, casting a warm glow across the room. Among the cobwebbed corners and stacks of faded boxes, Clara discovered an intricately carved wooden box. Its lid was adorned with the delicate image of a tree, its branches stretching out like welcoming arms. Intrigued, Clara carefully opened the box, revealing a small, shimmering mirror nestled within. The mirror was unlike any she had ever seen. Its surface seemed to ripple like the surface of a tranquil pond touched by a gentle breeze. As Clara gazed into the mirror, a soft, melodic voice filled the room, whispering like the rustle of leaves, "Seek the wisdom within, and the world will open to you." Startled yet enchanted, Clara knew in her heart that this was no ordinary mirror. It was a magical item that held secrets waiting to be uncovered. Determined to unravel the mystery, Clara embarked on a journey beyond her village. She tucked the mirror safely into her satchel and set out towards the forest, where the ancient trees whispered stories of the past and the air was thick with the scent of pine and earth. Along her journey, Clara met a host of remarkable friends. First was Finn, a wise old fox with fur as silver as moonlight and eyes that sparkled with the wisdom of many lifetimes. Finn had a knack for finding hidden paths and offered to guide Clara through the dense forest, sharing tales of the woodland creatures and their wisdom along the way. Next, they encountered Luna, a gentle owl with feathers that shimmered like starlight. Luna had a soothing voice and a heart full of kindness, always ready to lend an ear and offer gentle advice. She taught Clara the importance of listening, not just with her ears, but with her heart. Their little group was completed by Pip, a playful squirrel with a mischievous twinkle in his eyes, who brought laughter and lightness to their journey. Pip showed Clara how to find joy in the simplest things, like the crunch of leaves underfoot or the sweet taste of wild berries. Together, they traveled through the forest, each step guided by the soft glow of the magical mirror. Along the way, Clara learned to appreciate the beauty in the smallest details, the way sunlight filtered through the canopy, painting the forest floor with dappled light, and the symphony of birdsong that filled the air. As they journeyed deeper into the heart of the forest, they came upon a clearing where an ancient oak stood, its branches stretching out like a wise old guardian. Beneath its shade, a challenge awaited, a riddle carved into the trunk, a test of wisdom rather than strength. The riddle read, "In the silence of the forest, where whispers softly call, find the answer in the stillness, where the heart speaks to all." Clara sat quietly beneath the oak, closing her eyes and letting the sounds of the forest wash over her. She listened to the gentle rustle of leaves, the distant call of a cuckoo, and the soft murmur of a nearby brook. In the stillness she heard the echo of the mirror's words, "Seek the wisdom within." Realizing that the answer lay not in the noise of the world, but in the quiet of her own heart, Clara understood that true wisdom comes from within. With a gentle smile, she whispered her realization to the ancient oak. In response, the tree's branches shimmered with a soft golden light, and the mirror in Clara's satchel glowed warmly. The riddle had been solved, not through force or haste, but with quiet contemplation and the wisdom of the heart. With the challenge overcome, Clara felt a sense of peace and fulfillment wash over her. She had embarked on a journey seeking adventure and had discovered that the greatest treasures were the friendships she had made and the wisdom she had found within herself. As Clara and her friends made their way back to the village, the setting sun painted the sky with hues of pink and gold. Each step felt lighter than the last, and the world seemed to hum with a gentle harmony. Back home, Clara placed the magical mirror on her windowsill, where it caught the first light of dawn and the last light of dusk. It was a reminder that the world was filled with wonder, and that sometimes all it took to unlock its secrets was a little wisdom and a lot of heart. And so, with the warmth of the fireplace flickering softly, Clara drifted into a restful slumber, her dreams filled with the laughter of friends and the whisper of leaves, knowing that she was exactly where she was meant to be. Story 63. In a hidden corner of the world, where sunlight danced through a canopy of towering trees, and the air was perpetually perfumed with the scent of pine and wildflowers, lay the enchanted evergreen forest. This was no ordinary forest. It was a place where magic seeped into every leaf and root, and where the creatures lived lives intertwined with the rhythms of nature itself. In this verdant haven, the animals were not merely animals, and the trees were not merely trees. The forest was a symphony of life, each being playing its part in the grand harmonious orchestra of nature. The squirrels, with their bushy tails and bright eyes, were the keepers of stories, scampering from branch to branch, whispering tales of old to the listening leaves. The wise owls, perched high upon their thrones of oak and birch, were the guardians of wisdom, their solemn eyes watching over the forest with a deep, knowing gaze. In the heart of this forest, nestled beside a crystal-clear stream that babbled its soothing song, lived an ancient tortoise named Thistle. Thistle's shell was a mosaic of moss and lichen, and his eyes twinkled like stars against the velvety night sky. Thistle was revered among the forest dwellers for his profound knowledge of the natural world and the mystical forces that shaped it. He was a gentle soul, moving with deliberate grace, his presence a source of comfort and stability. The forest itself was alive with magic, a magic that ebbed and flowed with the changing seasons. In the spring, the air was filled with the soft hum of bees, and the ground was a tapestry of blossoming wildflowers in hues of violet, yellow, and blue. Spring's magic was one of renewal, when the forest awoke from its winter slumber, and life burst forth in vibrant abundance. Summer brought with it a different kind of magic, one of warmth and growth. The days stretched long and languid under the golden sun, and the forest thrummed with energy. The leaves rustled with secrets shared between the wind and the trees, and the animals basked in the sun's gentle embrace, their fur sleek and shining. As the days grew shorter and the air cooler, autumn descended upon the forest in a blaze of fiery colors. The trees donned cloaks of red, orange, and gold, and the forest floor was a crunchy carpet of fallen leaves. Autumn's magic was one of reflection and preparation, a time when the creatures of the forest gathered and stored, readying themselves for the winter to come. Winter, though cold and stark, held its own quiet magic. The forest lay still and silent beneath a blanket of snow, the trees bare and skeletal against the gray sky. But even in this frozen stillness, life persisted. The magic of winter was one of endurance and resilience, when the forest drew upon its hidden reserves and awaited the return of spring's warmth. One crisp autumn morning, as the forest basked in the golden glow of dawn, a gentle disturbance rippled through the woodland. A young fox, her fur a striking blend of russet and cream, trotted through the underbrush, her nose twitching with curiosity. Her name was Willow, and she was known for her inquisitive nature and kind heart. Willow had heard whispers of an unusual phenomenon, a peculiar shimmering light that had been seen dancing through the trees on moonlit nights. Some said it was a trick of the light, while others believed it to be a sign of something more profound. Intrigued, Willow decided to seek out Thistle, hoping his wisdom might shed light on the mystery. As Willow approached the stream, she found Thistle basking on a sun-warmed rock, his eyes closed in contentment. The gentle burble of the water mingled with the soft rustle of the leaves, creating a serene melody that filled the air. "Good morning, Thistle," Willow called softly, her voice as light as the morning breeze. Thistle opened his eyes, a slow, deliberate smile spreading across his ancient face. "Ah, Willow, my dear friend," he greeted warmly. "What brings you to my corner of the forest this fine morning?" Willow sat down beside the stream, her eyes bright with curiosity. "I've heard tales of a shimmering light, Thistle. Some say it's magic, others a mere illusion. I hoped you might know the truth." Thistle nodded, his gaze thoughtful. "Ah, the shimmering light," he mused. "I've seen it myself, many times over the years. It is indeed a magical phenomenon, one tied to the balance of nature and the changing of the seasons." He paused, letting the sound of the stream weave its way into the conversation. "Long ago, it is said, the spirits of the forest bestowed a gift upon this land, the light of harmony. This light appears when the forest is in perfect balance, when every creature, every tree, and every element of nature is in harmony." Willow listened intently, captivated by the story. "But why does it appear now, with the arrival of autumn?" "Autumn is a time of change," Thistle explained, his voice a gentle rumble. "It is when the forest prepares for the harshness of winter, when the cycle of life begins anew. The light of harmony reminds us of the importance of balance, of working together to ensure the health and vitality of our home." Willow nodded, a sense of understanding blossoming within her. "Is there something we must do to maintain this balance, Thistle?" Thistle chuckled softly, the sound as comforting as a warm blanket on a chilly night. "We must continue to live in harmony with our surroundings, to respect the delicate balance of nature. Each of us, no matter how small, plays a role in this great symphony. By caring for one another and our environment, we ensure that the light of harmony continues to shine." Reassured and inspired, Willow thanked Thistle and set off once more into the forest, her heart full of newfound purpose. As she trotted through the golden leaves, she marveled at the intricate web of life around her. She greeted the squirrels with a friendly nod, listened to the soothing calls of the birds, and watched the industrious ants as they worked tirelessly to prepare for winter. That evening, as the silver moon rose high in the velvet sky, Willow sat upon a hill overlooking the forest. The air was crisp and clear, the stars twinkling like diamonds scattered across a dark canvas. And there, amidst the ancient trees, the shimmering light appeared, weaving its way through the branches like a silken ribbon of luminescence. The light of harmony danced through the forest, casting a gentle glow that softened the shadows and illuminated the beauty of the natural world. Willow watched in awe, her heart swelling with a deep sense of peace and gratitude. As she lay down to rest, cradled by the earth and the soft whisper of the wind, Willow realized that the true magic of the forest lay not in the light itself, but in the love and care that each creature shared. It was a magic born of unity and understanding, of living in harmony with the world and each other. And so as sleep gently claimed her, Willow dreamed of a forest forever bathed in the warm glow of the light of harmony, a place where the rhythms of life played on in perfect balance, and where the wisdom of the ages was passed down through generations, like an unending, gentle song. In the enchanted evergreen forest, the seasons came and went, each bringing its own unique magic, and the creatures continued to live their hidden lives, guided by the ancient wisdom that coursed through their veins. The forest flourished and thrived, a testament to the enduring power of harmony and the gentle strength of friendship. And as the sun rose each morning, painting the world in hues of pink and gold, the forest awoke to a new day, the light of harmony shimmering just beyond the horizon, a promise of beauty and balance forevermore. Story 64. In a distant corner of the cosmos, nestled between twinkling stars and swirling nebulae, floated the vibrant planet of Luminara. Known for its luminous forests and cascading rivers of silver, it was home to the gentle lumens, beings of light who shimmered with every emotion they felt. Across the starlit expanse, on the rugged and rocky planet of Kragan, dwelled the steadfast crags, sturdy creatures of stone with hearts as warm as the molten core of their world. One breezy evening on Luminara, under a sky painted with ribbons of aurora, a young lumen named Lyra found herself wandering the edges of her glowing forest. Her curiosity about the universe beyond her shimmering home had grown as vast as the sky itself, and she often dreamed of visiting distant worlds. Her luminescence flickered with excitement at the thought. Meanwhile, on Kragan, a young crag named Tor was similarly captivated by the cosmos. Tor often stood at the highest peaks, where the winds howled like an ancient song, staring up at the endless tapestry above. His stone heart yearned for adventure, for a life beyond the craggy cliffs and echoing caverns of his homeland. The fates, as they often do, had grand plans for these two. An ancient cosmic festival known as the Convergence was about to unfold, creating bridges of light between worlds. It was a rare event, celebrated by travelers and explorers across galaxies, where paths to other planets became visible and traversable, if only for a short time. One shimmering path connected Luminara and Kragan, and it was here that Lyra and Tor would meet. Drawn by the same sense of wonder, Lyra stepped onto the bridge, her body aglow with anticipation, while Tor, his stony exterior vibrant with a fiery curiosity, began the journey from his side. As they traveled, the luminescent aura of Lyra and the solid presence of Tor mingled in a dance of light and shadow. When they finally stood face to face, both were momentarily taken aback. Lyra's glow hesitated, and Tor's sturdy form seemed to pause, unsure of how to greet this being of light. Their initial interaction was fraught with misunderstanding. Lyra, accustomed to the gentle warmth of her own kind, found Tor's solidness intimidating. Conversely, Tor, used to the tangible and the tactile, struggled to grasp the ephemeral nature of Lyra's brilliance. Their attempts at communication were clumsy, filled with misinterpreted gestures and muddled meanings. Yet, beneath these initial hurdles, there was an undeniable spark, a shared longing for understanding and connection. As they journeyed together, they faced the challenges of the convergence, navigating through the shifting paths and unpredictable cosmic tides. They had to learn to trust one another, to rely on each other's strengths. During one particularly turbulent passage, when the bridge of light wavered and threatened to dissolve, Tor used his sturdy presence to anchor them both, while Lyra's gentle glow guided them through the chaos. In that moment of mutual dependence, a bond began to form, born of necessity but blossoming into friendship. As they continued, they learned to appreciate each other's differences. Lyra's light was not just a glow, but a warmth that could soothe and calm. Tor's solidity was not mere heaviness, but a strength that could protect and support. They taught one another their unique ways of seeing the universe, and in doing so, their own worlds expanded. Lyra showed Tor the beauty in the fleeting, teaching him how to find joy in the ephemeral moments of life. Tor demonstrated to Lyra the power of resilience, showing her the strength in steadfastness and the importance of standing firm when the world seemed to shift around them. Their misunderstandings became moments of laughter and learning, their challenges opportunities for growth. With each shared experience, they found themselves more deeply connected, their friendship a beacon of light and stone against the vastness of the cosmos. As the festival of convergence drew to a close, the time came for Lyra and Tor to return to their respective worlds. The bridge of light would soon fade, and with it, the opportunity to travel freely between their planets. They stood together at the crossroads, where their paths would part, their hearts heavy with the thought of goodbye. But in the warmth of their newfound friendship, they found comfort. They realized that, though they came from different worlds, their bond transcended the stars themselves. They promised to meet again at the next convergence, to continue their shared journey, and to carry the lessons of their friendship in their hearts. As Lyra returned to her luminous forests and Tor to his rugged peaks, they looked up at the starlit sky, knowing they were under the same vast universe. And though they were separated by space, they were united by the light of friendship, a light that would guide them until they could meet once more. In the quiet of the night, under the watchful gaze of the stars, Lyra and Tor found the true meaning of friendship, a connection that neither distance nor difference could diminish, a bond that would endure as long as the stars themselves. And with that comforting thought, they drifted into a peaceful, contented sleep, dreaming of the adventures yet to come. Story 65. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees sang soft lullabies with every breeze, there nestled a quaint village called Willowbrook. The cottages were made of cobblestone and timber, their roofs dressed in vibrant moss and tiny wildflowers. Smoke lazily curled from the chimneys, carrying with it the scent of pine and fresh-baked bread. Willowbrook was known for its tranquility, but lately a gentle mystery had begun to ripple through the village. Each morning, the villagers would discover their garden tools rearranged in peculiar patterns, and the water in the bird baths sparkled with a mysterious luminescence. At first, these occurrences were met with chuckles and raised eyebrows, but as days turned into weeks, curiosity grew. In the heart of the village was a cozy little cottage belonging to a wise old woman named Malus. Her hair was as silver as the moonlight, and her eyes twinkled like stars. Malus was known for her deep understanding of the forest and its many secrets. She was often visited by forest creatures seeking her counsel, and her home was a haven for those in need. One misty morning, as the sun began to peek over the horizon, young Oliver, a curious and kind-hearted boy from the village, decided to visit Malus. He was determined to uncover the mystery that danced through Willowbrook like a playful breeze. "Good morning, Malus," Oliver greeted, as he entered her warm kitchen. The room was filled with the aroma of spiced apple tea, and the crackling fire cast a golden glow. "Ah, Oliver, come in, Malus replied with a warm smile. "I suspect you're here about our little village mystery." Oliver nodded eagerly. "Yes, Malus, I've been thinking about it every day. Do you have any ideas?" Malus poured them both a cup of tea and settled into her rocking chair. "In the whispering woods, my dear, not everything is as it seems. The forest is alive with magic, and sometimes its creatures like to play little games." Oliver listened intently, sipping his tea. "How can we find out who or what is behind this?" Malus chuckled softly. "We must watch and listen, my boy. The forest will reveal its secrets to those who are patient. I suggest we take a walk this evening, just as the sun begins to dip below the trees." As the day wore on, Oliver could hardly contain his excitement. He spent the afternoon helping his father mend the garden fence, but his mind was on the evening's adventure. Finally, as the sky blushed with twilight, Oliver met Malus at the edge of the village. The air was cool and fragrant with the scent of honeysuckle. Together, they ventured into the heart of the whispering woods, where the shadows danced playfully among the trees. They walked in silence, their footsteps muffled by the soft forest floor. The only sound was the gentle rustling of leaves and the distant call of an owl. After a while, Malus paused and knelt by a small clearing. "Look here, Oliver," she whispered, pointing to a series of footprints that glowed faintly in the dim light. Oliver's eyes widened in amazement. "What are they?" "These," Malus explained, "belong to the will-o'-wisps. They're tiny, magical creatures who love to tidy and rearrange things to their liking. They're harmless and quite fond of humans, though they're rarely seen." Oliver crouched down to examine the glowing prints. "How do we talk to them?" Malus smiled. "We must show them kindness and patience. I have just the thing." She reached into her satchel and pulled out a small, intricately carved wooden flute. Its surface was smooth and polished, and it seemed to hum with its own quiet energy. "This flute," Malus said, "was given to me by the will-o'-wisps long ago. Its music will draw them to us." She began to play a soft, lilting melody that floated through the trees like a gentle breeze. The notes were sweet and inviting, and soon tiny lights began to flicker among the branches, like stars coming to life in the forest. The will-o'-wisps appeared, their forms shimmering like dew-kissed cobwebs in the moonlight. They twirled and danced around Malus and Oliver, their laughter like the tinkling of tiny bells. With a smile, Malus lowered the flute and spoke softly. "Dear wisps, we've noticed your handiwork in our village. Could you tell us why you've chosen to visit us?" The leader of the will-o'-wisps, a particularly radiant creature, flitted forward and spoke in a voice that sounded like 1,000 tiny whispers. "We meant no harm, dear friends. We adore the beauty of Willowbrook and wish to add our touch of magic. But if we've caused any trouble, we humbly apologize." Oliver, feeling a warmth in his heart, replied, "Your magic is lovely, and we appreciate your kindness. Perhaps we could find a way for you to share your magic without causing confusion." The will-o'-wisps exchanged glances, their lights pulsing softly with thought. "We could create a special garden," suggested the leader, "a place where we can arrange and illuminate to our heart's content." Malus nodded thoughtfully. "That sounds like a wonderful idea. A wisp garden would be a beautiful addition to Willowbrook." With the agreement in place, the will-o'-wisps promised to help Oliver and the villagers create a magical garden on the edge of the woods. It would be a place of wonder and delight, open to all who wished to see the beauty of the wisp's magic. In the days that followed, the village came together to build the garden. The will-o'-wisps added their sparkling touches, weaving luminescent patterns in the air that dazzled and enchanted all who visited. As for Oliver, he spent many afternoons in the wisp garden, learning the ways of the whispering woods and the gentle creatures that called it home. Under Malus's guidance, he discovered the power of observation and the beauty of friendship with the magical world around him. And so, the mystery of the will-o'-wisps was solved, not through confrontation, but through understanding and cooperation. The village of Willowbrook continued to thrive, its people living in harmony with the enchanting forest that surrounded them. Each night, as the stars twinkled in the sky, the villagers would gather by the wisp garden, their hearts filled with peace and wonder, knowing that magic was all around them, in every leaf, every breeze, and every kind act. And under the watchful eyes of the whispering woods, they all lived happily ever after, their dreams cradled by the gentle lullabies of the trees. Story 66. Once upon a time, in the heart of an ancient, whispering forest, there lived a gentle creature named Thistle. Thistle was a small, humble hedgehog with quills that glistened like silver under the moonlight and eyes as deep and reflective as the calmest of woodland ponds. Thistle had always called this forest home, where every rustling leaf sang a lullaby, and the sunlight danced through the branches in a symphony of golden hues. The forest was a realm of tranquility, yet Thistle often found himself quivering with unease. You see, the seasons were changing, and with those changes came an unfamiliar stir in the air, a sense of transformation that both intrigued and frightened him. The leaves, once vibrant green, now blushed into a tapestry of scarlet and gold. The streams whispered more fervently, carrying the crisp, cool scent of autumn. But Thistle, nestled in his cozy burrow, lined with soft moss and downy feathers, was reluctant to embrace this inevitable shift. One crisp morning, as a gentle mist wove its way through the trees, Thistle ventured out into the world with a heart full of questions. The dew-kissed grass tickled his small feet, and he shivered slightly, not from the cold but from the uncertainty that lay ahead. His path led him to a secluded glen where an ancient, towering oak stood, its branches sprawling like arms open wide. Perched upon one of those branches was Wren, a wise and cheerful bird whose songs filled the forest with joy. With feathers as vibrant as a sunset and eyes that twinkled like stars, Wren had a heart as open as the sky. "Good morning, Thistle," chirped Wren, tilting her head in greeting. "What brings you to this part of the forest on such a fine morning?" Thistle sighed, his voice barely more than a whisper. "I feel the forest changing, Wren, and it makes me uneasy. I am not sure where I belong in this new season. Everything seems so different." Wren fluttered down to a lower branch, so her eyes met Thistle's. "Change can be daunting, but it is also a chance for growth," she said kindly. "The forest transforms with the seasons, and so can we. Have faith in the journey." Just then, the wind picked up, carrying with it the scent of honeysuckle and magic. From the depths of the forest emerged Sage, a soft-spoken squirrel with a fluffy tail that seemed to dance with the breeze. Sage had long been a companion to Thistle, offering wisdom in times of need. "Thistle," Sage spoke, his voice as warm and rich as the earth itself, "the forest is alive with magic during this time of change. Perhaps it holds the answers you seek." Feeling a spark of courage kindled by his friend's words, Thistle nodded. Together, they decided to explore the forest's secrets, allowing the wind to guide their steps. As they wandered, the forest unfolded its wonders. A hidden brook that sang of ages past, a canopy of leaves that painted the ground in dapples of light and shadow, and mushrooms that glimmered like tiny lanterns in the underbrush. Their journey led them to a secluded glade where the air shimmered with a soft, ethereal glow. In the center stood an ancient, ivy-clad stone, its surface etched with intricate patterns that seemed to pulse with life. This was the Stone of Seasons, a mysterious relic said to hold the magic of transformation. As Thistle gazed upon the stone, he felt a gentle stirring within him, as if the magic of the forest was whispering directly to his heart. Hesitant but driven by an inner resolve, Thistle reached out a trembling paw to touch the stone. The moment he did, a warm golden light enveloped him, and he felt a deep sense of peace wash over his fears. In that instant, Thistle understood that change was not something to fear, but a natural part of life's rhythm. The forest, in its wisdom, was teaching him that growth came from embracing the unknown with an open heart. When the light faded, Thistle felt renewed. His quills, once a mere reflection of the moonlight, now shimmered with a soft luminescence of their own, as if they had captured the essence of the sunlit forest. He turned to Wren and Sage, his eyes bright with newfound clarity. "I think I understand now," Thistle said, his voice steady and serene. "Change is like the seasons, a beautiful part of life's journey. By embracing it, we allow ourselves to grow and discover who we truly are." Wren sang a sweet, triumphant note, and Sage nodded with a gentle smile. "Yes, Thistle," Sage replied. "And remember, you are never alone. The forest is full of friends and magic to guide you." With hearts full of joy, the friends made their way back through the forest, their spirits uplifted by the adventure. Thistle felt the warmth of friendship surrounding him like a comforting embrace, and he knew he was ready to face whatever changes lay ahead. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of lavender and rose, Thistle returned to his burrow. He nestled into his bed of moss, feeling the gentle hum of the forest lull him to sleep. The night air was cool and crisp, carrying with it the soft rustle of leaves and the distant call of an owl. In the quiet of his burrow, Thistle dreamed of the forest, of the magic that flowed through its veins and the wisdom it had shared. And as he slept, he knew that with each new day, he would continue to grow, guided by the lessons of the forest and the love of his friends. And so, Thistle's heart was at peace, and the forest, in all its splendor, watched over him like a guardian, cradling him in its eternal embrace. The seasons would change, as they always did, But Thistle had learned that within each change lay the seed of personal growth, waiting to bloom in its own time. Story 67. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees seemed to lean in to share secrets with one another, there stood a quaint little cottage with a thatched roof. It was home to a kind-hearted herbalist named Marlowe, known far and wide for their soothing teas and balms. Marlowe lived with their faithful companion, a plump tabby named Whiskers, who had a penchant for curling up on any patch of sunlight that filtered through the leaves. The whispering woods were a place of gentle magic. The air was always sweet with the scent of pine and wildflowers, and the ground was carpeted with soft moss that seemed to hum with life. Birds sang tunes that harmonized with the babbling brook that wound its way through the trees, and every now and then, if one was very quiet, they could hear the soft giggles of fairies flitting about. One morning, as the first rays of dawn peeked through the leafy canopy, Marlowe noticed something peculiar. The basket of herbs they had left to dry on the porch overnight was scattered across the cobblestones, as if someone or something had been in a great hurry. Marlowe knelt down, brushing their fingers over the delicate leaves and petals, pondering what could have happened. "Whiskers, my dear," Marlowe mused, "what do you suppose caused this mess?" Whiskers, who was perched on the windowsill, flicked his tail lazily and yawned, clearly unperturbed by the disturbance. Curious and a bit concerned, Marlowe decided to investigate further. They donned their favorite cloak, a deep green that blended seamlessly with the forest, and set off down the winding path into the heart of the woods. The morning was crisp, and the air was filled with the gentle rustle of leaves and the occasional trill of birdsong. As Marlowe walked, they noticed small, glimmering trails that seemed to shimmer in the dappled sunlight. They knelt to examine them more closely, finding that they were made of tiny, sparkling footprints, too small to belong to any creature Marlowe had ever seen. "Fairy footsteps," Marlowe whispered to themselves, intrigued. They followed the trail deeper into the woods, each step taking them further from the familiar paths and closer to the mystery at hand. Soon, Marlowe reached a clearing surrounded by ancient oaks. In the center stood a circle of mushrooms, their caps glistening with dew. Sitting atop one of the mushrooms was a tiny figure with iridescent wings and a crown of daisies. It was Liliana, the fairy queen of the Whispering Woods. "Good morning, Marlowe," Liliana greeted with a voice as soft as a summer breeze. "I see you've found the source of our little mystery." Marlowe bowed respectfully. "Good morning, Your Majesty. It seems something has been disrupting the peace of the woods." Liliana nodded, her wings fluttering gently. "Indeed, it is a curious matter. We have noticed strange happenings as well, glimmers of light where there should be none, and whispers that do not belong to the trees." A thoughtful silence settled between them, broken only by the gentle rustle of leaves. Marlowe considered the evidence, the scattered herbs, the fairy footprints, and the mysterious lights. Could it be, Marlowe ventured, that these occurrences are linked? Liliana's eyes sparkled with understanding. "Perhaps it is the work of the forest flickers," she suggested. "They are mischievous little creatures known for their love of shiny things and playful pranks." Marlowe nodded, recalling tales of the elusive flickers who danced through the woods, trailing light and laughter in their wake. If we could find them, perhaps we could ask them to cease their mischief. With a plan forming, Liliana summoned a handful of fairies, each one carrying a tiny lantern that glowed with a gentle light. "We will guide you to their hidden realm," she said with a smile. The fairies flitted around Marlowe, their lanterns casting a warm glow that illuminated the path ahead. As they ventured deeper into the woods, the air grew cooler, the shadows longer, and the magic more palpable. Eventually, they arrived at a secluded glen where the ground sparkled with a carpet of crystalline pebbles. Here, the forest flickers made their home. They were tiny creatures with bodies like fireflies and wings that shimmered like the night sky. The flickers paused in their dance, curious about the visitors. Marlowe stepped forward, offering a gentle smile. "Greetings, friends. We've come to seek your help." One of the flickers, a particularly vibrant one with a crown of twinkling stars, approached cautiously. "Help? We are but simple beings of light and mirth. Marlowe explained the disturbances and asked if the flickers might consider being a bit less exuberant in their nighttime frolics. The flickers listened intently, their tiny faces thoughtful. "We did not mean to cause trouble," the crowned flicker admitted. "We simply wished to share our joy with the woods." Marlowe nodded understandingly. "Perhaps we can find a way for you to celebrate without causing alarm. How about a festival of light, where all can join in your merriment?" The idea delighted the flickers, and they agreed enthusiastically. Together with Marlowe and the fairies, they planned a celebration that would light up the forest without disturbing its peace. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the woods came alive with twinkling lights. Creatures of all kinds gathered in the glen, marveling at the flicker's luminous dance. Even Whiskers, who had followed Marlowe's scent, found a cozy spot to watch the spectacle. In the glow of the festival, Marlowe felt a deep sense of contentment. The mystery had been solved not through force, but through understanding and cooperation. The Whispering Woods were once again a place of harmony, where magic and nature coexisted in perfect balance. As the night drew to a close, Marlowe bid farewell to their new friends, promising to return for future celebrations. And as they made their way back to the cottage, the stars above seemed to twinkle just a little brighter, as if sharing in the joy of a mystery resolved, and a community brought together by kindness and light. Back at the cottage, Marlowe prepared a warm cup of chamomile tea, settling into their favorite chair by the fireplace. Whiskers curled up on their lap, purring contentedly. The fire crackled softly, casting a gentle glow around the room, and all was well in the Whispering Woods.